Chapter 44. Discussions, Presentiments, Ayrton's Proposal, It is Accepted, Ayrton and Pencroff on Safety Islet, Norfolk Convicts, Their Projects, Heroic Attempt of Ayrton, His Return, 6 against 50. There was no longer room for doubt as to the pirates' intentions. They had cast anchor at a short distance from the island, and evidently intended to land on the morrow. Brave as they were, the colonists felt the necessity of prudence. Perhaps their presence could yet be concealed in case the pirates were contented with landing on the coast without going up into the interior. The latter, in fact, might have nothing else in view than a supply of fresh water, and the bridge, a mile and a half upstream, might well escape their eye. The colonists knew now that the pirate ship carried heavy artillery, against which they had nothing but a few shotguns. Still, said Smith, our situation is impregnable. The enemy cannot discover the opening in the weir, so thickly is it covered with reeds and grass, and consequently cannot penetrate into Granite House. But our plantations, our poultry yard, our corral, in short everything, cried Pencroff, stamping his foot. They can destroy everything in a few hours. Everything, Pencroff, answered Smith, and we have no means of preventing them. Are there many of them? Said the reporter. That's the question. If there are only a dozen, we can stop them, but 40, or 50, or more. Mr. Smith, said Ayrton, coming up to the engineer, will you grant me one request? What, my friend? To go to the ship, and ascertain how strongly she is manned. But, Ayrton, said the engineer, hesitating, your life will be in danger. And why not, sir? That is more than your duty. I must do more than my duty, replied Ayrton. You mean to go to the ship in the canoe? Asked Spilett. No, sir. I will swim to her. A man can slip in where a boat could not pass. Do you know that the brig is a mile and a half from the coast? Said Herbert. I am a good swimmer, sir. I repeat to you that you are risking your life, resumed the engineer. No matter, answered Ayrton, Mr. Smith, I ask it as a favor. It may raise me in my own estimation. Go, Ayrton, said the engineer, who knew how deeply a refusal would affect the ex-convict, now become an honest man. I will go with you, said Pencroff. You distrust me, said Ayrton, quickly. Then, he added, more humbly, and it is just. No, no, cried Smith, eagerly, Pencroff has no such feeling. You have misunderstood him. Just so, answered the sailor, I am proposing to Ayrton to accompany him only as far as the islet. One of these rascals may possibly have gone on shore there, and if so, it will take 2 men to prevent him from giving the alarm. I will wait for Ayrton on the islet. Everything thus arranged, Ayrton got ready for departure. His project was bold but not impracticable, thanks to the dark night. Once having reached the ship, Ayrton, by clinging to the chains of the shrouds, might ascertain the number and perhaps the designs of the convicts. They walked down upon the beach. Ayrton stripped himself and rubbed himself with grease, the better to endure the chill of the water, for he might have to be in it several hours. Meanwhile Pencroff and Neb had gone after the canoe, fastened on the bank of the Mersey some hundreds of paces further up. When they came back, Ayrton was ready to start. They threw a wrap over his shoulders, and shook hands with him all round. Then he got into the boat with Pencroff, and pushed off into the darkness. It was now 10:30, and their companions went back to wait for them at the Chimneys. The channel was crossed without difficulty, and the canoe reached the opposite bank of the islet. They moved cautiously, lest pirates should have landed there. But the island was deserted. The two walked rapidly over it, frightening the birds from their nests in the rocks. Having reached the further side, Ayrton cast himself unhesitatingly into the sea, and swam noiselessly towards the ship's lights, which now were streaming across the water. Pencroff hid himself among the rocks, to await his companion's return. Meanwhile, Ayrton swam strongly towards the ship, slipping through the water. His head only appeared above the surface, his eyes were fixed on the dark hull of the brig, whose lights were reflected in the water. He thought only of his errand, and nothing of the danger he encountered, not only from the pirates but from the sharks which infested these waters. The current was in his favor, and the shore was soon far behind. Half an hour afterwards, Ayrton, without having been perceived by anyone, dived under the ship, and clung with one hand to the bowsprit. Then he drew breath, and, raising himself by the chains, climbed to the end of the cutwater. There some sailors' clothes hung drying. He found an easy position, and listened. They were not asleep on board of the brig. They were talking, singing, and laughing. These words, intermingled with oaths, came to Ayrton's ears. What a famous find our brig was! The Speedy is a fast sailer. She deserves her name. All the Norfolk shipping may do their best to take her. Hurrah for her commander! Hurrah for Bob Harvey! Our readers will understand what emotion was excited in Ayrton by this name, when they learn that Bob Harvey was one of his old companions in Australia, who had followed out his criminal projects by getting possession, off Norfolk Island, of this brig, charged with arms, ammunition, utensils, and tools of all kinds, destined for one of the Sandwich Islands. All his band had gotten on board, and, adding piracy to their other crimes, the wretches scoured the Pacific, destroying ships and massacring their crews. They were drinking deep and talking loudly over their exploits, and Ayrton gathered the following facts. The crew were composed entirely of English convicts, escaped from Norfolk Island. In 29 degrees 2 minutes south latitude, and 165 degrees 42 minutes east longitude, to the east of Australia, is a little island about 6 leagues in circumference, with Mount Pitt rising in the midst, 1,100 feet above the level of the sea. It is Norfolk Island, the seat of an establishment where are crowded together the most dangerous of the transported English convicts. There are 500 of them. They undergo a rigid discipline, with severe punishment for disobedience, and are guarded by 150 soldiers and 150 civil servants, under the authority of a governor. A worse set of villains cannot be imagined. Sometimes, though rarely, in spite of the extreme precautions of their jailers, some of them contrive to escape by seizing a ship, and become the pest of the Polynesian archipelagos. Thus had done Harvey and his companions. Thus had Ayrton formerly wished to do. Harvey had seized the Speedy, which was anchored within sight of Norfolk Island, had massacred the crew, and for a year had made the brig the terror of the Pacific. The convicts were most of them gathered on the poop, in the after part of the ship, but a few were lying on deck, talking in loud voices. The conversation went on amid noise and drunkenness. Ayrton gathered that chance only had brought them within sight of Lincoln Island. Harvey had never set foot there. But, as Smith had foreseen, coming upon an island not in the maps, he had determined to go on shore, and, if the land suited him, to make it the Speedy's headquarters. The black flag and the cannon shot were a mere freak of the pirates, to imitate a ship of war running up her colors. The colonists were in very serious danger. The island, with its easy water supply, its little harbor, its varied resources so well turned to account by the colonists, its secret recesses of Granite House, all these would be just what the convicts wanted. In their hands the island would become an excellent place of refuge, and the fact of its being unknown would add to their security. Of course the colonists would instantly be put to death. They could not even escape to the interior, for the convicts would make the island their headquarters, and if they went on an expedition would leave some of the crew behind. It would be a struggle for life and death with these wretches, every one of whom must be destroyed before the colonists would be safe. Those were Ayrton's thoughts, and he knew that Smith would agree with him. But was a successful resistance possible? Everything depended on the caliber of the brig's guns and the number of her men. These were facts which Ayrton must know at any cost. An hour after he had reached the brig the noise began to subside, and most of the convicts lay plunged in a drunken sleep. Ayrton determined to risk himself on the ship's deck, which the extinguished lanterns left in profound darkness. He got in the chains by the cutwater, and by means of the bowsprit climbed to the brig's forecastle. Creeping quietly through the sleeping crew, who lay stretched here and there on the deck, he walked completely around the vessel and ascertained that the Speedy carried 4 guns, from 8 to 10-pounders. He discovered also that the guns were breech-loading, of modern make, easily worked, and capable of doing great damage. There were about 10 men lying on deck, but it might be that others were asleep in the hold. Moreover, Ayrton had gathered from the conversation that there were some 50 on board, rather an overmatch for the 6 colonists. But, at least, the latter would not be surprised. Thanks to Ayrton's devotion, they would know their adversary's force, and would make their dispositions accordingly. Nothing remained for Ayrton but to go back to his comrades with the information he had gathered, and he began walking towards the forecastle to let himself down into the sea. And now to this man, who wished to do more than his duty, there came a heroic thought, the thought of sacrificing his life for the safety of his comrades. Smith could not of course resist 50 well-armed marauders, who would either overcome him or starve him out. Ayrton pictured to himself his preservers who had made a man of him, and an honest man, to whom he owed everything, pitilessly murdered, their labors brought to nothing, their island changed to a den of pirates. He said to himself that he, Ayrton, was the first cause of these disasters, since his old companion, Harvey, had only carried out Ayrton's projects, and a feeling of horror came over him. Then came the irresistible desire to blow up the brig, with all on board. He would perish in the explosion, but he would have done his duty. He did not hesitate. It was easy to reach the powder magazine, which is always in the after part of the ship. Powder must be plenty on board such a vessel, and a spark would bring destruction. Ayrton lowered himself carefully between decks, where he found many of the pirates lying about, overcome rather by drunkenness than sleep. A ship's lantern was lighted at the foot of the mainmast, from which hung a rack full of all sorts of firearms. Ayrton took from the rack a revolver, and made sure that it was loaded and capped. It was all that he needed to accomplish the work of destruction. Then he glided back to the poop, where the powder magazine would be. Between decks it was dark, and he could hardly step without knocking against some half-asleep convict, and meeting with an oath or a blow. More than once he had to stop short, but at length he reached the partition separating the after compartment, and found the door of the magazine. This he had to force, and it was a difficult matter to accomplish without noise, as he had to break a padlock. But at last, under his vigorous hand, the padlock fell apart and the door opened. Just then a hand was laid upon his shoulder. "What are you doing there?" said a harsh voice, and a tall form rose from the shadow and turned the light of a lantern fall on Ayrton's face. Ayrton turned around sharply. By a quick flash from the lantern, he saw his old accomplice, Harvey. But the latter, believing Ayrton, as he did, to be dead, failed to recognize him. "What are you doing there?" said Harvey, seizing Ayrton by the strap of his trousers. Ayrton made no answer but a vigorous push, and sprang forward to the magazine. One shot into those tons of powder, and all would have been over. "Help, lads!" cried Harvey. 2 or 3 pirates, roused by his voice, threw themselves upon Ayrton, and strove to drag him to the ground. He rid himself of them with 2 shots from his revolver, but received in so doing, a wound from a knife in the fleshy part of the shoulder. He saw in a moment that his project was no longer feasible. Harvey had shut the door of the magazine, and a dozen pirates were half awake. He must save himself for the sake of his comrades. 4 barrels were left. He discharged 2 of them right and left, one at Harvey, though without effect. And then, profiting by his enemy's momentary recoil, rushed towards the ladder which led to the deck of the brig. As he passed the lantern he knocked it down with a blow from the butt end of his pistol, and left everything in darkness. 2 or 3 pirates, awakened by the noise, were coming down the ladder at that moment. A 5th shot stretched one at the foot of the steps, and the others got out of the way, not understanding what was going on. In 2 bounds Ayrton was on the brig's deck, and 3 seconds afterwards, after discharging his last shot at a pirate who tried to seize him by the neck, he made his way down the netting and leaped into the sea. He had not swam 6 fathoms before the bullets began to whistle around him like hail. What were the feelings of Pencroff, hidden behind a rock on the islet, and of his comrades in the Chimneys, when they heard these shots from the brig. They rushed out upon the shore, and, with their guns at their shoulders, stood ready to meet any attack. For them no doubt remained. They believed that Ayrton had been killed, and the pirates were about to make a descent on the island. Thus half an hour passed away. They suffered torments of anxiety. They could not go to the assistance of Ayrton or Pencroff, for the boat had been taken, and the high tide forbade them crossing the channel. Finally, at 12:30, a boat with 2 men came along shore. It was Ayrton, with a slight wound in his shoulder, and Pencroff. Their friends received them with open arms. Then all took refuge at the Chimneys. There Ayrton told them all that happened, including his plan to blow up the brig. Everyone grasped the man's hand, but the situation was desperate. The pirates knew that Lincoln Island was inhabited, and would come down upon it in force. They would respect nothing. If the colonists fell into their hands they had no mercy to hope for. "We can die like men," said the reporter. "Let us go in and keep watch," said the engineer. "Do you think there is any chance, Mr. Smith?" said the sailor. "Yes, Pencroff." "How?" "6 against 50. "Yes, 6, and one other." "Who?" asked Pencroff. Smith did not answer, but he looked upwards. Chapter 45. The mist rises, the engineer's disposition of forces, 3 posts, Ayrton and Pencroff, the first attack, 2 other boat loads, on the islet, 6 convicts on shore, the brig weighs anchor, the Speedy's projectiles, desperate. Situation, unexpected denouement. The night passed without incident. The colonists were still at the Chimneys, keeping a constant lookout. The pirates made no attempt at landing. Since the last shots fired at Ayrton, not a sound betrayed the presence of the brig in the bay. They might have supposed she had weighed anchor and gone off in the night. But it was not so, and when daylight began to appear the colonists could see her dark hulk dim through the morning mists. "Listen, my friends," then said the engineer. "These are the dispositions it seems to me best to make before the mist dispels, which conceals us from view. We must make these convicts believe that the inhabitants of the island are numerous and well able to resist them. Let us divide ourselves into 3 groups, one posted at the Chimneys, one at the mouth of the Mersey, and the third upon the islet, to hinder, or at least, retard, every attempt to land. We have 2 carbines and 4 guns, so that each of us will be armed, and as we have plenty of powder and ball, we will not spare our shots. We have nothing to fear from the guns, nor even from the cannon of the brig. What can they effect against these rocks? And as we shall not shoot from the windows of Granite House, the pirates will never think of turning their guns upon it. What we have to fear is a hand-to-hand fight with an enemy greatly superior in numbers. We must try to prevent their landing without showing ourselves. So don't spare your ammunition. Shoot fast, and shoot straight. Each of us has 8 or 10 enemies to kill, and must kill them." Smith had precisely defined the situation, in a voice as quiet as if he were directing some ordinary work. His companions acted upon his proposal without a word. Each hastened to take his place before the mist should be entirely dissipated. Neb and Pencroff went back to Granite House and brought back thence abundance of ammunition. Spilett and Ayrton, both excellent shots, were armed with the 2 carbines, which would carry nearly a mile. The 4 shotguns were divided between Smith, Neb, Pencroff, and Herbert. The posts were thus filled. Smith and Herbert remained in ambush at the Chimneys, commanding a large radius of the shore in front of Granite House. Spilett and Neb hid themselves among the rocks at the mouth of the Mersey, the bridge and causeways over which had been removed, so as to oppose the passage of any boat or even any landing on the opposite side. As to Ayrton and Pencroff, they pushed the canoe into the water, and got ready to push across the channel, to occupy 2 different points on the islet, so that the firing, coming from 4 different points, might convince the pirates that the island was both well manned and vigorously defended. In case a landing should be effected in spite of their opposition, or should they be in danger of being cut off by a boat from the brig, Pencroff and Ayrton could return with the canoe to the shore of the island, and hasten to the threatened point. Before going to their posts, the colonists shook hands all round. Pencroff concealed his emotion as he embraced his boy, Herbert, and they parted. A few minutes afterwards each was at his post. None of them could have been seen, for the brig itself was barely visible through the mist. It was 6:30 in the morning. Soon the mist rose gradually, the ocean was covered with ripples, and, a breeze rising, the sky was soon clear. The Speedy appeared, anchored by 2 cables, her head to the north, and her larboard quarter to the island. As Smith had calculated, she was not more than 1.25 miles from the shore. The ominous black flag floated at the peak. The engineer could see with his glass that the 4 guns of the ship had been trained on the island, ready to be fired at the first signal, but so far there was no sound. Full 30 pirates could be seen coming and going on the deck. Some were on the poop, 2 on the transoms of the main topmast were examining the island with spyglasses. In fact, Harvey and his crew must have been exceedingly puzzled by the adventure of the night, and especially by Ayrton's attempt upon the powder magazine. But they could not doubt that the island before them was inhabited by a colony ready to defend it. Yet no one could be seen either on the shore or the high ground. For an hour and a half there was no sign of attack from the brig. Evidently Harvey was hesitating. But about 8 o'clock there was a movement on board. They were hauling at the tackle, and a boat was being let down into the sea. 7 men jumped into it, their guns in their hands. One was at the tiller, 4 at the oars, and the 2 others squatting in the bow, ready to shoot, examined the island. No doubt their intention was to make a reconnaissance, and not to land, or they would have come in greater number. The pirates, perched on the rigging of the topmast, had evidently perceived that an islet concealed the shore, lying about 1/2 mile away. The boat was apparently not running for the channel, but was making for the islet, as the most prudent beginning of the reconnaissance. Pencroff and Ayrton, lying hidden among the rocks, saw it coming down upon them, and waited for it to get within good reach. It came on with extreme caution. The oars fell at considerable intervals. One of the convicts seated in front had a sounding line in his hand, with which he was feeling for the increased depth of water caused by the current of the Mercy. This indicated Harvey's intention of bringing his brig as near shore as possible. About 30 pirates were scattered among the shrouds watching the boat and noting certain sea marks which would enable them to land without danger. The boat was but 2 cables' length from the islet when it stopped. The helmsman, standing erect, was trying to find the best place to land. In a moment burst forth a double flash and report. The helmsman and the man with the line fell over into the boat. Ayrton and Pencroff had done their work. Almost at once came a puff of smoke from the brig, and a cannon ball struck the rock, at whose foot the 2 lay sheltered, making it fly into shivers, but the marksman remained unhurt. With horrible imprecations the boat resumed its course. The helmsman was replaced by one of his comrades, and the crew bent to their oars, eager to get beyond reach of bullets. Instead of turning back, they pulled for the southern extremity of the islet, evidently with the intention of coming up on the other side and putting Pencroff and Ayrton between 2 fires. A quarter of an hour passed thus without a sound. The defenders of the islet, though they understood the object of the flanking movement, did not leave their post. They feared the cannon of the Speedy, and counted upon their comrades in ambush. 20 minutes after the first shots, the boat was less than 2 cables' length off the Mercy. The tide was running upstream with its customary swiftness, due to the narrowness of the river, and the convicts had to row hard to keep themselves in the middle of the channel. But as they were passing within easy range of the river's mouth, 2 reports were heard, and 2 of the crew fell back into the boat. Neb and Spilett had not missed their shot. The brig opened fire upon their hiding place, which was indicated by the puff of smoke, but with no result beyond shivering a few rocks. The boat now contained only 3 men fit for action. Getting into the current, it shot up the channel like an arrow, past Smith and Herbert, who feared to waste a shot upon it, and turned the northern point of the islet, whence the 2 remaining oarsmen pulled across to the brig. So far the colonists could not complain. Their adversaries had lost the first point in the game. 4 pirates had been grievously wounded, perhaps killed, while they were without a scratch. Moreover, from the skillful disposition of their little force, it had no doubt given the impression of a much greater number. A half-hour elapsed before the boat, which was rowing against the current, could reach the Speedy. The wounded were lifted on deck, amid howls of rage. A dozen furious convicts manned the boat, another was lowered into the sea, and 8 more jumped into it. And while the former rowed straight for the islet, the latter steered around its southern point, heading for the Mersey. Pencroff and Ayrton were in a perilous situation. They waited till the first boat was within easy range, sent 2 balls into her, to the great discomfort of the crew. Then they took to their heels, running the gauntlet of a dozen shots, reached their canoe on the other side of the islet, crossed the channel just as the second boat load of pirates rounded the southern point, and hastened to hide themselves at the Chimneys. They had hardly rejoined Smith and Herbert, when the islet was surrounded and thoroughly searched by the pirates. Almost at the same moment shots were heard from the mouth of the Mersey. As the second boat approached them, Spilett and Neb disposed of 2 of the crew, and the boat itself was irresistibly hurried upon the rocks at the mouth of the river. The 6 survivors, holding their guns above their heads to keep them from contact with the water, succeeded in getting on shore on the right bank of the river. And, finding themselves exposed to the fire of a hidden enemy, made off towards Jetsam Point, and were soon out of range. On the islet, therefore, there were 12 convicts, of whom some no doubt were wounded, but who had a boat at their service. 6 more had landed on the island itself, but Granite House was safe from them, for they could not get across the river, the bridges over which were raised. "What do you think of the situation, Mr. Smith?" said Pencroff. "I think," said the engineer, "that unless these rascals are very stupid, the battle will soon take a new form." "They will never get across the channel," said Pencroff. "Ayrton and Mr. Spilett have guns that will carry a mile." "No doubt," said Herbert, "but of what avail are 2 carbines against the brig's cannon?" "The brig is not in the channel yet," replied Pencroff. "And suppose she comes there," said Smith. "She will risk foundering and utter destruction." "Still it is possible," said Ayrton. "The convicts may profit by the high tide to run into the channel, taking the risk of running aground, and then, under their heavy guns, our position will become untenable." "By Jove!" said the sailor, "the beggars are weighing anchor." It was but too true. The Speedy began to heave her anchor, and showed her intention of approaching the islet. Meanwhile, the pirates on the islet had collected on the brink of the channel. They knew that the colonists were out of reach of their shotguns, but forgot that their enemies might carry weapons of longer range. Suddenly, the carbines of Ayrton and Spilett rang out together, carrying news to the convicts, which must have been very disagreeable, for 2 of them fell flat on their faces. There was a general scamper. The other 10, leaving their wounded or dying comrades, rushed to the other side of the islet, sprang into the boat which had brought them over, and rowed rapidly off. 8 off, cried Pencroff, exultingly. But a more serious danger was at hand. The Speedy had raised her anchor, and was steadily nearing the shore. From their 2 posts at the Mersey and the Chimneys, the colonists watched her movements without stirring a finger, but not without lively apprehension. Their situation would be most critical, exposed as they would be at short range to the brig's cannon, without power to reply by an effective fire. How then could they prevent the pirates from landing? Smith felt that in a few minutes he must make up his mind what to do. Should they shut themselves up in Granite House, and stand a siege there? But their enemies would thus become masters of the island, and starve them out at leisure. One chance was still left. Perhaps Harvey would not risk his ship in the channel. If he kept outside, his shots would be fired from a distance of half a mile, and would do little execution. "Bob Harvey is too good a sailor," repeated Pencroff, "to risk his ship in the channel. He knows that he would certainly lose her if the sea turned rough. And what would become of him without his ship?" But the brig came nearer and nearer, and was evidently heading for the lower extremity of the islet. The breeze was faint, the current slack, and Harvey could maneuver in safety. The route followed by the boats had enabled him to ascertain where the mouth of the river was, and he was making for it with the greatest audacity. He intended to bring his broadside to bear on the chimneys, and to riddle them with shell and cannon balls. The Speedy soon reached the extremity of the islet, easily turning it, and, with a favouring wind, was soon off the Mersey. "The villains are here," cried Pencroff. As he spoke, Neb and Spilett rejoined their comrades. They could do nothing against the ship, and it was better that the colonists should be together when the decisive action was about to take place. Neither of the two were injured, though a shower of balls had been poured upon them as they ran from rock to rock. "You are not wounded, lad," said the engineer. "No, only a few contusions from the ricochet of a ball. But that cursed brig is in the channel." "We must take refuge in Granite House," said Smith, "while we have time, and before the convicts can see us. Once inside, we can act as the occasion demands." "Let us start at once, then," said the reporter. There was not a moment to lose. 2 or 3 detonations, and the thud of balls on the rocks apprised them that the Speedy was near at hand. To jump into the elevator, to hoist themselves to the door of Granite House, where Top and Jup had been shut up since the day before, and to rush into the great hall, was the work of a moment. Through the leaves they saw the Speedy, environed with smoke, moving up the channel. They had not left a moment too soon, for balls were crashing everywhere through the hiding places they had quitted. The rocks were splintered to pieces. Still they hoped that Granite House would escape notice behind its leafy covering, when suddenly a ball passed through the doorway and penetrated into the corridor. "The devil! We are discovered," cried Pencroff. But perhaps the colonists had not been seen, and Harvey had only suspected that something lay behind the leafy screen of the rock. And soon another ball, tearing apart the foliage, exposed the opening in the granite. The situation of the colonists was now desperate. They could make no answer to the fire, under which the rock was crashing around them. Nothing remained but to take refuge in the upper corridor of Granite House, giving up their abode to devastation, when a hollow sound was heard, followed by dreadful shrieks. Smith and his comrades rushed to the window. The brig, lifted on the summit of a sort of waterspout, had just split in half, and in less than 10 seconds she went to the bottom with her wicked crew. Chapter 46. The colonists on the beach, Ayrton and Pencroff as salvors, talk at breakfast, Pencroff's reasoning, exploration of the brig's hull in detail, the magazine uninjured, new riches, a discovery, a piece of a broken cylinder. "They have blown up," cried Herbert. "Yes, blown up as if Ayrton had fired the magazine," answered Pencroff, jumping into the elevator with Neb and the boy. "But what has happened?" said Spilett, still stupefied at the unexpected issue. "Ah, this time we shall find out," said the engineer. "What shall we find out?" "All in time. The chief thing is that the pirates have been disposed of." And they rejoined the rest of the party on beach. Not a sign of the brig could be seen, not even the masts. After having been upheaved by the waterspout, it had fallen back upon its side, and had sunk in this position, doubtless owing to some enormous leak. As the channel here was only 20 feet deep, the masts of the brig would certainly reappear at low tide. Some waifs were floating on the surface of the sea. There was a whole float, made up of masts and spare yards, chicken coops with the fowls still living, casks and barrels, which little by little rose to the surface, having escaped by the traps. But no debris was adrift, no flooring of the deck, no plankage of the hull, and the sudden sinking of the Speedy seemed still more inexplicable. However, the 2 masts, which had been broken some feet above the partner, after having snapped their stays and shrouds, soon rose to the surface of the channel, with their sails attached, some of them furled and some unfurled. But they could not wait for low tide to carry away all their riches, and Ayrton and Pencroff jumped into the canoe, for the purpose of lashing these waifs either to the shore of the island or of the islet. But just as they were about to start, they were stopped by a word from Spilett. "And the 6 convicts who landed on the right bank of the Mersey," said he. In fact, it was as well to remember the 6 men who had landed at Jetsam Point, when their boat was wrecked off the rocks. They looked in that direction, but the fugitives were not to be seen. Very likely, when they saw the brig go down, they had taken flight into the interior of the island. "We will see after them later," said Smith. "They may still be dangerous, for they are armed, but with 6 to 6, we have an even chance. Now we have more urgent work on hand." Ayrton and Pencroff jumped into the canoe and pulled vigorously out to the wreck. The sea was quiet now and very high, for the moon was only 2 days old. It would be a full hour before the hull of the brig would appear above the water of the channel. Ayrton and Pencroff had time enough to lash together the masts and spars by means of ropes, whose other end was carried along the shore to Granite House, where the united efforts of the colonists succeeded in hauling them in. Then the canoe picked up the chicken coops, barrels, and casks which were floating in the water, and brought them to the Chimneys. A few dead bodies were also floating on the surface. Among them Ayrton recognized that of Bob Harvey, and pointed it out to his companion, saying with emotion, "That's what I was, Pencroff." "But what you are no longer, my worthy fellow," replied the sailor. It was a curious thing that so few bodies could be seen floating on the surface. They could count only 5 or 6, which the current was already carrying out to sea. Very likely the convicts, taken by surprise, had not had time to escape, and the ship having sunk on its side, the greater part of the crew were left entangled under the nettings. So the ebb which was carrying the bodies of these wretches out to sea would spare the colonists the unpleasant task of burying them on the island. For 2 hours Smith and his companions were wholly occupied with hauling the spars up on the sands, and in unfurling the sails, which were entirely uninjured, and spreading them out to dry. The work was so absorbing that they talked but little. But they had time for thought. What a fortune was the possession of the brig, or rather of the brig's contents. A ship is a miniature world, and the colonists could add to their stock a host of useful articles. It was a repetition, on a large scale, of the chest found on Jetsam Point. Moreover, thought Pencroff, why should it be impossible to get this brig afloat? If she has only one leak, a leak can be stopped up, and a ship of 300 or 400 tons is a real ship compared to our good luck. We would go where we pleased in her. We must look into this matter. It is well worth the trouble. In fact, if the brig could be repaired, their chance of getting home again would be very much greater. But in order to decide this important question, they must wait until the tide was at its lowest, so that the brig's hull could be examined in every part. After their prizes had been secured upon the beach, Smith and his companions, who were nearly famished, allowed themselves a few minutes for breakfast. Fortunately the kitchen was not far off, and Neb could cook them a good breakfast in a jiffy. They took this meal at the Chimneys, and one can well suppose that they talked of nothing during the repast but the miraculous deliverance of the colony. "Miraculous is the word," repeated Pencroff, "for we must own that these blackguards were blown up just in time." Granite House was becoming rather uncomfortable. "Can you imagine, Pencroff, how it happened that the brig blew up?" asked the reporter. "Certainly, Mr. Spilett, nothing is more simple," replied Pencroff. "A pirate is not under the same discipline as a ship of war. Convicts don't make sailors. The brig's magazine must have been open, since she cannonaded us incessantly, and one awkward fellow might have blown up the ship." "Mr. Smith," said Herbert, "what astonishes me is that this explosion did not produce more effect. The detonation was not loud, and the ship is very little broken up. She seems rather to have sunk than to have blown up." "That astonishes you, does it, my boy?" asked the engineer. "Yes, sir. And it astonishes me too, Herbert," replied the engineer, "but when we examine the hull of the brig, we shall find some explanation of this mystery." "Why, Mr. Smith," said Pencroff, "you don't mean to say that the Speedy has just sunk like a ship which strikes upon a rock?" "Why not?" asked Neb, "if there are rocks in the channel?" "Good, Neb," said Pencroff. "You did not look at the right minute. An instant before she went down I saw the brig rise on an enormous wave, and fall back over to larboard. Now, if she had struck a rock, she'd have gone straight to the bottom like an honest ship. And that's just what she is not, said Neb. Well, we'll soon find out, Pencroff, said the engineer. We will find out, added the sailor, but I'll bet my head there are no rocks in the channel. But do you really think, Mr. Smith, that there is anything wonderful in this event? Smith did not answer. At all events, said Spilett, whether shock or explosion, you must own, Pencroff, that it came in good time. Yes. Yes, replied the sailor, but that is not the question. I ask Mr. Smith if he sees anything supernatural in this affair. I give no opinion, Pencroff, said the engineer, a reply which was not satisfactory to Pencroff, who believed in the explosion theory, and was reluctant to give it up. He refused to believe that in the channel which he had crossed so often at low tide, and whose bottom was covered with sand as fine as that of the beach, there existed an unknown reef. At about 1:30, the colonists got into the canoe, and pulled out to the stranded brig. It was a pity that her 2 boats had not been saved. But one, they knew, had gone to pieces at the mouth of the Mersey, and was absolutely useless, and the other had gone down with the brig, and had never reappeared. Just then the hull of the Speedy began to show itself above the water. The brig had turned almost upside down, for after having broken its masts under the weight of its ballast, displaced by the fall, it lay with its keel in the air. The colonists rowed all around the hull, and as the tide fell, they perceived, if not the cause of the catastrophe, at least the effect produced. In the fore part of the brig, on both sides of the hull, 7 or 8 feet before the beginning of the stem, the sides were fearfully shattered for at least 20 feet. There yawned 2 large leaks which it would have been impossible to stop. Not only had the copper sheathing and the planking disappeared, no doubt ground to powder, but there was not a trace of the timbers, the iron bolts, and the tree nails which fastened them. The false keel had been torn off with surprising violence, and the keel itself, torn from the carlines in several places, was broken its whole length. "The deuce," cried Pencroff, "here's a ship which will be hard to set afloat." "Hard? It will be impossible," said Ayrton. "At all events," said Spilett, "the explosion, if there has been an explosion, has produced the most remarkable effects. It has smashed the lower part of the hull, instead of blowing up the deck and the topsides. These great leaks seem rather to have been made by striking a reef than by the explosion of a magazine." "There's not a reef in the channel," answered the sailor. "I will admit anything but striking a reef." "Let us try to get into the hold," said the engineer. "Perhaps that will help us to discover the cause of the disaster." This was the best course to take, and would moreover enable them to make an inventory of the treasures contained in the brig, and to get them ready for transportation to the island. Access to the hold was now easy. The tide continued to fall, and the lower deck, which, as the brig lay, was now uppermost, could easily be reached. The ballast, composed of heavy pigs of cast iron, had staved it in several places. They heard the roaring of the sea as it rushed through the fissures of the hull. Smith and his companions, axe in hand, walked along the shattered deck. All kinds of chests encumbered it, and as they had not been long under water, perhaps their contents had not been damaged. They set to work at once to put this cargo in safety. The tide would not return for some hours, and these hours were utilized to the utmost at the opening into the hull. Ayrton and Pencroff had seized upon tackle which served to hoist the barrels and chests. The canoe received them, and took them ashore at once. They took everything indiscriminately, and left the sorting of their prizes to the future. In any case, the colonists, to their extreme satisfaction, had made sure that the brig possessed a varied cargo, an assortment of all kinds of articles, utensils, manufactured products, and tools, such as ships are loaded with for the coasting trade of Polynesia. They would probably find there a little of everything, which was precisely what they needed on Lincoln Island. Nevertheless, Smith noticed, in silent astonishment, that not only the hull of the brig had suffered frightfully from whatever shock it was which caused the catastrophe, but the machinery was destroyed, especially in the forepart. Partitions and stanchions were torn down as if some enormous shell had burst inside of the brig. The colonists, by piling on one side the boxes which littered their path, could easily go from stem to stern. They were not heavy bales which would have been difficult to handle, but mere packages thrown about in utter confusion. The colonists soon reached that part of the stern where the poop formerly stood. It was here Ayrton told them they must search for the powder magazine. Smith, believing that this had not exploded, thought they might save some barrels, and that the powder, which is usually in metal cases, had not been damaged by the water. In fact, this was just what had happened. They found, among a quantity of projectiles, at least 20 barrels, which were lined with copper, and which they pulled out with great care. Pencroff was now convinced by his own eyes that the destruction of the Speedy could not have been caused by an explosion. The part of the hull in which the powder magazine was situated was precisely the part which had suffered the least. "It may be so," replied the obstinate sailor, "but as to a rock, there is not one in the channel." Then he added, "I know nothing about it, even Mr. Smith does not know. No one knows, or ever will." Several hours passed in these researches, and the tide was beginning to rise. They had to stop their work of salvage, but there was no fear that the wreck would be washed out to sea, for it was as solidly embedded as if it had been anchored to the bottom. They could wait with impunity for the turn of the tide to commence operations. As to the ship itself, it was of no use, but they must hasten to save the debris of the hull, which would not take long to disappear in the shifting sands of the channel. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The day had been a hard one, and they sat down to their dinner with great appetite, but afterwards, notwithstanding their fatigue, they could not resist the desire of examining some of the chests. Most of them contained ready-made clothes, which, as may be imagined, were very welcome. There was enough to clothe a whole colony, linen of every description, boots of all sizes. "Now we are too rich," cried Pencroff. "What shall we do with all these things?" Every moment the sailor uttered exclamations of joy, as he came upon barrels of molasses and rum, hogsheads of tobacco, muskets and sidearms, bales of cotton, agricultural implements, carpenters' and smiths' tools, and packages of seeds of every kind, uninjured by their short sojourn in the water. 2 years before, how these things would have come in season. But even now that the industrious colonists were so well supplied, these riches would be put to use. There was plenty of storage room in Granite House, but time failed them now to put everything in safety. They must not forget that 6 survivors of the Speedy's crew were now on the island, scoundrels of the deepest dye, against whom they must be on their guard. Although the bridge over the Mersey and the culverts had been raised, the convicts would make little account of a river or a brook, and, urged by despair, these rascals would be formidable. Later, the colonists could decide what course to take with regard to them. In the meantime, the chests and packages piled up near the chimneys must be watched over, and to this they devoted themselves during the night. The night passed, however, without any attack from the convicts. Master Jup and Top, of the Granite House Guard, would have been quick to give notice. The 3 days which followed, the 19th, 20th, and 21st of October, were employed in carrying on shore everything of value either in the cargo or in the rigging. At low tide they cleaned out the hold, and at high tide, stowed away their prizes. A great part of the copper sheathing could be wrenched from the hull, which every day sank deeper. But before the sands had swallowed up the heavy articles which had sunk to the bottom, Ayrton and Pencroff dived and brought up the chains and anchors of the brig, the iron ballast, and as many as 4 cannon, which could be eased along upon empty barrels and brought to land. So that the arsenal of the colony gained as much from the wreck as the kitchens and storerooms. Pencroff, always enthusiastic in his projects, talked already about constructing a battery which should command the channel and the mouth of the river. With 4 cannon, he would guarantee to prevent any fleet, however powerful, from coming within gunshot of the island. Meanwhile, after nothing of the brig had been left but a useless shell, the bad weather came to finish its destruction. Smith had intended to blow it up, so as to collect the debris on shore, but a strong northeast wind and a high sea saved his powder for him. On the night of the 23rd, the hull was thoroughly broken up, and part of the wreck stranded on the beach. As to the ship's papers, it is needless to say, although they carefully rummaged the closet in the poop, Smith found no trace of them. The pirates had evidently destroyed all that concerned either the captain or the owner of the Speedy, and as the name of its port was not painted on the stern, there was nothing to betray its nationality. However, from the shape of the bow, Ayrton and Pencroff believed the brig to be of English construction. A week after the ship went down, not a trace of her was to be seen even at low tide. The wreck had gone to pieces, and Granite House had been enriched with almost all its contents. But the mystery of its strange destruction would never have been cleared up, if Neb, rambling along the beach, had not come upon a piece of a thick iron cylinder, which bore traces of an explosion. It was twisted and torn at the edge, as if it had been submitted to the action of an explosive substance. Neb took it to his master, who was busy with his companions in the workshop at the Chimneys. Smith examined it carefully, and then turned to Pencroff. "Do you still maintain, my friend," said he, "that the Speedy did not perish by a collision?" "Yes, Mr. Smith," replied the sailor, "you know as well as I that there are no rocks in the channel." "But suppose it struck against this piece of iron," said the engineer, showing the broken cylinder. "What, that pipe stem?" said Pencroff, incredulously. "Do you remember, my friends," continued Smith, "that before foundering the brig was lifted up by a sort of waterspout?" "Yes, Mr. Smith," said Herbert. "Well, this was the cause of the waterspout," said Smith, holding up the broken tube. "That," answered Pencroff. "Yes, this cylinder is all that is left of a torpedo." "A torpedo!" cried they all. "And who put a torpedo there?" asked Pencroff, unwilling to give up. "That I cannot tell you," said Smith, "but there it was, and you witnessed its tremendous effects." Chapter 47. The engineer's theory, Pencroff's magnificent suppositions, a battery in the air, for projectiles, the surviving convicts, Ayrton hesitates, Smith's generosity and Pencroff's dissatisfaction. Thus, then, everything was explained by the submarine action of this torpedo. Smith had had some experience during the Civil War of these terrible engines of destruction, and was not likely to be mistaken. This cylinder, charged with nitroglycerin, had been the cause of the column of water rising in the air, of the sinking of the brig, and of the shattered condition of her hull. Everything was accounted for, except the presence of this torpedo in the waters of the channel. "My friends," resumed Smith, "we can no longer doubt the existence of some mysterious being, perhaps a castaway like ourselves, inhabiting our island. I say this that Ayrton may be informed of all the strange events which have happened for 2 years. Who our unknown benefactor may be, I cannot say, nor why he should hide himself after rendering us so many services. But his services are not the less real, and such as only a man could render who wielded some prodigious power. Ayrton is his debtor as well. As he saved me from drowning after the fall of the balloon, so he wrote the document, set the bottle afloat in the channel, and gave us information of our comrade's condition. He stranded on Jetsam Point that chest, full of all that we needed. He lighted that fire on the heights of the island which showed you where to land, he fired that ball which we found in the body of the peccary, he immersed in the channel that torpedo which destroyed the brig. In short, he has done all those inexplicable things of which we could find no explanation. Whatever he is, then, whether a castaway or an exile, we should be ungrateful not to feel how much we owe him. Some day, I hope, we shall discharge our debt. We may add, replied Spilett, that this unknown friend has a way of doing things which seem supernatural. If he did all these wonderful things, he possesses a power which makes him master of the elements. Yes, said Smith, there is a mystery here, but if we discover the man we shall discover the mystery also. The question is this, shall we respect the incognito of this generous being, or should we try to find him? What do you think? Master, said Neb, I have an idea that we may hunt for him as long as we please, but that we shall only find him when he chooses to make himself known. There's something in that, Neb, said Pencroff. "I agree with you, Neb," said Spilett. "But that is no reason for not making the attempt. Whether we find this mysterious being or not, we shall have fulfilled our duty towards him." "And what is your opinion, my boy?" said the engineer, turning to Herbert. "Ah," cried Herbert, his eye brightening, "I want to thank him, the man who saved you first and now has saved us all." "It wouldn't be unpleasant for any of us, my boy," returned Pencroff. "I am not curious, but I would give one of my eyes to see him face to face." "And you, Ayrton?" asked the engineer. "Mr. Smith," replied Ayrton, "I can give no advice. Whatever you do will be right, and whenever you want my help in your search, I am ready." "Thanks, Ayrton," said Smith, "but I want a more direct answer. You are our comrade, who has offered his life more than once to save ours, and we will take no important step without consulting you." "I think, Mr. Smith," replied Ayrton, "that we ought to do everything to discover our unknown benefactor. He may be sick or suffering. I owe him a debt of gratitude which I can never forget, for he brought you to save me. I will never forget him." "It is settled," said Smith. "We will begin our search as soon as possible. We will leave no part of the island unexplored. We will pry into its most secret recesses, and may our unknown friend pardon our zeal." For several days the colonists were actively at work haymaking and harvesting. Before starting upon their exploring tour, they wanted to finish all their important labors. Now, too, was the time for gathering the vegetable products of Tabor Island. Everything had to be stored. And, happily, there was plenty of room in Granite House for all the riches of the island. There all was ranged in order, safe from man or beast. No dampness was to be feared in the midst of this solid mass of granite. Many of the natural excavations in the upper corridor were enlarged by the pick, or blown out by mining, and Granite House thus became a receptacle for all the goods of the colony. The brig's guns were pretty pieces of cast steel, which, at Pencroff's instance, were hoisted, by means of tackle and cranes, to the very entrance of Granite House. Embrasures were constructed between the windows, and soon they could be seen stretching their shining nozzles through the granite wall. From this height these fire-breathing gentry had the range of all Union Bay. It was a little Gibraltar, to whose fire every ship off the islet would inevitably be exposed. "Mr. Smith," said Pencroff one day, it was the 8th of November, "now that we have mounted our guns, we ought to try their range." "For what purpose?" "Well, we ought to know how far we can send a ball." "Try, then, Pencroff," answered the engineer, "but don't use our powder, whose stock I do not want to diminish, use pyroxylene, whose supply will never fail." "Can these cannons support the explosive force of pyroxylene?" asked the reporter, who was as eager as Pencroff to try their new artillery. "I think so. Besides," added the engineer, "we will be careful." Smith had good reason to think that these cannon were well made. They were of cast steel, and breech loaders. They could evidently bear a heavy charge, and consequently would have a long range, on account of the tremendous initial velocity. "Now," said Smith, "the initial velocity being a question of the amount of powder in the charge, everything depends upon the resisting power of the metal, and steel is undeniably the best metal in this respect. So that I have great hope of our battery." The 4 cannon were in perfect condition. Ever since they had been taken out of the water, Pencroff had made it his business to give them a polish. How many hours had been spent in rubbing them, oiling them, and cleaning the separate parts. By this time they shone as if they had been on board of a United States frigate. That very day, in the presence of all the colony, including Jup and Top, the new guns were successively tried. They were charged with pyroxylene, which, as we have said, has an explosive force fourfold that of gunpowder. The projectile was cylindro-conical in shape. Pencroff, holding the fuse, stood ready to touch them off. Upon a word from Smith, the shot was fired. The ball, directed seaward, passed over the islet and was lost in the offing, at a distance which could not be computed. The second cannon was trained upon the rocks terminating Jetsam Point, and the projectile, striking a sharp boulder nearly 3 miles from Granite House, made it fly into shivers. Harbert had aimed and fired the shot, and was quite proud of his success. But Pencroff was prouder of it even than he. Such a feather in his boy's cap. The third projectile, aimed at the downs which formed the upper coast of Union Bay, struck the sand about 4 miles away, then ricocheted into the water. The fourth piece was charged heavily to test its extreme range, and everyone got out of the way for fear it would burst. Then the fuse was touched off by means of a long string. There was a deafening report, but the gun stood the charge, and the colonists, rushing to the windows, could see the projectile graze the rocks of Mandible Cape, nearly 5 miles from Granite House, and disappear in Shark Gulf. "Well, Mr. Smith," said Pencroff, who had cheered at every shot, "what do you say to our battery? I should like to see a pirate land now." "Better have them stay away, Pencroff," answered the engineer. "Speaking of that," said the sailor, "what are we going to do with the 6 rascals who are prowling about the island? Shall we let them roam about unmolested? They are wild beasts, and I think we should treat them as such. What do you think about it, Ayrton?" added Pencroff, turning towards his companion. Ayrton hesitated for a moment, while Smith regretted the abrupt question, and was sincerely touched when Ayrton answered humbly. "I was one of these wild beasts once, Mr. Pencroff, and I am not worthy to give counsel." And, with bent head, he walked slowly away. Pencroff understood him. "Stupid ass that I am," cried he. "Poor Ayrton! And yet he has as good a right to speak as any of us. I would rather have bitten off my tongue than have given him pain. But, to go back to the subject, I think these wretches have no claim to mercy, and that we should rid the island of them. And before we hunt them down, Pencroff, shall we not wait for some fresh act of hostility?" "Haven't they done enough already?" said the sailor, who could not understand these refinements. "They may repent," said Smith. "They repent," cried the sailor, shrugging his shoulders. "Think of Ayrton, Pencroff," said Harbert, taking his hand. "He has become an honest man." Pencroff looked at his companions in stupefaction. He could not admit the possibility of making terms with the accomplices of Harvey, the murderers of the Speedy's crew. "Be it so," he said. "You want to be magnanimous to these rascals. May we never repent of it." "What danger do we run if we are on our guard?" said Harbert. Said the reporter, doubtfully. "There are 6 of them, well armed. If each of them sighted one of us from behind a tree—" "Why haven't they tried it already?" said Harbert. "Evidently it was not their cue." "Very well, then," said the sailor, who was stubborn in his opinion, "we will let these worthy fellows attend to their innocent occupations without troubling our heads about them." "Pencroff," said the engineer, "you have often shown respect for my opinions. Will you trust me once again?" "I will do whatever you say, Mr. Smith," said the sailor, nowise convinced. "Well, let us wait, and not be the first to attack." This was the final decision, with Pencroff in the minority. They would give the pirates a chance, which their own interest might induce them to seize upon, to come to terms. So much, humanity required of them. But they would have to be constantly on their guard, and the situation was a very serious one. They had silenced Pencroff, but, perhaps, after all, his advice would prove sound. Chapter 48. The projected expedition, Ayrton at the corral, visit to Port Balloon, Pencroff's remarks, dispatch sent to the corral, no answer from Ayrton, setting out next day, why the wire did not act, a detonation. Meanwhile the thing uppermost in the colonists' thought was to achieve the complete exploration of the island which had been decided upon, an exploration which now would have 2 objects: first, to discover the mysterious being whose existence was no longer a matter of doubt. And, at the same time to find out what had become of the pirates, what hiding place they had chosen, what sort of life they were leading, and what was to be feared from them. Smith would have set off at once, but as the expedition would take several days, it seemed better to load the wagon with all the necessaries for camping out. Now at this time one of the onagers, wounded in the leg, could not bear harness. It must have several days' rest, and they thought it would make little difference if they delayed the departure a week, that is, till November 20th. November in this latitude corresponds to the May of the Northern Hemisphere, and the weather was fine. They were now at the longest days in the year, so that everything was favorable to the projected expedition, which, if it did not attain its principal object, might be fruitful in discoveries, especially of the products of the soil. For Smith intended to explore those thick forests of the far west, which stretched to the end of Serpentine Peninsula. During the 9 days which would precede their setting out, it was agreed that they should finish work on Prospect Plateau. But Ayrton had to go back to the corral to take care of their domesticated animals. It was settled that he should stay there 2 days, and leave the beasts with plenty of fodder. Just as he was setting out, Smith asked him if he would like to have one of them with him, as the island was no longer secure. Ayrton replied that it would be useless, as he could do everything by himself, and that there was no danger to fear. If anything happened at or near the corral, he would instantly acquaint the colonists of it by a telegram sent to Granite House. So Ayrton drove off in the twilight, about 9 o'clock, behind one onager, and 2 hours afterwards the electric wire gave notice that he had found everything in order at the corral. During these 2 days Smith was busy at a project which would finally secure Granite House from a surprise. The point was to hide completely the upper orifice of the former weir, which had been already blocked up with stones, and half hidden under grass and plants, at the southern angle of Lake Grant. Nothing could be easier, since by raising the level of the lake 2 or 3 feet, the whole would be entirely under water. Now to raise the level, they had only to make a dam across the 2 trenches by which Glycerine Creek and Waterfall Creek were fed. The colonists were incited to the task, and the 2 dams, which were only 7 or 8 feet long, by 3 feet high, were rapidly erected of closely cemented stones. When the work had been done, no one could have suspected the existence of the subterranean conduit. The little stream which served to feed the reservoir at Granite House, and to work the elevator, had been suffered to flow in its channel, so that water might never be wanting. The elevator once raised, they might defy attack. This work had been quickly finished, and Pencroff, Spilett, and Herbert found time for an expedition to Port Balloon. The sailor was anxious to know whether the little inlet up which the Good Luck was moored had been visited by the convicts. These gentry got to land on the southern shore, he observed, and if they followed the line of the coast they may have discovered the little harbor, in which case I wouldn't give $50 for our Good Luck. So off the 3 went in the afternoon of November 10th. They were well armed, and as Pencroff slipped 2 bullets into each barrel of his gun, he had a look which presaged no good to whoever came too near, beast or man, as he said. Neb went with them to the elbow of the Mercy, and lifted the bridge after them. It was agreed that they should give notice of their return by firing a shot, when Neb would come back to put down the bridge. The little band walked straight for the south coast. The distance was only 3.5 miles, but they took 2 hours to walk it. They searched on both sides of the way, both the forest and Taterns fens. But they found no trace of the fugitives. Arriving at Port Balloon, they saw with great satisfaction that the Good Luck was quietly moored in the narrow inlet, which was so well hidden by the rocks that it could be seen neither from sea nor shore, but only from directly above or below. "After all," said Pencroff, "the rascals haven't been here. The vipers like tall grass better, and we shall find them in the far west." "And it's a fortunate thing," added Herbert, "for if they had found the Good Luck, they would have made use of her in getting away, and we could never have gone back to Tabor Island." "Yes," replied the reporter, "it will be important to put a paper there stating the situation of Lincoln Island, Ayrton's new residence, in case the Scotch yacht should come after him." "Well, here is our Good Luck, Mr. Spilett," said the sailor, ready to start with her crew at the first signal. Talking thus, they got on board and walked about the deck. On a sudden the sailor, after examining the bit around which the cable of the anchor was wound, cried, "Hullo! This is a bad business." "What's the matter, Pencroff?" asked the reporter. "The matter is that knot was never tied by me." And Pencroff pointed to a rope which made the cable fast to the bit, so as to prevent its tripping. "How, never tied by you?" asked Spilett. "No, I can swear to it. I never tie a knot like that." "You are mistaken, Pencroff." "No, I'm not mistaken," insisted the sailor. "That knot of mine is second nature with me." "Then have the convicts been on board?" asked Herbert. "I don't know," said Pencroff, "but somebody has certainly raised and dropped this anchor." The sailor was so positive that neither Spilett nor Herbert could contest his assertion. It was evident that the boat had shifted place more or less since Pencroff had brought it back to Balloon Harbor. As for the sailor, he had no doubt that the anchor had been pulled up and cast again. Now, why had these maneuvers taken place unless the boat had been used on some expedition? "Then why did we not see the Good Luck pass the offing?" said the reporter, who wanted to raise every possible objection. "But, Mr. Spilett," answered the sailor, "they could have set out in the night with a good wind, and in 2 hours have been out of sight of the island." "Agreed," said Spilett, "but I still ask with what object the convicts used the Good Luck, and why, after using her, they brought her back to port." "Well, Mr. Spilett," said the sailor, "we will have to include that among our mysterious incidents, and think no more of it. One thing is certain, the Good Luck was there, and is here. If the convicts take it a second time, it may never find its way back again." "Then, Pencroff," said Herbert, "perhaps we had better take the Good Luck back and anchor her in front of Granite House." "I can hardly say," answered the sailor, "but I think not. The mouth of the Mercy is a bad place for a ship, the sea is very heavy there. But by hauling it over the sand to the foot of the Chimneys—" "Well, perhaps," answered Pencroff. "In any case, as we have to leave Granite House for a long expedition, I believe the Good Luck will be safer here during our absence, and he will do well to leave her here until the island is rid of these rascals." "That is my opinion, too," said the reporter. "At least in case of bad weather, she will not be exposed as she would be at the mouth of the Mercy." "But if the convicts should pay her another visit?" said Herbert. "Well, my boy," said Pencroff, "if they do not find the boat here they will search until they do find her, and in our absence there is nothing to prevent their carrying her off from the front of Granite House. I agree with Mr. Spilett that we had better leave her at Balloon Harbor. But if we have not rid the island of these wretches by the time we come back it will be more prudent to take our ship back to Granite House, until we have nothing more to fear from our enemies." "All right," said Spilett. "Let us go back now." When they returned to Granite House, they told Smith what had happened, and the latter approved their present and future plans. He even promised Pencroff he would examine that part of the channel situated between the island and the coast, so as to see if it would be possible to make an artificial harbor by means of a dam. In this way the Good Luck would be always within reach, in sight of the colonists, and locked up if necessary. On the same evening they sent a telegram to Ayrton, asking him to bring back from the corral a couple of goats, which Neb wished to acclimatize on the plateau. Strange to say, Ayrton did not acknowledge the receipt of this dispatch, as was his custom to do. This surprised the engineer, but he concluded that Ayrton was not at the corral at the moment, and perhaps had started on his way back to Granite House. In fact, 2 days had elapsed since his departure. And it had been agreed that on the evening of the 10th or the morning of the 11th, at latest, he would return. The colonists were now waiting to see Ayrton on Prospect Plateau. Neb and Herbert both looked after the approach by way of the bridge, so as to let it down when their companion should appear, but when 6 o'clock in the evening came, and there was no sign of Ayrton, they agreed to send another dispatch, asking for an immediate answer. The wire at Granite House remained silent. The uneasiness of the colonists was now extreme. What had happened? Was Ayrton not at the corral? Or, if there, had he not power over his own movements? Ought they to go in search of him on this dark night? They discussed the point. Some were for going, and others for waiting. "But," said Herbert, "perhaps some accident has happened to the wires which prevents their working." "That may be," said the reporter. "Let us wait until tomorrow," said Smith. "It is just possible that either Ayrton has not received our dispatch, or we have missed his." They waited, as may be imagined, with much anxiety. At daylight on the 11th of November, Smith sent a message across the wires, but received no answer. Again, with the same result. "Let us set off at once for the corral," said he. "And well armed," added Pencroff. It was agreed that Granite House must not be deserted, so Neb was left behind to take charge. After accompanying his companions to Glycerine Creek, he put up the bridge again, and hid behind a tree, to wait either for their return or for that of Ayrton. In case the pirates should appear, and should attempt to force the passage, he would try to defend it with his gun, and in the last resort he would take refuge in Granite House, where, the elevator once drawn up, he would be in perfect safety. The others were to go direct to the corral, and failing to find Ayrton there, were to scour the neighboring woods. At 6 o'clock in the morning the engineer and his 3 companions had crossed Glycerine Creek, and Neb posted himself behind a low cliff, crowned by some large dragon trees on the left side of the brook. The colonists, after leaving Prospect Plateau, took the direct route to the corral. They carried their guns on their shoulders, ready to fire at the first sign of hostility. The 2 rifles and the 2 guns had been carefully loaded. On either side of the path was a dense thicket, which might easily hide enemies, who, as they were armed, would be indeed formidable. The colonists walked on rapidly without a word. Top preceded them, sometimes keeping to the path, and sometimes making a detour into the wood, but not appearing to suspect anything unusual. And they might depend upon it that the faithful dog would not be taken by surprise, and would bark at the slightest appearance of danger. Along this same path Smith and his companions followed the telegraphic wires which connected the corral with Granite House. For the first 2 miles they did not notice any solution of continuity. The posts were in good condition, the insulators uninjured, and the wire evenly stretched. From this point the engineer noticed that the tension was less complete, and at last, arriving at post No. 74, Herbert, who was ahead of the others, cried, "The wire is broken." His companions hastened forward and arrived at the spot where the boy had stopped. There the overturned post was lying across the path. They had discovered the break, and it was evident that the dispatches from Granite House could not have been received at the corral. "It can't be the wind that has overturned this post," said Pencroff. "No," answered the reporter, "there are marks of footsteps on the ground, it has been uprooted by the hand of man." "Besides, the wire is broken," added Herbert, showing the 2 ends of the wire which had been violently torn asunder. "Is the break a fresh one?" asked Smith. "Yes," said Herbert, "it was certainly made a very short time ago." "To the corral." "To the corral," cried the sailor. The colonists were then midway between Granite House and the corral, and had still 2 miles and a half to go. They started on a run. In fact, they might well fear that something had happened at the corral. Ayrton doubtless might have sent a telegram which had not arrived. It was not this which alarmed his companions, but a circumstance more remarkable. Ayrton, who had promised to come back the evening before, had not reappeared. The communication, between Granite House and the corral had been out with a sinister design. They hurried on, their hearts beating quick with fear for their comrade, to whom they were sincerely attached. Were they to find him struck down by the hand of those he had formerly led? Soon they reached the place where the road lay along by the little brook flowing from Red Creek, which watered the meadows of the corral. They had moderated their pace, so as not to be out of breath at the moment when a deadly struggle might occur. Their guns were uncocked, but loaded. Each of them watched one side of the woods. Top kept up an ill-omened growling. At last the fenced enclosure appeared behind the trees. They saw no signs of devastation. The door was closed as usual, a profound silence reigned at the corral. Neither the accustomed bleatings of the sheep nor the voice of Ayrton was to be heard. "Let us go in," said Smith, and the engineer advanced, while his companions, keeping guard 20 feet in the rear, stood ready to fire. Smith raised the inner latch, and began to push back the door, when Top barked loudly. There was a report from behind the fence, followed by a cry of pain, and Herbert, pierced by a bullet, fell to the ground. Chapter 49. The reporter and Pencroff in the corral, moving Herbert, despair of the sailor, consultation of the engineer and the reporter, mode of treatment, a glimmer of hope, how to warn Neb, a faithful messenger, Neb's reply. At Herbert's cry, Pencroff, dropping his gun, sprang towards him. "They have killed him," cried he. "My boy, they have killed him." Smith and Spilett rushed forward. The reporter put his ear to the boy's heart to see if it were still beating. "He's alive," said he, "but he must be taken." "To Granite House?" "Impossible," said the engineer. "To the corral, then," cried Pencroff. "One moment," said Smith, and he rushed to the left around the fence. There he found himself face to face with a convict, who fired at him and sent a ball through his cap. An instant later, before he had time to fire again, he fell, struck to the heart by Smith's poniard, a surer weapon even than his gun. While this was going on, the reporter and Pencroff hoisted themselves up to the angle of the fence, strode over the top, jumped into the enclosure, made their way into the empty house, and laid Herbert gently down on Ayrton's bed. A few minutes afterwards Smith was at his side. At the sight of Herbert, pale and unconscious, the grief of the sailor was intense. He sobbed and cried bitterly, neither the engineer nor the reporter could calm him. Themselves overwhelmed with emotion, they could hardly speak. They did all in their power to save the poor boy's life. Spilett, in his life of varied experience, had acquired some knowledge of medicine. He knew a little of everything, and had had several opportunities of learning the surgery of gunshot wounds. With Smith's assistance, he hastened to apply the remedies which Herbert's condition demanded. The boy lay in a complete stupor, caused either by the hemorrhage or by concussion of the brain. He was very pale, and his pulse beat only at long intervals, as if every moment about to stop. This, taken in conjunction with his utter loss of consciousness, was a grave symptom. They stripped his chest, and, staunching the blood by means of handkerchiefs, kept bathing the wounds in cold water. The ball had entered between the third and fourth rib, and there they found the wound. Smith and Spilett turned the poor boy over. At this he uttered a moan so faint that they feared it was his last breath. There was another wound on his back, for the bullet had gone clean through. "Thank heaven," said the reporter, "the ball is not in his body, we shall not have to extract it." "But the heart?" asked Smith. "The heart has not been touched, or he would be dead." "Dead," cried Pencroff, with a groan. He had only heard the reporter's last word. "No, Pencroff," answered Smith. "No, he is not dead, his pulse still beats, he has even uttered a groan. For his sake, now, you must be calm. We have need of all our self-possession, you must not be the means of our losing it, my friend." Pencroff was silent, but large tears rolled down his cheeks. Meanwhile, Spilett tried to recall to memory the proper treatment of the case before him. There seemed no doubt that the ball had entered in front and gone out by the back, but what injuries had it done by the way? Had it reached any vital spot? This was a question which even a professional surgeon could not have answered at once. There was something, however, which Spilett knew must be done, and that was to keep down the inflammation, and to fight against the fever which ensues upon a wound. The wound must be dressed without delay. It was not necessary to bring on a fresh flow of blood by the use of tepid water and compresses, for Herbert was already too weak. The wounds, therefore, were bathed with cold water. Herbert was placed upon his left side and held in that position. "He must not be moved," said Spilett, "he is in the position most favorable to an easy suppuration, and absolute repose is necessary." "Cannot we take him to Granite House?" asked Pencroff. "No, Pencroff," said the reporter. Spilett was examining the boy's wounds again with close attention. Herbert was so frightfully pale that he became alarmed. "Cyrus," said he, "I am no doctor. I am in a terrible strait, you must help me with your advice and assistance." "Calm yourself, my friend," answered the engineer, pressing his hand. "Try to judge coolly. Think only of saving Herbert." Spilett's self-possession, which in a moment of discouragement his keen sense of responsibility had caused him to lose, returned again at these words. He seated himself upon the bed. Smith remained standing. Pencroff had torn up his shirt and began mechanically to make lint. Spilett explained that the first thing to do was to check the hemorrhage, but not to close the wounds or bring on immediate cicatrization, for there had been internal perforation, and they must not let the suppurated matter collect within. It was decided therefore to dress the two wounds, but not to press them together. The colonists possessed a most powerful agent for quelling inflammation, and one which nature supplies in the greatest abundance. To wit, cold water, which is now used by all doctors. It has, moreover, the advantage of allowing the wound perfect rest, and dispensing with the frequent dressing, which by exposing the wound to the air in the early stages, is so often attended with lamentable results. Thus did Smith and Spilett reason, with clear, native good sense, and acted as the best surgeon would have done. The wounds were bandaged with linen and constantly soaked with fresh water. The sailor had lighted a fire in the chimney, and the house fortunately contained all the necessaries of life. They had maple sugar and the medicinal plants which the boy had gathered on the shores of Lake Grant. From these they made a refreshing drink for the sick boy. His fever was very high, and he lay all that day and night without a sign of consciousness. His life was hanging on a thread. On the next day, November 12th, they began to have some hopes of his recovery. His consciousness returned, he opened his eyes and recognized them all. He even said 2 or 3 words, and wanted to know what had happened. Spilett told him, and begged him to keep perfectly quiet, that his life was not in danger, and his wounds would heal in a few days. Herbert suffered very little, for the inflammation was successfully kept down by the plentiful use of cold water. A regular suppuration had set in, the fever did not increase, and they began to hope that this terrible accident would not end in a worse catastrophe. Pencroff took heart again. He was the best of nurses, like a sister of charity, or a tender mother watching over her child. Herbert had fallen into another stupor, but this time the sleep appeared more natural. "Tell me again that you have hope, Mr. Spilett," said Pencroff. "Tell me again that you will save my boy." "We shall save him," said the reporter. "The wound is a serious one, and perhaps the ball has touched the lung, but a wound in that organ is not mortal." "May God grant it," answered the sailor. As may be imagined, the care of Herbert had occupied all their time and thoughts for the first 24 hours at the corral. They had not considered the urgent danger of a return of the convicts, nor taken any precautions for the future. But on this day, while Pencroff was watching over the invalid, Smith and the reporter took counsel together as to their plans. They first searched the corral. There was no trace of Ayrton, and it seemed probable that he had resisted his former companions, and fallen by their hands. The corral had not been pillaged, and as its gates had remained shut, the domestic animals had not been able to wander away into the woods. They could see no traces of the pirates either in the dwelling or the palisade. The only thing gone was the stock of ammunition. "The poor fellow was taken by surprise," said Smith, "and as he was a man to show fight, no doubt they made an end of him." "Yes," replied the reporter, "and then, no doubt, they took possession here, where they found everything in great plenty, and took to flight only when they saw us coming." "We must beat the woods," said the engineer, "and rid the island of these wretches. But we will have to wait some time in the corral, till the day comes when we can safely carry Herbert to Granite House." "But Neb?" asked the reporter. "Neb's safe enough. Suppose he becomes anxious and risks coming here?" "He must not come," said Smith sharply. "He would be murdered on the way." "It's very likely he will try." "Ah! If the telegraph was only in working order, we could warn him. But now it's impossible. We can't leave Pencroff and Herbert here alone." "Well, I'll go by myself to Granite House." "No, no, Cyrus," said the reporter, "you must not expose yourself. These wretches are watching the corral from their ambush, and there would be 2 mishaps instead of 1. "But Neb has been without news of us for 24 hours, repeated the engineer. He will want to come. While he reflected, his gaze fell upon Top, who, by running to and fro, seemed to say, "Have you forgotten me?" "Top," cried Smith. The dog sprang up at this master's call. "Yes, Top shall go," cried the reporter, who understood in a flash. "Top will make his way where we could not pass, will take our message and bring us back an answer." "Quick," said Smith, "quick." Spilett tore out a page of his notebook and wrote these lines. "Herbert wounded. We are at the corral. Be on your guard. Do not leave Granite House. Have the convicts shown themselves near you? Answer by Top." This laconic note was folded and tied in a conspicuous way to Top's collar. "Top, my dog," said the engineer, caressing the animal. "Neb, Top, Neb. Away. Away." Top sprang high at the words. He understood what was wanted, and the road was familiar to him. The engineer went to the door of the corral and opened one of the leaves. "Neb, Top, Neb," he cried again, pointing towards Granite House. Top rushed out and disappeared almost instantly. "He'll get there," said the reporter. "Yes, and come back, the faithful brute." "What time is it?" asked Spilett. 10 o'clock. "In an hour he may be here. We will watch for him." The door of the corral was closed again. The engineer and the reporter re-entered the house. Herbert lay in a profound sleep. Pencroff kept his compresses constantly wet with cold water. Spilett, seeing that just then there was nothing else to do, set to work to prepare some food, all the time keeping his eye on that part of the enclosure which backed up against the spur, from which an attack might be made. The colonists awaited Top's return with much anxiety. A little before 11 o'clock Smith and Spilett stood with their carbines behind the door, ready to open it at the dog's first bark. They knew that if Top got safely to Granite House, Neb would send him back at once. They had waited about 10 minutes, when they heard a loud report, followed instantly by continuous barking. The engineer opened the door, and, seeing smoke still curling up among the trees 100 paces off, he fired in that direction. Just then Top bounded into the corral, whose door was quickly shut. "Top, Top!" cried the engineer, caressing the dog's large, noble head. A note was fastened to his collar, containing these words in Neb's sprawling handwriting. "No pirates near Granite House. I will not stir. Poor Mr. Herbert." Chapter 50. The convicts in the neighborhood of the corral, provisional occupation, continuation of Herbert's treatment, Pencroff's jubilation, review of the past, future prospects, Smith's ideas. So, then, the convicts were close by, watching the corral, and waiting to kill the colonists one after another. They must be attacked like wild beasts, but with the greatest precaution, for the wretches had the advantage of position, seeing and not being seen, able to make a sudden attack, yet not themselves to be surprised. So Smith made his arrangements to live at the corral, which was fully provisioned. Ayrton's house was furnished with all the necessaries of life, and the convicts, frightened away by the colonists' arrival, had not had time to pillage. It was most likely, as Spilett suggested, that the course of events had been this: the convicts had followed the southern coast, and after getting over into Serpentine Peninsula, and being in no humor to risk themselves in the woods of the far west, they had reached the mouth of Fall River. Then, walking up the right bank of the stream, they had come to the spur of Mount Franklin. Here was their most natural place of refuge. And they had soon discovered the corral. They had probably installed themselves there, had been surprised by Ayrton, had overcome the unfortunate man, and, the rest was easily divined. Meanwhile the convicts, reduced to 5, but well armed, were prowling in the woods, and to pursue them was to be exposed to their fire without the power either of avoiding or of anticipating them. "There is nothing else to do but wait," repeated Smith. "When Herbert is well again, we will beat the island, and have a shot at these rascals. While at the same time, we search for our mysterious protector," added Spilett, finishing the sentence. "Ah! We must confess, dear Cyrus, that, for once, his protection has failed us." "We don't know about that," answered the engineer. "What do you mean?" asked the reporter. "We are not at the end of our troubles, my dear Spilett, and his powerful interference may still be exercised. But now we must think of Harbert." Several days passed, and the poor boy's condition was happily no worse, and to gain time was a great thing. The cold water, always kept at the proper temperature, had absolutely prevented the inflammation of the wounds. Nay, it seemed to the reporter that this water, which contained a little sulfur, due to the neighborhood of the volcano, had a direct tendency toward cicatrization. The suppuration was much less copious, and, thanks to excellent nursing, Harbert had returned to consciousness, and his fever had abated. He was, moreover, strictly dieted, and, of course, was very weak. But he had plenty of broths and gruels, and absolute rest was doing him great good. Smith, Spilett, and Pencroff had become very skillful in tending him. All the linen in the house had been sacrificed. The wounded parts, covered with lint and compresses, were subjected to just enough pressure to cicatrize them without bringing on a reaction of inflammation. The reporter dressed the wounds with the greatest care, repeating to his companions the medical axiom that good dressing is as rare as a good operation. At the end of 10 days, by the 22nd of November, Harbert was decidedly better. He had begun to take some nourishment. The color came back to his cheeks, and he smiled at his nurse. He talked a little, in spite of Pencroff, who chattered away all the time to keep the boy from saying a word, and told the most remarkable stories. Harbert inquired about Ayrton, and was surprised not to see him at the bedside, but the sailor, who would not distress his patient, answered merely that Ayrton had gone to be with Neb at Granite House in case the convicts attacked it. "Nice fellows they are," said he. "To think that Mr. Smith wanted to appeal to their feelings. I'll send them my compliments in a good heavy bullet." "And nobody has seen them?" asked Harbert. "No, my boy," answered the sailor, "but we will find them, and when you are well we shall see whether these cowards, who strike from behind, will dare to meet us face to face. I am still very weak, dear Pencroff." "Oh! Your strength will come back little by little. What's a ball through the chest?" "Nothing to speak of. I have seen several of them, and feel no worse for it." In fine, things were growing better, and if no unlucky complication occurred, Herbert's cure might be regarded as certain. But what would have been the colonist's situation if the ball had remained in his body, if his arm or leg had had to be amputated? They could not think of it without a shudder. It seemed to Smith that he and his companions, until now so fortunate, had entered upon an ill-omened time. For the 2.5 years which had elapsed since their escape from Richmond they had succeeded in everything. But now luck seemed to be turning against them. Ayrton, doubtless, was dead, and Herbert severely wounded, and that strange but powerful intervention, which had done them such mighty services, seemed now to be withdrawn. Had the mysterious being abandoned the island, or himself been overcome? They could give no answer to these questions, but though they talked together about them, they were not men to despair. They looked the situation in the face. They analyzed the chances, they prepared themselves for every contingency, they stood firm and undaunted before the future, and if adversity should continue to oppress them, she would find them men prepared to do their utmost. Chapter 51. No news of Neb, a proposal from Pencroff and Spilett, the reporter's sorties, a fragment of cloth, a message, hurried departure, arrival at Prospect Plateau. Herbert's convalescence progressed steadily. Only one thing was left to wish for, to wit, that he would get well enough to be taken to Granite House. However well arranged and provisioned might be the dwelling in the corral, there was nothing like the solid comfort of their abode in the rock. Besides, they were not safe here, and, in spite of their watchfulness, they were always in dread of a shot from the woods. Whereas there in the midst of that unassailable and inaccessible mass of rock there would be nothing to fear. They waited, therefore, with impatience for the moment when Herbert could be carried, without danger to his wound, across the difficult route through Jacamar Woods. Though without news of Neb, they had no fear for him. The brave Negro, occupying a position of such strength, would not let himself be surprised. Top had not been sent back to him, for it seemed useless to expose the faithful dog to some shot which might deprive the colonists of their most useful helper. The engineer regretted to see his forces divided, and thus to play into the hands of the pirates. Since Ayrton's disappearance, they were only 4 against 5, for Herbert could not be counted. The poor boy knew and lamented the danger of which he was the cause. One day, November 29th, when he was asleep, they discussed their plans of action against the convicts. "My friends," said the reporter, after they had talked over the impossibility of communicating with Neb, "I agree with you that to risk ourselves on the path leading from the corral would be a useless exposure. But why should we not beat the woods for these wretches?" "That's what I was thinking," replied Pencroff. "We're not afraid of a bullet, and for my part, if Mr. Smith approves, I am ready to take to the woods." "Surely one man is as good as another." "But is he as good as 5? asked the engineer. "I will go with Pencroff," answered the reporter, "and the 2 of us, well armed, and Top with us. My dear Spilett and you, Pencroff, let us discuss the matter coolly. If the convicts were in hiding in some place known to us, from which we could drive them by an attack, it would be a different affair. But have we not every reason to fear that they will get the first shot?" "Well, sir," cried Pencroff, "a bullet doesn't always hit its mark." "That which pierced Herbert did not go astray," answered the engineer. "Besides, remember that if you both leave the corral, I shall be left alone to defend it. Can you answer that the convicts will not see you go off, that they will not wait till you are deep in the woods, and then make their attack in your absence upon a man and a sick boy?" There was nothing to say in answer to this reasoning, which went home to the minds of all. "If only Ayrton was yet one of the party," said Spilett. "Poor fellow! His return to a life with his kind was not for long. If he is dead," added Pencroff, in a peculiar tone. "Have you any hope that those rascals have spared him, Pencroff?" asked Spilett. "Yes, if their interest led them to do so." "What? Do you suppose that Ayrton, among his former companions in guilt, would forget all he owed to us?" "Nobody can tell," answered the sailor, with some hesitation. "Pencroff," said Smith, laying his hand on the sailor's arm, "that was an unworthy thought. I will guarantee Ayrton's fidelity." "And I too," added the reporter, decidedly. "Yes, yes, Mr. Smith, I am wrong," answered Pencroff. "But really I am a little out of my mind. This imprisonment in the corral is driving me to distraction." "Be patient, Pencroff," answered the engineer. "How soon, my dear Spilett, do you suppose Herbert can be carried to Granite House?" "That is hard to say, Cyrus," answered the reporter, "for a little imprudence might be fatal. But if he goes on as well as he is doing now for another week, why then we will see." At that season the spring was 2 months advanced. The weather was good, and the heat began to be oppressive. The woods were in full leaf, and it was almost time to reap the accustomed harvest. It can easily be understood how this siege in the corral upset the plans of the colonists. Once or twice the reporter risked himself outside, and walked around the palisade. Top was with him, and his carbine was loaded. He met no one and saw nothing suspicious. Top would have warned him of any danger, and so long as the dog did not bark, there was nothing to fear. But on his second sortie, on the 27th of November, Spilett, who had ventured into the woods for a quarter of a mile to the south of the mountain, noticed that Top smelt something. The dog's motions were no longer careless. He ran to and fro, ferreting about in the grass and thistles, as if his keen nose had put him on the track of an enemy. Spilett followed the dog, encouraging and exciting him by his voice. His eye on the alert, his carbine on his shoulder, and availing himself of the shelter of the trees. It was not likely that Top had recognized the presence of a man, for in that case he would have announced it by a half-stifled but angry bark. Since not even a growl was to be heard, the danger was evidently neither near nor approaching. About 5 minutes had passed in this way, Top ferreting about and the reporter cautiously following him, when the dog suddenly rushed towards a thicket and tore from it a strip of cloth. It was a piece from a garment, dirty and torn. Spilett went back with it to the corral. There the colonists examined it and recognized it as a piece of Ayrton's waistcoat, which was made of the felt prepared only in the workshop at Granite House. "You see, Pencroff," observed Smith, "Ayrton resisted manfully, and the convicts dragged him off in spite of his efforts. Do you still doubt his good faith?" "No, Mr. Smith," replied the sailor, "I have long ago given up that momentary suspicion. But I think we may draw one conclusion from this fact." "What is that?" "That Ayrton was not killed at the corral. They must have dragged him out alive, and perhaps he is still alive." "It may be so," said the engineer, thoughtfully. The most impatient of them all to get back to Granite House was Herbert. He knew how necessary it was for them all to be there, and felt that it was he who was keeping them at the corral. The one thought which had taken possession of his mind was to leave the corral, and to leave it as soon as possible. He believed that he could bear the journey to Granite House. He was sure that his strength would come back to him sooner in his own room, with the sight and the smell of the sea. It was now November 29th. The colonists were talking together in Herbert's room, about 7 o'clock in the morning, when they heard Top barking loudly. They seized their guns, always loaded and cocked, and went out of the house. Top ran to the bottom of the palisade, jumping and barking with joy. "Someone is coming." "Yes. And not an enemy. Neb, perhaps. Or Ayrton." These words had scarcely been exchanged between the engineer and his comrade, when something leaped the palisade and fell on the ground inside. It was Jup. Master Jup himself, who was frantically welcomed by Top. "Neb has sent him," said the reporter. "Then he must have some note on him," said the engineer. Pencroff rushed to the orang. Neb could not have chosen a better messenger, who could get through obstacles which none of the others could have surmounted. Smith was right. Around Jup's neck was hung a little bag, and in it was a note in Neb's handwriting. The dismay of the colonists may be imagined when they read these words. "Friday, 6 a.m., the convicts are on the plateau. Nebraska." They looked at each other without saying a word, then walked back to the house. What was there to do? The convicts on Prospect Plateau meant disaster, devastation and ruin. Herbert knew at once from their faces that the situation had become grave, and when he saw Jup, he had no more doubt that misfortune was threatening Granite House. "Mr. Smith," said he, "I want to go. I can bear the journey. I want to start." Spilett came up to Herbert and looked at him intently. "Let us start then," said he. The question of Herbert's transportation was quickly decided. A litter would be the most comfortable way of traveling, but it would necessitate 2 porters. That is, 2 guns would be subtracted from their means of defense. On the other hand, by placing the mattresses on which Herbert lay in the wagon, so as to deaden the motion, and by walking carefully they could escape jolting him, and would leave their arms free. The wagon was brought out and the onaga harnessed to it. Smith and the reporter lifted the mattresses with Herbert on them, and laid them in the bottom of the wagon between the rails. The weather was fine, and the sun shone brightly between the trees. "Are the arms ready?" asked Smith. They were. The engineer and Pencroff, each armed with a double-barreled gun, and Spilett with his carbine, stood ready to set out. "How do you feel, Herbert?" asked the engineer. "Don't be troubled, Mr. Smith," answered the boy, "I shall not die on the way." They could see that the poor fellow was making a tremendous effort. The engineer felt a grievous pang. He hesitated to give the signal for departure. But to stay would have thrown Herbert into despair. "Let us start," said Smith. The corral door was opened. Jup and Top, who knew how to be quiet on emergency, rushed on ahead. The wagon went out, the gate was shut, and the onaga, under Pencroff's guidance, walked on with a slow pace. It was necessary, on account of the wagon, to keep to the direct road from the corral to Granite House, although it was known to the convicts. Smith and Spilett walked on either side of the chariot, ready to meet any attack. Still it was not likely that the convicts had yet abandoned Prospect Plateau. Neb's note had evidently been sent as soon as they made their appearance. Now this note was dated at 6 o'clock in the morning, and the active orang, who was accustomed to the way, would have got over the 5 miles from Granite House in 3/4 of an hour. Probably they would have no danger to fear till they approached Granite House. But they kept on the alert. Top and Jup, the latter armed with his stick, sometimes in front, and sometimes beating the woods on either side, gave no signal of approaching danger. The wagon moved on slowly, and an hour after leaving the corral, they had passed over 4 of the 5 miles without any incident. They drew near the plateau another mile, and they saw the causeway over Glycerine Creek. At last, through an opening in the wood, they saw the horizon of the sea. But the wagon went on slowly, and none of its defenders could leave it for a moment. Just then Pencroff stopped the wagon and cried, fiercely, "Ah, the wretches!" And he pointed to a thick smoke which curled up from the mill, the stables, and the buildings of the poultry yard. In the midst of this smoke a man was running about. It was Neb. His companions uttered a cry. He heard them and rushed to meet them. The convicts had abandoned the plateau half an hour before, after having done all the mischief they could. "And Mr. Herbert?" cried Neb. Spilett went back to the wagon. Herbert had fainted. Chapter 52. Herbert carried to Granite House. Neb relates what had happened: visit of Smith to the plateau, ruin and devastation, the colonists helpless, willow bark, a mortal fever, Top barks again. The convicts, the dangers threatening Granite House, the ruin on the plateau, none of these were thought of in the present condition of Herbert. It was impossible to say whether the transportation had occasioned some internal rupture, but his companions were almost hopeless. The wagon had been taken to the bend of the river, and there the mattress, on which lay the unconscious lad, was placed on a litter of branches, and within a few minutes Herbert was lying on his bed in Granite House. He smiled for a moment on finding himself again in his chamber, and a few words escaped feebly from his lips. Spilett looked at his wounds, fearing that they might have opened, but the cicatrices were unbroken. What, then, was the cause of this prostration, or why had his condition grown worse? Soon the lad fell into a feverish sleep, and the reporter and Pencroff watched beside him. Meantime, Smith told Neb of all that had happened at the corral, and Neb told his master of what had passed at the plateau. It was not until the previous night that the convicts had shown themselves beyond the edge of the forest, near Glycerine Creek. Neb, keeping watch near the poultry yard, had not hesitated to fire at one of them who was crossing the bridge. But he could not say with what result. At least, it did not disperse the band, and Neb had but just time to climb up into Granite House, where he, at least, would be safe. But what was the next thing to do? How to prevent the threatened devastation to the plateau? How could he inform his master? And, moreover, in what situation were the occupants of the corral? Smith and his companions had gone away on the 11th, and here it was the 29th. In that time all the information that Neb had received was the disastrous news brought by Top. Ayrton gone, Herbert badly wounded, the engineer, the reporter, and the sailor imprisoned in the corral. The poor negro asked himself what was to be done. Personally, he had nothing to fear, as the convicts could not get into Granite House. But the works, the fields, all the improvements, were at the mercy of the pirates. Was it not best to let Smith know of the threatened danger? Then Neb thought of employing Jup on this errand. He knew the intelligence of the orang. Jup knew the word corral. It was not yet daylight. The agile brute could slip through the woods unperceived. So the negro wrote a note, which he fastened round Jup's neck, and taking the monkey to the door and unrolling a long cord, he repeated the words. Jup! Jup! To the corral! The corral! The animal understood him, and, seizing the cord, slid down to the ground, and disappeared in the darkness. You did well, Neb, although in not forewarning us perhaps you would have done better, said Smith, thinking of Herbert, and how the carrying him back had been attended with such serious results. Neb finished his recital. The convicts had not shown themselves upon the beach, doubtless fearing the inhabitants of Granite House, whose number they did not know. But the plateau was open and unprotected by Granite House. Here, therefore, they gave loose reins to their instinct of depredation and destruction, and they had left but half an hour before the colonists returned. Neb had rushed from his retreat, and at the risk of being shot, he had climbed to the plateau and had tried to put out the fire which was destroying the enclosure to the poultry yard. He was engaged in this work when the others returned. Thus the presence of the convicts was a constant menace to the colonists, heretofore so happy, and they might expect the most disastrous results from them. Smith, accompanied by Neb, went to see for himself the extent of the injury done. He walked along by the Mersey and up the left bank without seeing any trace of the convicts. It was likely that the latter had either witnessed the return of the colonists, and had gone back to the corral, now undefended, or that they had gone back to their camp to await an occasion to renew the attack. At present, however, all attempts to rid the island of these pests were subject to the condition of Herbert. The engineer and Neb reached the place. It was a scene of desolation. Fields trampled, the harvest scattered. The stables and other buildings burned, the frightened animals roaming at large over the plateau. The fowls, which had sought refuge on the lake, were returning to their accustomed place on its banks. Everything here would have to be done over again. The succeeding days were the saddest which the colonists had passed on the island. Herbert became more and more feeble. He was in a sort of stupor, and symptoms of delirium began to manifest themselves. Cooling draughts were all the remedies at the disposition of the colonists. Meantime, the fever became intermittent, and it was necessary to check it before it developed greater strength. To do this, said Spilett, we must have a febrifuge. And we have neither cinchonia nor quinine, answered the engineer. No, but we can make a substitute from the bark of the willow trees at the lake. Let us try it immediately, replied Smith. Indeed, willow bark has been partly considered succedaneous to cinchonia, but since they had no means of extracting the salicin, the bark must be used in its natural state. Smith, therefore, cut some pieces of bark from a species of black willow, and, reducing them to powder, this powder was given to Herbert the same evening. The night passed without incident. Herbert was somewhat delirious, but the fever did not manifest itself. Pencroff became more hopeful, but Spilett, who knew that the fever was intermittent, looked forward to the next day with anxiety. They noticed that during the apyrexy, Herbert seemed completely prostrated, his head heavy, and subject to dizziness. Another alarming symptom was a congestion of the liver, and soon a more marked delirium manifested itself. Spilett was overwhelmed by this new complication. He drew the engineer aside and said to him, "It is a pernicious fever." "A pernicious fever," cried Smith. "You must be mistaken, Spilett. A pernicious fever never declares itself spontaneously. It must have a germ." "I am not mistaken," replied the reporter. "Herbert may have caught the germ in the marshes. He has already had one attack, if another follows, and we cannot prevent a third, he is lost. But the willow bark is insufficient. And a third attack of pernicious fever, when one cannot break it by means of quinine, is always mortal." Happily Pencroff had not heard this conversation. It would have driven him wild. Towards noon of the 7th, the second attack manifested itself. The crisis was terrible. Herbert felt that he was lost. He stretched out his arms towards Smith, towards Spilett, towards Pencroff. He did not want to die. The scene was heartrending, and it became necessary to take Pencroff away. The attack lasted 5 hours. It was plain that the lad could not support a third. The night was full of torture. In his delirium, Herbert wrestled with the convicts. He called Ayrton, he supplicated that mysterious being, that protector, who had disappeared but whose image haunted him, then he fell into a profound prostration, and Spilett, more than once, thought the poor boy was dead. The next day passed with only a continuation of the lad's feebleness. His emaciated hands clutched the bed clothing. They continued giving him doses of the willow powder, but the reporter anticipated no result from it. "If," said he, "before tomorrow morning we cannot give him a more powerful febrifuge than this, Herbert will die." The night came, doubtless the last night for this brave lad, so good, so clever, whom all loved as their own child. The sole remedy against this pernicious fever, the sole specific which could vanquish it, was not to be found on Lincoln Island. During the night Herbert became frightfully delirious. He recognized no one. It was not even probable that he would live till morning. His strength was exhausted. Towards 3 o'clock he uttered a frightful cry. He was seized by a terrible convulsion. Neb, who was beside him, rushed, frightened, into the adjoining chamber, where his companions were watching. At the same moment Top gave one of his strange barks. All returned to the chamber and gathered round the dying lad, who struggled to throw himself from the bed. Spilett, who held his arms, felt his pulse slowly rising. 5 o'clock came. The sun's rays shone into the chambers of Granite House. A beautiful day, the last on earth for poor Herbert, dawned over Lincoln Island. A sunbeam crept on to the table beside the bed. Suddenly Pencroff, uttering an exclamation, pointed to something on that table. It was a small oblong box, bearing these words: Sulfate of quinine. Chapter 53. An inexplicable mystery, Herbert's convalescence, the unexplored parts of the island, preparations for departure, the first day, night, second day, the cowries, cassowaries, footprints in the sand, arrival at Reptile End. Spilett took the box and opened it. It contained a white powder, which he tasted. Its extreme bitterness was unmistakable. It was indeed that precious alkaloid, the true antiperiodic. It was necessary to administer it to Herbert without delay. How it came there could be discussed later. Spilett called for some coffee, and Neb brought a lukewarm infusion, in which the reporter placed 18 grains of quinine and gave the mixture to Herbert to drink. There was still time, as the third attack of the fever had not yet manifested itself. And, indeed, it did not return. Moreover, everyone became hopeful. The mysterious influence was again about them, and that too in a moment when they had despaired of its aid. After a few hours, Herbert rested more quietly, and the colonists could talk of the incident. The intervention of this unknown being was more evident than ever, but how had he succeeded in getting into Granite House during the night? It was perfectly inexplicable, and, indeed, the movements of this genius of the island were as mysterious as the genius himself. The quinine was administered to Herbert every 3 hours, and the next day the lad was certainly better. It is true he was not out of danger, since these fevers are often followed by dangerous relapses, but, then, here was the specific, and, doubtless, not far off, the one who had brought it. In 2 days more Herbert became convalescent. He was still feeble, but there had been no relapse, and he cheerfully submitted to the rigorous diet imposed upon him. He was so anxious to get well. Pencroff was beside himself with joy. After the critical period had been safely passed he seized the reporter in his arms, and called him nothing but Dr. Spilett. But the true physician was still to be found. "We will find him," said the sailor. The year 1867, during which the colonists had been so hardly beset, came to an end, and the new year began with superb weather. A fine warmth, a tropical temperature, moderated by the sea breeze. Herbert's bed was drawn close to the window, where he could inhale long draughts of the salt, salubrious air. His appetite began to return, and what tempting savory morsels Neb prepared for him. "It makes one wish to be ill," said Pencroff. During this time the convicts had not shown themselves, neither was there any news of Ayrton. The engineer and Herbert still hoped to get him back, but the others thought that the unhappy man had succumbed. In a month's time, when the lad should have regained his strength, the important search would be undertaken, and all these questions set at rest. During January the work on the plateau consisted simply in collecting the grain and vegetables undestroyed in the work of devastation, and planting some for a late crop during the next season. Smith preferred to wait till the island was rid of the convicts before he repaired the damage to the mill, poultry yard, and stable. In the latter part of the month Herbert began to take some exercise. He was 18 years old, his constitution was splendid, and from this moment the improvement in his condition was visible daily. By the end of the month he walked on the shore and over the plateau, and strengthened himself with sea baths. Smith felt that the day for the exploration could be set, and the 15th of February was chosen. The nights at this season were very clear, and would, therefore, be advantageous to the search. The necessary preparations were begun. These were important, as the colonists had determined not to return to Granite House until their double end had been obtained, to destroy the convicts and find Ayrton, if he was still alive. And to discover the being who presided so efficiently over the destinies of the colony. The colonists were familiar with all the eastern coast of the island between Claw Cape and the Mandibles, with Taterns Fens, the neighborhood of Lake Grant. The portion of Jacamar Wood lying between the road to the Corral and the Mercy, the courses of the Mercy and Red Creek, and those spurs of Mount Franklin where the Corral was located. They had partially explored the long sweep of Washington Bay from Claw Cape to Reptile End, the wooded and marshy shore of the west coast, and the interminable downs which extended to the half-open mouth of Shark Gulf. But they were unacquainted with the vast woods of Serpentine Peninsula, all the right bank of the Mercy, the left bank of Fall River, and the confused mass of ravines and ridges which covered 3/4 of the base of Mount Franklin on the west, north, and east, and where, doubtless, there existed deep recesses. Therefore, many thousands of acres had not yet been explored. It was decided that the expedition should cross the forest of the far west, in such a manner as to go over all that part situated on the right of the Mercy. Perhaps it would have been better to have gone at once to the Corral, where it was probable the convicts had either pillaged the place or installed themselves there. But either the pillage was a work accomplished or the convicts had purposed to entrench themselves there, and it would always be time to dislodge them. So the first plan was decided upon, and it was resolved to cut a road through these woods, placing Granite House in communication with the end of the peninsula, a distance of 16 or 17 miles. The wagon was in perfect order. The onagers, well rested, were in excellent condition for a long pull. Victuals, camp utensils, and the portable stove, were loaded into the wagon, together with a careful selection of arms and ammunition. No one was left in Granite House. Even Top and Jup took part in the expedition. The inaccessible dwelling could take care of itself. Sunday, the day before the departure, was observed as a day of rest and prayer, and on the morning of the 15th Smith took the measures necessary to defend Granite House from invasion. The ladders were carried to the chimneys and buried there, the basket of the elevator was removed, and nothing left of the apparatus. Pencroff, who remained behind in Granite House, saw to this ladder, and then slid down to the ground by means of a double cord which, dropped to the ground, severed the last connection between the entrance and the shore. The weather was superb. "It is going to be a warm day," said the reporter, joyfully. "But, Dr. Spilett," said Pencroff, "our road is under the trees, and we will never see the sun." "Forward," said the engineer. The wagon was ready on the bank. The reporter insisted on Herbert taking a seat in it, at least for the first few hours. Neb walked by the onagers. Smith, the reporter, and the sailor went on ahead. Top bounded off into the grass. Jup took a seat beside Herbert, and the little party started. The wagon went up the left bank of the Mercy, across the bridge, and there, leaving the route to Balloon Harbor to the left, the explorers began to make a way through the forest. For the first 2 miles, the trees grew sufficiently apart to permit the wagon to proceed easily, without any other obstacle than here and there a stump or some bushes to arrest their progress. The thick foliage made a cool shadow over the ground. Birds and beasts were plenty, and reminded the colonists of their early excursions on the island. "Nevertheless," remarked Smith, "I notice that the animals are more timid than formerly." These woods have been recently traversed by the convicts, and we shall certainly find their traces. And, indeed, in many places, they saw where a party of men had passed, or built a fire, but in no one place was there a definite camp. The engineer had charged his companions to abstain from hunting, so as not to make the convicts aware of their presence by the sound of firearms. In the afternoon, some 6 miles from Granite House, the advance became very difficult, and they had to pass certain thickets, into which Top and Jup were sent as skirmishers. The halt for the night was made, 9 miles from Granite House, on the bank of a small affluent to the Mersey, of whose existence they had been unaware. They had good appetites, and all made a hearty supper, after which the camp was carefully organized, in order to guard against a surprise from the convicts. 2 of the colonists kept guard together in watches of 2 hours, but Herbert, in spite of his wishes, was not allowed to do duty. The night passed without incident. The silence was unbroken save by the growling of jaguars and the chattering of monkeys, which seemed particularly to annoy Jup. The next day, they were unable to accomplish more than 6 miles. Like true frontiersmen, the colonists avoided the large trees and cut down only the smaller ones, so that their road was a winding one. During the day Herbert discovered some specimens of the tree ferns, with vase-shaped leaves, and the algarobobo, St. John's bread, which the onagers eat greedily. Splendid cowries, disposed in groups, rose to a height of 200 feet, their cylindrical trunks surmounted by a crown of verdure. As to fauna, they discovered no new specimens, but they saw, without being able to approach them, a couple of large birds, such as are common in Australia, a sort of cassowary, called emus, which were 5 feet high, of brown plumage, and belonged to the order of runners. Top tried his best to catch them, but they outran him easily, so great was their speed. The colonists again found traces of the convicts. Near a recently extinguished fire they found footprints, which they examined with great attention. By measuring these tracks they were able to determine the presence of 5 men. The 5 convicts had evidently camped here, but, and they made minute search, they could not discover a 6th track, which would have been that of Ayrton. "Ayrton is not with them," said Herbert. "No," replied Pencroff, "the wretches have shot him. But they must have a den, to which we can track them." "No," replied the reporter. "It is more likely that they intend to camp about in places, after this manner, until they become masters of the island." "Masters of the island," cried the sailor. "Masters of the island, indeed," he repeated in a horrified voice. Then he added, "The ball in my gun is the one which wounded Herbert and it will do its errand." But this just reprisal would not restore Ayrton to life, and the only conclusion to be drawn from the footprints was that they would never see him again. That evening the camp was made 14 miles from Granite House, and Smith estimated that it was still 5 miles to Reptile End. The next day this point was reached, and the full length of the forest had been traversed. But nothing indicated the retreat of the convicts, nor the asylum of the mysterious unknown. Chapter 54. Exploration of Reptile End, Camp at the mouth of Fall River, by the corral, the reconnaissance, the return, forward, an open door, a light in the window, by moonlight. The next day, the 18th, was devoted to an exploration of the wooded shore lying between Reptile End and Fall River. The colonists were searching through the heart of the forest, whose width, bounded by the shores of the promontory, was from 3 to 4 miles. The trees, by their size and foliage, bore witness to the richness of the soil, more productive here than in any other portion of the island. It seemed as if a portion of the virgin forests of America or Central Africa had been transported here. It seemed, also, as if these superb trees found beneath the soil, moist on its surface, but heated below by volcanic fires, a warmth not belonging to a temperate climate. The principal trees, both in number and size, were the cowries and eucalypti. But the object of the colonists was not to admire these magnificent vegetables. They knew already that, in this respect, their island merited a first place in the Canaries, called, formerly, the Fortunate Isles. But, alas! Their island no longer belonged to them alone. Others had taken possession, wretches whom it was necessary to destroy to the last man. On the west coast they found no further traces of any kind. "This does not astonish me," said Smith. The convicts landed near Jetsam Point, and, after having crossed Taterns Fens, they buried themselves in the forests of the far west. They took nearly the same route which we have followed. That explains the traces we have seen in the woods. Arrived upon the shore, the convicts saw very clearly that it offered no convenient shelter, and it was then, on going towards the north, that they discovered the corral. "Where they may have returned," said Pencroff. "I do not think so," answered the engineer, "as they would judge that our searches would be in that direction. The corral is only a provisional and not a permanent retreat for them." "I think so, too," said the reporter, "and, further, that they have sought a hiding place among the spurs of Mount Franklin." "Then let us push on to the corral," cried Pencroff. "An end must be put to this thing, and we are only losing time here." "No, my friend," replied the engineer. "You forget that we are interested in determining whether the forests of the far west do not shelter some habitation. Our exploration has a double end, Pencroff, to punish crime and to make a discovery." "That is all very well, sir," replied the sailor, "but I have an idea that we will not discover our friend unless he chooses." Pencroff had expressed the opinion of the others as well as his own. It was, indeed, probable that the retreat of the unknown being was no less mysterious than his personality. This evening the wagon halted at the mouth of Fall River. The encampment was made in the usual way, with the customary precautions. Herbert had recovered his former strength by this march in the fresh salt air, and his place was no longer on the wagon, but at the head of the line. On the 19th, the colonists left the shore and followed up the left bank of Fall River. The route was already partially cleared, owing to the previous excursions made from the corral to the west coast. They reached a place 6 miles from Mount Franklin. The engineer's project was to observe with great care all the valley through which flowed the river, and to work cautiously up to the corral. If they should find it occupied, they were to secure it by main force, but if it should be empty, it was to be used as the point from which the explorations of Mount Franklin would be made. The road was through a narrow valley, separating two of the most prominent spurs of Mount Franklin. The trees grew closely together on the banks of the river, but were more scattered on the upper slopes. The ground was very much broken, affording excellent opportunities for an ambush, so that it was necessary to advance with great caution. Top and Jup went ahead, exploring the thickets on either hand, but nothing indicated either the presence or nearness of the convicts, or that these banks had been recently visited. About 5 o'clock the wagon halted 600 paces from the enclosure, hidden by a curtain of tall trees. It was necessary to reconnoiter the place, in order to find out whether it was occupied, but to do this in the daytime was to run the risk of being shot. Nevertheless Spilett wanted to make the experiment at once, and Pencroff, out of all patience, wanted to go with him. But Smith would not permit it. "No, my friends," said he, "wait until nightfall. I will not allow one of you to expose yourselves in the daylight." "But, sir," urged the sailor, but little disposed to obey. "Pray do not go, Pencroff," said the engineer. "All right," said the sailor. But he gave vent to his anger by calling the convicts everything bad that he could think of. The colonists remained about the wagon, keeping a sharp lookout in the adjoining parts of the forest. 3 hours passed in this manner. The wind fell, and absolute silence reigned over everything. The slightest sound, the snapping of a twig, a step on the dry leaves, could easily have been heard. But all was quiet. Top rested with his head between his paws, giving no sign of inquietude. By 8 o'clock the evening was far enough advanced for the reconnaissance to be undertaken, and Spilett and Pencroff set off alone. Top and Jup remained behind with the others, as it was necessary that no bark or cry should give the alarm. "Do not do anything imprudently," urged Smith. "Remember, you are not to take possession of the corral, but only to find out whether it is occupied or not." "All right," answered Pencroff. The two set out, advancing with the greatest caution. Under the trees, the darkness was such as to render objects, 30 or 40 paces distant, invisible. 5 minutes after having left the wagon they reached the edge of the opening, at the end of which rose the fence of the enclosure. Here they halted. Some little light still illuminated the glade. 30 paces distant was the gate of the corral, which seemed to be closed. These 30 paces which it was necessary to cross constituted, to use a ballistic expression, the dangerous zone, as a shot from the palisade would certainly have killed anyone venturing himself within this space. Spilett and the sailor were not men to shirk danger, but they knew that any imprudence of theirs would injure their companions as well as themselves. If they were killed, what would become of the others? Nevertheless, Pencroff was so excited in finding himself again close to the corral that he would have hurried forward had not the strong hand of Spilett detained him. "In a few minutes it will be dark," whispered the reporter. Pencroff grasped his gun nervously, and waited unwillingly. Very soon the last rays of light disappeared. Mount Franklin loomed darkly against the western sky, and the night fell with the rapidity peculiar to these low latitudes. Now was the time. The reporter and Pencroff, ever since their arrival on the edge of the wood, had watched the corral. It seemed to be completely deserted. The upper edge of the palisade was in somewhat stronger relief than the surrounding shades, and nothing broke its outlines. Nevertheless, if the convicts were there, they must have posted one of their number as a guard. Spilett took the hand of his companion, and crept cautiously forward to the gate of the corral. Pencroff tried to push it open, but it was, as they had supposed, fastened. But the sailor discovered that the outer bars were not in place. They, therefore, concluded that the convicts were within, and had fastened the gate so that it could only be broken open. They listened. No sound broke the silence. The animals were doubtless sleeping in their sheds. Should they scale the fence? It was contrary to Smith's instructions. They might be successful or they might fail. And, if there was now a chance of surprising the convicts, should they risk that chance in this way? The reporter thought not. He decided that it would be better to wait until they were all together before making the attempt. Two things were certain, that they could reach the fence unseen, and that the place seemed unguarded. Pencroff, probably, agreed to this, for he returned with the reporter to the wood, and a few minutes later Smith was informed of the situation. "Well," said he after reflecting for a moment, "I don't think that the convicts are here." "We will find out when we have climbed in," cried Pencroff. "To the corral, my friends." "Shall we leave the wagon in the wood?" cried Neb. "No," said Smith, "it may serve as a defense in case of need." The wagon issued from the wood and rolled noiselessly over the ground. The darkness and the silence were profound. The colonists kept their guns in readiness to fire. Jup kept behind, at Pencroff's order, and Neb held top. Soon the dangerous zone was crossed, and the wagon was drawn up beside the fence. Neb stood at the head of the onagers to keep them quiet, and the others went to the gate to determine if it was barricaded on the inside. One of its doors was open. "What did you tell us?" exclaimed the engineer, turning to the sailor and Spilett. They were stupefied with amazement. "Upon my soul," cried the sailor, "it was shut a minute ago." The colonists hesitated. The convicts must have been in the corral when Pencroff and the reporter had made their reconnaissance, for the gate could only have been opened by them. Were they still there? At this moment, Harbert, who had ventured some steps within the enclosure, rushed back and seized Smith's hand. "What have you seen?" asked the engineer. "A light." "In the house?" "Yes, sir." All went forward and saw a feeble ray of light trembling through the windows of the building. Smith determined what to do at once. "It is a fortunate chance, finding the convicts shut up in this house not expecting anything. They are ours. Come on." The wagon was left under charge of Top and Jup, and the colonists glided into the enclosure. In a few moments they were before the closed door of the house. Smith, making a sign to his companions not to move, approached the window. He looked into the one room which formed the lower story of the building. On the table was a lighted lantern, nearby was Ayrton's bed. On it was the body of a man. Suddenly, Smith uttered a stifled exclamation. "Ayrton!" he cried. And, at once, the door was rather forced than opened, and all rushed into the chamber. Ayrton seemed to be sleeping. His face showed marks of long and cruel suffering. His wrists and ankles were much bruised. Smith leaned over him. "Ayrton!" cried the engineer, seizing in his arms this man found so unexpectedly. Ayrton opened his eyes, and looked first at Smith, then at the others. "You! Is it you?" he cried. "Ayrton! Ayrton!" repeated the engineer. "Where am I?" "In the corral." "Am I alone?" "Yes." "Then they will come here," cried Ayrton. "Look out for yourselves. Defend yourselves," and he fell back, fainting. "Spilett," said the engineer, "we may be attacked at any minute. Bring the wagon inside the enclosure, and bar the gate, and then come back here." Pencroff, Neb, and the reporter hastened to execute the orders of the engineer. There was not an instant to be lost. Perhaps the wagon was already in the hands of the convicts. In a moment the reporter and his companions had gained the gate of the enclosure, behind which they heard Top growling. The engineer, leaving Ayrton for a moment, left the house, and held his gun in readiness to fire. Herbert was beside him. Both scrutinized the outline of the mountain spur overlooking the corral. If the convicts were hidden in that place they could pick off the colonists one after the other. Just then the moon appeared in the east above the black curtain of the forest, throwing a flood of light over the interior of the corral, and bringing into relief the trees, the little watercourse, and the grassy carpet. Towards the mountain, the house and a part of the palisade shone white, opposite it, towards the gate, the fence was in shadow. A black mass soon showed itself. It was the wagon entering within the circle of light, and Smith could hear the sound of the gate closing and being solidly barricaded by his companions. But at that moment Top, by a violent effort, broke his fastening, and, barking furiously, rushed to the extremity of the corral to the right of the house. "Look out, my friends, be ready," cried Smith. The colonists waited, with their guns at the shoulder. Top continued to bark, and Jup, running towards the dog, uttered sharp cries. The colonists, following him, came to the border of the little brook, overshadowed by large trees. And there, in the full moonlight, what did they see? 5 corpses lay extended upon the bank. They were the bodies of the convicts, who, 4 months before, had landed upon Lincoln Island. Chapter 55. Ayrton's recital, plans of his old comrades, taking possession of the corral, the rules of the island, the good luck, researches about Mount Franklin, the upper valleys, subterranean rumblings, Pencroff's answer, at the bottom of the crater, the return. How had it happened? Who had killed the convicts? Ayrton? No, since the moment before he had feared their return. But Ayrton was now in a slumber from which it was impossible to arouse him. After he had spoken these few words, he had fallen back upon his bed, seized by a sudden torpor. The colonists, terribly excited, preyed upon by 1,000 confused thoughts, remained all night in the house. The next morning Ayrton awoke from his sleep, and his companions demonstrated to him their joy at finding him safe and sound after all these months of separation. Then Ayrton related in a few words all that had happened. The day after his return to the corral, the 10th of November, just at nightfall, he had been surprised by the convicts, who had climbed over the fence. He was tied and gagged and taken to a dark cavern at the foot of Mount Franklin, where the convicts had a retreat. His death had been resolved upon, and he was to be killed the following day, when one of the convicts recognized him and called him by the name he had borne in Australia. These wretches, who would have massacred Ayrton, respected Ben Joyce. From this moment Ayrton was subjected to the importunities of his old comrades. They wished to gain him over to them, and they counted upon him to take Granite House, to enter that inaccessible dwelling, and to become masters of the island, after having killed the colonists. Ayrton resisted. The former convict, repentant and pardoned, would rather die than betray his companions. For 4 months, fastened, gagged, watched, he had remained in this cavern. Meanwhile the convicts lived upon the stock in the corral, but did not inhabit the place. On the 11th of November, 2 of these bandits, inopportunely surprised by the arrival of the colonists, fired on Harbert, and one of them returned boasting of having killed one of the inhabitants. His companion, as we know, had fallen at Smith's hand. One can judge of Ayrton's despair, when he heard of Herbert's death. It left but 4 of the colonists, almost at the mercy of the convicts. Following this event, and during all the time that the colonists, detained by Herbert's illness, remained at the corral, the pirates did not leave their cave. Indeed, after having pillaged Prospect Plateau, they did not deem it prudent to leave it. The bad treatment of Ayrton was redoubled. His hands and feet still bore the red marks of the lines with which he remained bound, day and night. Each moment he expected to be killed. This was the 3rd week in February. The convicts, awaiting a favorable opportunity, rarely left their retreat, and then only to a point in the interior or on the west coast. Ayrton had no news of his friends, and no hopes of seeing them again. Finally, the poor unfortunate, enfeebled by bad treatment, fell in a profound prostration in which he neither saw nor heard anything. From this moment, he could not say what had happened. But, Mr. Smith, he added, since I was imprisoned in this cavern, how is it that I am here? How is that the convicts are lying there, dead, in the middle of the corral, answered the engineer. Dead! Cried Ayrton, half rising, notwithstanding his feebleness. His companions assisted him to get up, and all went to the little brook. It was broad daylight. There on the shore, in the position in which they had met their deaths, lay the 5 convicts. Ayrton was astounded. The others looked on without speaking. Then, at a sign from Smith, Neb and Pencroff examined the bodies. Not a wound was visible upon them. Only after minute search, Pencroff perceived on the forehead of one, on the breast of another, on this one's back, and on the shoulder of a 4th, a small red mark, a hardly visible bruise, made by some unknown instrument. There is where they have been hit, said Smith. But with what sort of a weapon? Cried the reporter. A destructive weapon enough, though unknown to us. And who has destroyed them? Asked Pencroff. The ruler of the island, answered Smith, he who has brought you here, Ayrton, whose influence is again manifesting itself, who does for us what we are unable to do for ourselves, and who then hides from us. Let us search for him. Cried Pencroff. Yes, we will search, replied Smith, but the being who accomplishes such prodigies will not be found until it pleases him to call us to him. This invisible protection, which nullified their own actions, both annoyed and affected the engineer. The relative inferiority in which it placed him wounded his pride. A generosity which so studiously eluded all mark of recognition denoted a sort of disdain for those benefited, which, in a measure, detracted from the value of the gift. Let us search, he repeated, and heaven grant that some day we be permitted to prove to this haughty protector that he is not dealing with ingrates. What would I not give to be able, in our turn, to repay him, and to render him, even at the risk of our lives, some signal service. From this time, this search was the single endeavor of the inhabitants of Lincoln Island. All tried to discover the answer to this enigma, an answer which involved the name of a man endowed with an inexplicable, and almost superhuman power. In a short time, the colonists entered the house again, and their efforts soon restored Ayrton to himself. Neb and Pencroff carried away the bodies of the convicts and buried them in the wood. Then, Ayrton was informed by the engineer of all that had happened during his imprisonment. And now, said Smith, finishing his recital, we have one thing more to do. Half of our task is accomplished. But if the convicts are no longer to be feared, we did not restore ourselves to the mastership of the island. Very well, replied Spilett, let us search all the mazes of Mount Franklin. Let us leave no cavity, no hole unexplored. Ah! If ever a reporter found himself in the presence of an exciting mystery, I am in that position. And we will not return to Granite House, said Herbert, until we have found our benefactor. Yes, said Smith, we will do everything that is possible for human beings to do, but, I repeat it, we will not find him till he wills it. Shall we stay here at the corral? Asked Pencroff. Yes, replied the engineer, let us remain here. Provisions are abundant, and we are in the center of our circle of investigation, and, moreover, if it is necessary, the wagon can go quickly to Granite House. All right, said Pencroff. Only one thing. What is that? Why, the fine weather is here, and we must not forget that we have a voyage to make. A voyage? Asked Spilett. Yes, to Tabor Island. We must put up a notice, indicating our island, in case the Scotch yacht returns. Who knows that it is not already too late? But, Pencroff, asked Ayrton, how do you propose to make this voyage? Why, on the good luck. The good luck, cried Ayrton. It's gone. Gone, shouted Pencroff, springing to his feet. Yes. The convicts discovered where the sloop lay, and, a week ago, they put out to sea in her, and, said Pencroff, his heart trembling. And, not having Harvey to manage her, they ran her upon the rocks, and she broke all to pieces. Oh! The wretches! The pirates! The devils! Exclaimed the sailor. Pencroff, said Herbert, taking his hand, we will build another, a larger good luck. We have all the iron, all the rigging of the brig at our disposal. But, do you realize, answered Pencroff, that it will take at least 5 or 6 months to build a vessel of 30 or 40 tons? We will take our time, replied the reporter, and we will give up our voyage to Tabor Island for this year. We must make the best of it, Pencroff, said the engineer, and I hope that this delay will not be prejudicial to us. My poor good luck! My poor boat, exclaimed the sailor, half broken-hearted at the loss of what was so dear to him. The destruction of the sloop was a thing much to be regretted, and it was agreed that this loss must be repaired as soon as the search was ended. This search was begun the same day, the 19th of February, and lasted throughout the week. The base of the mountain was composed of a perfect labyrinth of ravines and gorges, and it was here that the explorations must be made. No other part of the island was so well suited to hide an inhabitant who wished to remain concealed. But so great was the intricacy of these places that Smith explored them by a settled system. In the first place, the colonists visited the valley opening to the south of the volcano, in which Fall River rose. Here was where Ayrton showed them the cavern of the convicts. This place was in exactly the same condition as Ayrton had left it. They found here a quantity of food and ammunition left there as a reserve by the convicts. All this beautiful wooded valley was explored with great care, and then, the southwestern spur having been turned, the colonists searched a narrow gorge where the trees were less numerous. Here the stones took the place of grass, and the wild goats and mouflons bounded among the rocks. The arid part of the island began at this part. They saw already that, of the numerous valleys ramifying from the base of Mount Franklin, 3 only, bounded on the west by Fall River and on the east by Red Creek, were as rich and fertile as the valley of the Corral. These 2 brooks, which developed into rivers as they progressed, received the whole of the mountain's southern watershed and fertilized that portion of it. As to the Mercy, it was more directly fed by abundant springs, hidden in Jacamar Wood. Now any one of these 3 valleys would have answered for the retreat of some recluse, who would have found there all the necessaries of life. But the colonists had explored each of them without detecting the presence of man. Was it then at the bottom of these arid gorges, in the midst of heaps of rocks, in the rugged ravines to the north, between the streams of lava, that they would find this retreat and its occupant? The northern part of Mount Franklin had at its base 2 large, arid valleys strewn with lava, sown with huge rocks, sprinkled with pieces of obsidian and labradorite. This part required long and difficult exploration. Here were 1,000 cavities, not very comfortable, perhaps, but completely hidden and difficult of access. The colonists visited somber tunnels, made in the Plutonic epoch, still blackened by the fires of other days, which plunged into the heart of the mountain. They searched these dark galleries by the light of torches, peering into their least excavations and sounding their lowest depths. But everywhere was silence, obscurity. It did not seem as if any human being had ever trodden these antique corridors or an arm displaced one of these stones. Nevertheless, if these places were absolutely deserted, if the obscurity was complete, Smith was forced to notice that absolute silence did not reign there. Having arrived at the bottom of one of those somber cavities, which extended several hundred feet into the interior of the mountain, he was surprised to hear deep muttering sounds which were intensified by the sonority of the rocks. Spilett, who was with him, also heard these distant murmurs, which indicated an awakening of the subterranean fires. Several times they listened, and they came to the conclusion that some chemical reaction was going on in the bowels of the earth. "The volcano is not entirely extinct," said the reporter. "It is possible that, since our exploration of the crater, something has happened in its lower regions. All volcanoes, even those which are said to be extinct, can, evidently, become active again. But if Mount Franklin is preparing for another eruption, is not Lincoln Island in danger?" "I don't think so," answered the engineer. "The crater, that is to say, the safety valve, exists, and the overflow of vapors and lavas will escape, as heretofore, by its accustomed outlet. Unless the lavas make a new passage towards the fertile parts of the island. Why, my dear Spilett, should they not follow their natural course?" "Well, volcanoes are capricious. Notice," said Smith, "that all the slope of the mountain favors the flow of eruptive matter towards the valleys which we are traversing at present. It would take an earthquake to so change the center of gravity of the mountain as to modify this slope. But an earthquake is always possible under these conditions." "True," replied the engineer, "especially when the subterranean forces are awakening, and the bowels of the earth, after a long repose, chance to be obstructed. You are right, my dear Spilett, an eruption would be a serious thing for us, and it would be better if this volcano has not the desire to wake up, but we can do nothing. Nevertheless, in any case, I do not think Prospect Plateau could be seriously menaced. Between it and the lake there is quite a depression in the land, and even if the lavas took the road to the lake, they would be distributed over the downs and the parts adjoining Shark Gulf. We have not yet seen any smoke from the summit, indicating a near eruption," said Spilett. "No," answered the engineer, "not the least vapor has escaped from the crater. It was but yesterday that I observed its upper part. But it is possible that rocks, cinders, and hardened lavas have accumulated in the lower part of its chimney, and, for the moment, this safety valve is overloaded. But, at the first serious effort, all obstacles will disappear, and you may be sure, my dear Spilett, that neither the island, which is the boiler, nor the volcano, which is the valve, will burst under the pressure. Nevertheless, I repeat, it is better to wish for no eruption." "And yet we are not mistaken," replied the reporter. "We plainly hear ominous rumblings in the depths of the volcano." "No," replied the engineer, after listening again with the utmost attention, "that is not to be mistaken. Something is going on there the importance of which cannot be estimated nor what the result will be." Smith and Spilett, on rejoining their companions, told them of these things. "All right," cried Pencroff. "This volcano wants to take care of us. But let it try. It will find its master." "Who's that?" asked the negro. "Our genius, Neb, our good genius, who will put a gag in the mouth of the crater if it attempts to open it." The confidence of the sailor in the guardian of the island was absolute, and, indeed, the occult power which had so far been manifested seemed limitless, but, thus far this being had escaped all the efforts the colonists had made to discover him. From the 19th to the 25th of February, the investigations were conducted in the western portion of Lincoln Island, where the most secret recesses were searched. They even sounded each rocky wall, as one knocks against the walls of a suspected house. The engineer went so far as to take the exact measure of the mountain, and he pushed his search to the last strata sustaining it. It was explored to the summit of the truncated cone which rose above the first rocky level, and from there to the upper edge of the enormous cap at the bottom of which opened the crater. They did more. They visited the gulf, still extinct, but in whose depths the rumblings were distinctly heard. Nevertheless, not a smoke, not a vapor, no heat in the wall, indicated a near eruption. But neither there, nor in any other part of Mount Franklin, did the colonists find the traces of him whom they sought. Their investigations were then directed over all the tract of downs. They carefully examined the high lava walls of Shark Gulf from base to summit, although it was very difficult to reach the water level. No one. Nothing. These two words summed up in brief the result of all the useless fatigues Smith and his companions had been at, and they were a trifle annoyed at their ill success. But it was necessary now to think of returning, as these researches could not be pursued indefinitely. The colonists were convinced that this mysterious being did not reside upon the surface of the island, and strange thoughts floated through their overexcited imaginations. Neb and Pencroff, particularly, went beyond the strange into the region of the supernatural. The 25th of February, the colonists returned to Granite House, and by means of the double cord, shot by an arrow to the door landing, communication was established with their domain. 1 month later, they celebrated the 3rd anniversary of their arrival on Lincoln Island. Chapter 56. After 3 years, the question of a new ship, its determination, prosperity of the colony, the shipyard, the cold weather, Pencroff resigned, washing, Mount Franklin. 3 years had passed since the prisoners had fled from Richmond, and in all that time their conversation and their thoughts had been of the fatherland. They had no doubt that the war was ended, and that the North had triumphed. But how? At what cost? What friends had fallen in the struggle? They often talked of these things, although they had no knowledge when they would be able to see that country again. To return, if only for a few days. To renew their intercourse with civilization. To establish a communication between their island and the mother country, and then to spend the greater part of their lives in this colony which they had founded and which would then be raised to a metropolis. Was this a dream which could not be realized? There were but 2 ways of realizing it: either a ship would someday show itself in the neighborhood of Lincoln Island, or the colonists must themselves build a vessel staunch enough to carry them to the nearest land. "Unless our genius furnishes us with the means of returning home," said Pencroff. And, indeed, if Neb and Pencroff had been told that a 300-ton ship was waiting for them in Shark Gulf or Balloon Harbor, they would not have manifested any surprise. In their present condition they expected everything. But Smith, less confident, urged them to keep to realities, and to build the vessel, whose need was urgent, since a paper should be placed on Tabor Island as soon as possible, in order to indicate the new abode of Ayrton. The good luck was gone. It would take at least 6 months to build another vessel, and, as winter was approaching, the voyage could not be made before the next spring. "We have time to prepare ourselves for the fine weather," said the engineer, talking of these things with Pencroff. "I think, therefore, since we have to build our own ship, it will be better to make her dimensions greater than before. The arrival of the Scotch yacht is uncertain. It may even have happened that it has come and gone. What do you think? Would it not be better to build a vessel, that, in case of need, could carry us to the archipelagos or New Zealand? I think, sir, that you are as able to build a large vessel as a small one. Neither wood nor tools are wanting. It is only a question of time. And how long would it take to build a ship of 250 or 300 tons? 7 or 8 months at least. But we must not forget that winter is at hand, and that the timber will be difficult to work during the severe cold. So, allowing for some weeks' delay, you can be happy if you have your ship by next November. Very well, that will be just the season to undertake a voyage of some length, be it to Tabor Island or further. All right, Mr. Smith, make your plans. The workmen are ready, and I guess that Ayrton will lend a helping hand." The engineer's project met the approval of the colonists, and indeed it was the best thing to do. It is true that it was a great undertaking, but they had that confidence in themselves, which is one of the elements of success. While Smith was busy preparing the plans of the vessel, the others occupied themselves in felling the trees and preparing the timber. The forests of the far west furnished the best oak and elm, which were carried over the new road through the forest to the Chimneys, where the shipyard was established. It was important that the timber should be cut soon, as it was necessary to have its seasoning for some time. Therefore the workmen worked vigorously during April, which was not an inclement month, save for some violent wind storms. Jup helped them by his adroitness, either in climbing to the top of a tree to fasten a rope, or by carrying loads on his strong shoulders. The timber was piled under a huge shed to await its use. And, meanwhile, the work in the fields was pushed forward, so that soon all traces of the devastation caused by the pirates had disappeared. The mill was rebuilt, and a new enclosure for the poultry yard. This had to be much larger than the former, as the number of its occupants had increased largely. The stables contained 5 onagas, 4 of them well broken, and 1 little colt. A plough had been added to the stock of the colony, and the onagas were employed in tillage as if they were Yorkshire or Kentucky cattle. All the colonists did their share, and there were no idle hands. And thus, with good health and spirits, they formed 1,000 projects for the future. Ayrton, of course, partook of the common existence, and spoke no longer of returning to the corral. Nevertheless, he was always quiet and uncommunicative, and shared more in the work than the pleasure of his companions. He was a strong workman, vigorous, adroit, intelligent, and he could not fail to see that he was esteemed and loved by the others. But the corral was not abandoned. Every other day someone went there and brought back the supply of milk for the colony, and these occasions were also hunting excursions. So that, Harbert and Spilett, with Top in advance, oftenest made the journey, and all kinds of game abounded in the kitchen of Granite House. The products of the warren and the oyster bed, some turtles, a haul of excellent salmon, the vegetables from the plateau, the natural fruits of the forest, were riches upon riches, and Neb, the chief cook, found it difficult to store them all away. The telegraph had been repaired, and was used whenever one of the party remained overnight at the corral. But the island was secure now from any aggression, at least from men. Nevertheless, what had happened once might happen again, and a descent of pirates was always to be feared. And it was possible that accomplices of Harvey, still in Norfolk, might be privy to his projects and seek to imitate them. Every day the colonists searched the horizon visible from Granite House with the glass, and whenever they were at the corral they examined the west coast. Nothing appeared, but they were always on the alert. One evening the engineer told his companions of a project to fortify the corral. It seemed prudent to heighten the palisade, and to flank it with a sort of block house, in which the colonists could defend themselves against a host of enemies. Granite House, owing to its position, was impregnable, and the corral would always be the objective point of pirates. About the 15th of May the keel of the new vessel was laid, and the stem and stern posts raised. This keel was of oak, 110 feet long, and the breadth of beam was 25 feet. But, with the exception of putting up a couple of the frame pieces, this was all that could be done before the bad weather and the cold set in. During the latter part of the month the weather was very inclement. Pencroff and Ayrton worked as long as they were able, but severely cold weather following the rain made the wood impossible to handle, and by the 10th of June the work was given up entirely, and the colonists were often obliged to keep indoors. This confinement was hard for all of them, but especially so for Spilett. "I'll tell you what, Neb," he said, "I will give you everything I own if you will get me a newspaper. All that I want to make me happy is to know what is going on in the world." Neb laughed. "Faith," said he, "I am busy enough with my daily work." And, indeed, occupation was not wanting. The colony was at the summit of prosperity. The accident to the brig had been a new source of riches. Without counting a complete outfit of sails, which would answer for the new ship, utensils and tools of all sorts, ammunition, clothing, and instruments filled the storerooms of Granite House. There was no longer a necessity to manufacture cloth in the felting mill. Linen, also, was plenty, and they took great care of it. From the chloride of sodium Smith had easily extracted soda and chlorine. The soda was easily transformed into carbonate of soda, and the chlorine was employed for various domestic purposes, but especially for cleaning the linen. Moreover, they made but 4 washings a year, as was the custom in old times, and Pencroff and Spilett, while waiting for the postman to bring the paper, made famous washermen. Thus passed June, July, and August. Very rigorous months, in which the thermometer measured but 8 degrees Fahrenheit. But a good fire burned in the chimney of Granite House, and the superfluity of wood from the shipyard enabled them to economize the coal, which required a longer carriage. All, men and beasts, enjoyed good health. Jup, it is true, shivered a little with the cold, and they had to make him a good wadded wrapper. What servant he was! Adroit, zealous, indefatigable, not indiscreet, not talkative. He was, indeed, a model for his biped brethren in the New and the Old World. But, after all, said Pencroff, when one has 4 hands, they cannot help doing their work well. During the 7 months that had passed since the exploration of the mountain nothing had been seen or heard of the genius of the island. Although, it is true, that nothing had happened to the colonists requiring his assistance. Smith noticed, too, that the growling of the dog and the anxiety of the orang had ceased during this time. These 2 friends no longer ran to the orifice of the well nor acted in that strange way which had attracted the attention of the engineer. But did this prove that everything had happened that was going to happen? That they were never to find an answer to the enigma? Could it be affirmed that no new conjunction of circumstances would make this mysterious personage appear again? Who knows what the future may bring forth? On the 7th of September, Smith, looking towards Mount Franklin, saw a smoke rising and curling above the crater. Chapter 57. The awakening of the volcano, the fine weather, resumption of work, the evening of the 15th of October, a telegraph, a demand, an answer, departure for the corral, the notice, the extra wire, the basalt wall, at high tide, at low tide, the cavern, a dazzling light. The colonists, called by Smith, had left their work, and gazed in silence at the summit of Mount Franklin. The volcano had certainly awakened, and its vapors had penetrated the mineral matter of the crater, but no one could say whether the subterranean fires would bring on a violent eruption. But, even supposing an eruption, it was not likely that Lincoln Island would suffer in every part. The discharges of volcanic matter are not always disastrous. That the island had already been subjected to an eruption was evident from the currents of lava spread over the western slope of the mountain. Moreover, the shape of the crater was such as to vomit matter in the direction away from the fertile parts of the island. Nevertheless, what had been was no proof of what would be. Often the old craters of volcanoes close and new ones open. An earthquake phenomenon, often accompanying volcanic action, may do this by changing the interior arrangement of the mountain and opening new passages for the incandescent lavas. Smith explained these things to his companions, and without exaggerating the situation, showed them just what might happen. After all, they could do nothing. Granite House did not seem to be menaced, unless by a severe earthquake. But all feared for the corral, if any new crater opened in the mountain. From this time the vapor poured from the cone without cessation, and, indeed, increased in density and volume, although no flame penetrated its thick folds. The phenomenon was confined, as yet, to the lower part of the central chimney. Meanwhile, with good weather, the work out of doors had been resumed. They hastened the construction of the ship, and Smith established a sawmill at the waterfall, which cut the timber much more rapidly. Towards the end of September the frame of the ship, which was to be schooner-rigged, was so far completed that its shape could be recognized. The schooner, sheer forward and wide aft, was well adapted for a long voyage, in case of necessity, but the planking, lining, and decking still demanded a long time before they could be finished. Fortunately, the ironwork of the brig had been saved after the explosion, and Pencroff and Ayrton had obtained a great quantity of copper nails from the broken timber, which economized the labor for the smiths. Nevertheless the carpenters had much to accomplish. Often, however, after the day's work was ended, the colonists sat late into the night, conversing together of the future and what might happen in a voyage in the schooner to the nearest land. But in discussing these projects they always planned to return to Lincoln Island. Never would they abandon this colony, established with so much difficulty, but so successfully, and which would receive a new development through communication with America. Pencroff and Neb, indeed, hoped to end their days here. "Herbert," asked the sailor, "you would never abandon Lincoln Island?" "Never, Pencroff, especially if you made up your mind to remain." "Then, it's agreed, my boy. I shall expect you. You will bring your wife and children here, and I will make a jolly playmate for the babies." "Agreed," answered Herbert, laughing and blushing at the same time. "And you, Mr. Smith," continued the sailor, enthusiastically, "you will always remain governor of the island. And, by the way, how many inhabitants can the island support?" 10,000, at the very least." They chatted in this way, letting Pencroff indulge in his whims, and one thing leading to another, the reporter finished by founding the New Lincoln Herald. Thus it is with the spirit of man. The need of doing something permanent, something which will survive him, is the sign of his superiority over everything here below. It is that which has established and justifies his domination over the whole world. After all, who knows if Jup and Top had not their dream of the future? Ayrton, silent, said to himself that he wanted to see Lord Glenarvan, and show him the change in himself. One evening, the 15th of October, the conversation was prolonged longer than usual. It was 9 o'clock, and already, long, ill-concealed yawns showed that it was bedtime. Pencroff was about starting in that direction, when, suddenly, the electric bell in the hall rang. Everyone was present, so none of their party could be at the corral. Smith rose. His companions looked as if they had not heard aright. "What does he want?" cried Nebraska. "Is it the devil that's ringing?" No one replied. "It is stormy weather," said Herbert, "perhaps the electric influence." Herbert did not finish the sentence. The engineer, towards whom all were looking, shook his head. "Wait a minute," said Spilett. "If it is a signal, it will be repeated." "But what do you think it is?" asked Neb. "Perhaps it—" The sailor's words were interrupted by another ring. Smith went to the apparatus, and, turning on the current, telegraphed to the corral. "What do you want?" A few minutes later the needle, moving over the lettered card, gave this answer to the inmates of Granite House. "Come to the corral as quickly as possible." "At last," cried Smith. "Yes. At last." The mystery was about to be solved. Before the strong interest in what was at the corral, all fatigue and need of repose vanished. Without saying a word, in a few minutes they were out of Granite House and following the shore. Only Top and Jup remained behind. The night was dark. The moon, new this day, had set with the sun. Heavy clouds obscured the stars, but now and then heat lightning, the reflection of a distant storm, illuminated the horizon. But, great as the darkness was, it could not hinder persons as familiar with the route as were the colonists. All were very much excited, and walked rapidly. There could be no doubt that they were going to find the answer to the engineer, the name of that mysterious being, who was so generous in his influence, so powerful to accomplish. It could not be doubted that this unknown had been familiar with the least detail of their daily lives, that he overheard all that was said in Granite House. Each one, lost in his reflections, hurried onward. The darkness under the trees was such that the route was invisible. There was no sound in the forest. Not a breath of wind moved the leaves. This silence during the first quarter of an hour was uninterrupted, save by Pencroff, who said, "We should have brought a lantern." And by the engineer's answer, "We will find one at the corral." Smith and his companions had left Granite House at 12 minutes past 9. In 35 minutes they had traversed 3 of the 5 miles between the mouth of the Mersey and the corral. Just then, brilliant flashes of lightning threw the foliage into strong relief. The storm was evidently about to burst upon them. The flashes became more frequent and intense. Heavy thunder rolled through the heavens. The air was stifling. The colonists rushed on, as if impelled by some irresistible force. At 9:15, a sudden flash showed them the outline of the palisade, and scarcely had they passed the gateway when there came a terrible clap of thunder. In a moment the corral was crossed, and Smith stood before the house. It was possible that the unknown being was here, since it was from this place that the telegraph had come. Nevertheless, there was no light in the window. The engineer knocked at the door, but without response. He opened it, and the colonists entered the room, which was in utter darkness. A light was struck by Neb, and in a moment the lantern was lit, and its light directed into every corner of the chamber. No one was there, and everything remained undisturbed. "Are we victims to a delusion?" murmured Smith. No. That was impossible. The telegraph had certainly said, "Come to the corral as quickly as possible." He went to the table on which the apparatus was arranged. Everything was in place and in order. "Who was here last?" asked the engineer. "I, sir," answered Ayrton. "And that was 4 days ago." "Ah! Here is something," exclaimed Herbert, pointing to a paper lying on the table. On the paper were these words, written in English. "Follow the new wire." "Come on!" cried Smith, who comprehended in a moment that the dispatch had not been sent from the corral, but from the mysterious abode which the new wire united directly with Granite House. Neb took the lantern and all left the corral. Then the storm broke forth with extreme violence. Flashes of lightning and peals of thunder followed in rapid succession. The island was the center of the storm. By the flashes of lightning they could see the summit of Mount Franklin enshrouded in smoke. There were no telegraph poles inside the corral, but the engineer, having passed the gate, ran to the nearest post, and saw there a new wire fastened to the insulator, and reaching to the ground. "Here it is," he cried. The wire lay along the ground, and was covered with some insulating substance, like the submarine cables. By its direction it seemed as if it went towards the west, across the woods, and the southern spurs of the mountain. "Let us follow it," said Smith. And sometimes by the light of the lantern, sometimes by the illumination of the heavens, the colonists followed the way indicated by the thread. They crossed in the first place, the spur of the mountain between the valley of the corral and that of Fall River, which stream was crossed in its narrowest part. The wire, sometimes hanging on the lower branches of the trees, sometimes trailing along the ground, was a sure guide. The engineer had thought that, perhaps, the wire would end at the bottom of the valley, and that the unknown retreat was there. But not so. It extended over the southwestern spur and descended to the arid plateau which ended that fantastic wall of basalt. Every now and then one or other of the party stooped and took the direction of the wire. There could be no doubt that it ran directly to the sea. There, doubtless, in some profound chasm in the igneous rocks, was the dwelling so vainly sought for until now. At a few minutes before 10, the colonists arrived upon the high coast overhanging the ocean. Here the wire wound among the rocks, following a steep slope down a narrow ravine. The colonists followed it, at the risk of bringing down upon themselves a shower of rocks or of being precipitated into the sea. The descent was extremely perilous, but they thought not of the danger. They were attracted to this mysterious place as the needle is drawn to the magnet. At length, the wire making a sudden turn, touched the shore rocks, which were beaten by the sea. The colonists had reached the base of the granite wall. Here there was a narrow projection running parallel and horizontal to the sea. The thread led along this point, and the colonists followed. They had not proceeded more than 100 paces, when this projection, by a south inclination, sloped down into the water. The engineer seized the wire and saw that it led down into the sea. His companions stood, stupefied, beside him. Then a cry of disappointment, almost of despair, escaped them. Must they throw themselves into the water and search some submarine cavern? In their present state of excitement, they would not have hesitated to have done it. An observation made by the engineer stopped them. He led his companions to the shelter of a pile of rocks and said, "Let us wait here. The tide is up. At low water the road will be open." "But how do you think," began Pencroff. "He would not have called us, unless the means of reaching him had been provided." Smith had spoken with an air of conviction, and, moreover, his observation was logical. It was, indeed, quite possible that an opening existed at low water which was covered at present. It was necessary to wait some hours. The colonists rested in silence under their shelter. The rain began to fall in torrents. The echoes repeated the roaring of the thunder in sonorous reverberations. At midnight the engineer took the lantern and went down to the water's edge. It was still 2 hours before low tide. Smith had not been mistaken. The entrance to a vast excavation began to be visible, and the wire, turning at a right angle, entered this yawning mouth. Smith returned to his companions and said, "In an hour the opening will be accessible." "Then there is one," said Pencroff. "Do you doubt it?" replied Smith. "But it will be half full of water," said Herbert. "Either it will be perfectly dry," answered the engineer, "in which case we will walk, or it will not be dry, and some means of transport will be furnished us." An hour passed. All went down through the rain to the sea. In these hours the tide had fallen 15 feet. The top of the mouth of the opening rose 8 feet above the water, like the arch of a bridge. Looking in, the engineer saw a black object floating on the surface. He drew it toward him. It was a canoe made of sheet iron bolted together. It was tied to a projecting rock inside the cavern wall. A pair of oars were under the seats. "Get in," said Smith. The colonists entered the boat, Neb and Ayrton took the oars, Pencroff the tiller, and Smith, in the bows holding the lantern, lit the way. The vault, at first very low, rose suddenly. But the darkness was too great for them to recognize the size of this cavern, its height and depth. An imposing silence reigned throughout this granite chamber. No sound, not even the pealing of the thunder penetrated its massive walls. In certain parts of the world there are immense caves, a sort of natural crypts which date back to the geologic epoch. Some are invaded by the sea, others contain large lakes within their walls. Such is Fingal's Cave, in the island of Staffa. Such are the caves of Morgat on the Bay of Douarnenez in Brittany, the caves of Bonifacio, in Corsica, those of Lysfjord, in Norway, such is that immense cavern, the Mammoth Cave of Kentucky, which is 500 feet high and more than 20 miles long. As to this cavern which the colonists were exploring, did it not reach to the very center of the island? For a quarter of an hour the canoe advanced under the directions of the engineer. At a certain moment he said, "Go over to the right." The canoe, taking this direction, brought up beside the wall. The engineer wished to observe whether the wire continued along this side. It was there fastened to the rock. "Forward," said Smith. The canoe kept on a quarter of an hour longer, and it must have been half a mile from the entrance, when Smith's voice was heard again. "Halt!" he exclaimed. The canoe stopped, and the colonists saw a brilliant light illuminating the enormous crypt, so profoundly hidden in the bowels of the earth. They were now enabled to examine this cavern of whose existence they had had no suspicion. A vault, supported on basaltic shafts, which might all have been cast in the same mold, rose to a height of 100 feet. Fantastic arches sprung at irregular intervals from these columns, which nature had placed here by thousands. They rose to a height of 40 or 50 feet, and the water, in despite of the tumult without, quietly lapped their base. The light noticed by the engineer seized upon each prismatic point and tipped it with fire. Penetrated, so to speak, the walls as if they had been diaphanous, and changed into sparkling jewels the least projections of the cavern. Following a phenomenon of reflection, the water reproduced these different lights upon its surface, so that the canoe seemed to float between two sparkling zones. They had not yet thought of the nature of irradiation projected by the luminous center whose rays, straight and clear, were broken on all the angles and moldings of the crypt. The white color of this light betrayed its origin. It was electric. It was the sun of this cavern. On a sign from Smith, the oars fell again into the water, and the canoe proceeded towards the luminous fire, which was half a cable's length distant. In this place, the sheet of water measured some 300 feet across, and an enormous basaltic wall, closing all that side, was visible beyond the luminous center. The cavern had become much enlarged, and the sea here formed a little lake. But the vault, the side walls, and those of the apsis, all the prisms, cylinders, cones, were bathed in the electric fluid. In the center of the lake a long fusiform object floated on the surface of the water, silent, motionless. The light escaped from its sides as from two ovens heated to a white heat. This machine, looking like the body of an enormous cetacea, was 250 feet long, and rose 10 to 12 feet above the water. The canoe approached softly. In the bows stood Smith. He was greatly excited. Suddenly he seized the arm of the reporter. "It is he. It can be no other than he," he cried. "He." Then he fell back upon the seat murmuring a name which Spilett alone heard. Doubtless the reporter knew this name, for it affected him strangely, and he answered in a hoarse voice. "He. A man outlawed." "The same," said Smith. Under the engineer's direction the canoe approached this singular floating machine, and came up to it on its left side, from which escaped a gleam of light through a thick glass. Smith and his companions stepped on to the platform. An open hatchway was there, down which all descended. At the bottom of the ladder appeared the waist of the vessel lit up by electric light. At the end of the waist was a door, which Smith pushed open. A richly ornamented library, flooded with light, was rapidly crossed by the colonists. Beyond, a large door, also closed, was pushed open by the engineer. A vast saloon, a sort of museum, in which were arranged all the treasures of the mineral world, works of art, marvels of industry, appeared before the eyes of the colonists, who seemed to be transported to the land of dreams. Extended upon a rich divan they saw a man, who seemed unaware of their presence. Then Smith raised his voice, and, to the extreme surprise of his companions, pronounced these words. "Captain Nemo, you have called us. Here we are." Chapter 58. Captain Nemo, his first words, history of a hero of liberty, hatred of the invaders, his companions, the life under water, alone, the last refuge of the Nautilus, the mysterious genius of the island. At these words the man arose, and the light shone full upon his face, a magnificent head, with abundance of hair thrown back from a high forehead, a white beard, and an expression of haughtiness. This man stood, resting one hand upon the divan, from which he had risen. One could see that a slow disease had broken him down, but his voice was still powerful, when he said in English, and in a tone of extreme surprise. "I have no name, sir." "I know you," answered Smith. Captain Nemo looked at the engineer as if he would have annihilated him. Then, falling back upon the cushions, he murmured. "After all, what does it matter, I am dying." Smith approached Captain Nemo, and Spilett took his hand, which was hot with fever. The others stood respectfully in a corner of the superb saloon, which was flooded with light. Captain Nemo withdrew his hand, and signed to Smith and the reporter to be seated. All looked at him with lively emotion. Here was the being whom they had called the genius of the island, the being whose intervention had been so efficacious, the benefactor to whom they owed so much. Before their eyes, here where Pencroff and Neb had expected to find some godlike creature, was only a man, a dying man. But how did Smith know Captain Nemo? Why had the latter sprung up on hearing that name pronounced? The captain had taken his seat upon the divan, and, leaning upon his arm, he regarded the engineer, who was seated near him. "You know the name I bore?" he asked. "I know it as well as I know the name of this admirable submarine apparatus." "The Nautilus," said the captain, with a half-smile. The Nautilus. But do you know who I am? I do. For 30 years I have had no communication with the inhabited world, for 30 years have I lived in the depths of the sea, the only place where I have found freedom. Who, now, has betrayed my secret? A man who never pledged you his word, Captain Nemo, one who, therefore, cannot be accused of betraying you. The Frenchman whom chance threw in my way. The same. Then this man and his companions did not perish in the maelstrom into which the Nautilus had been drawn? They did not, and there has appeared under the title of 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, a work which contains your history. The history of but a few months of my life, sir, answered the captain, quickly. True, replied Smith, but a few months of that strange life sufficed to make you known. As a great criminal, doubtless, said Captain Nemo, smiling disdainfully. Yes, a revolutionist, a scourge to humanity. The engineer did not answer. Well, sir. I am unable to judge Captain Nemo, said Smith, at least in what concerns his past life. I, like the world at large, am ignorant of the motives for this strange existence, and I am unable to judge of the effects without knowing the causes. But what I do know is that a beneficent hand has been constantly extended to us since our arrival here, that we owe everything to a being good, generous, and powerful, and that this being, powerful, generous, and good, is you, Captain Nemo. It is I, answered the captain, quietly. The engineer and the reporter had risen, the others had drawn near, and the gratitude which swelled their hearts would have sought expression in words and gesture, when Captain Nemo signed to them to be silent, and in a voice more moved, doubtless, than he wished. When you have heard me, he said. And then, in a few short, clear sentences, he told them the history of his life. The history was brief. Nevertheless, it took all his remaining strength to finish it. It was evident that he struggled against an extreme feebleness. Many times Smith urged him to take some rest, but he shook his head, like one who knew that for him there would be no tomorrow, and when the reporter offered his services. They are useless, he answered, my hours are numbered. Captain Nemo was an Indian prince, the Prince Dakkar, the son of the Raja of the then independent territory of Bundelkund, and nephew of the hero of India, Tipu Saib. His father sent him, when 10 years old, to Europe, where he received a complete education. And it was the secret intention of the Raja to have his son able someday to engage in equal combat with those whom he considered as the oppressors of his country. From 10 years of age until he was 30, the Prince Dakkar, with superior endowments, of high heart and courage, instructed himself in everything, pushing his investigations in science, literature, and art to the uttermost limits. He traveled over all Europe. His birth and fortune made his company much sought after, but the seductions of the world possessed no charm for him. Young and handsome, he remained serious, gloomy, with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, with implacable anger fixed in his heart. He hated. He hated the only country where he had never wished to set foot, the only nation whose advances he had refused. He hated England more and more as he admired her. This Indian summed up in his own person all the fierce hatred of the vanquished against the victor. The invader is always unable to find grace with the invaded. The son of one of those sovereigns whose submission to the United Kingdom was only nominal, the prince of the family of Tipu Saib, educated in ideas of reclamation and vengeance. With a deep-seated love for his poetic country weighed down with the chains of England, wished never to place his foot on that land, to him accursed, that land to which India owed her subjection. The Prince Dakkar became an artist, with a lively appreciation of the marvels of art, a savant familiar with the sciences, a statesman educated in European courts. In the eyes of a superficial observer, he passed, perhaps, for one of those cosmopolites, curious after knowledge, but disdaining to use it. For one of those opulent travelers, high-spirited and platonic, who go all over the world and are of no one country. It was not so. This artist, this savant, this man was Indian to the heart, Indian in his desire for vengeance, Indian in the hope which he cherished of being able someday to re-establish the rights of his country, of driving on the stranger, of making it independent. He returned to Bundelkund in the year 1849. He married a noble Indian woman whose heart bled as his did at the woes of their country. He had 2 children whom he loved. But domestic happiness could not make him forget the servitude of India. He waited for an opportunity. At length it came. The English yoke was pressed, perhaps, too heavily upon the Indian people. The Prince Dacre became the mouthpiece of the malcontents. He instilled into their spirits all the hatred he felt against the strangers. He went over not only the independent portions of the Indian peninsula, but into those regions directly submitted to the English control. He recalled to them the grand days of Tippoo Saib, who died heroically at Seringapatam for the defense of his country. In 1857 the Sepoy Mutiny broke forth. Prince Dacre was its soul. He organized that immense uprising. He placed his talents and his wealth at the service of that cause. He gave himself, he fought in the first rank, he risked his life as the humblest of those heroes who had risen to free their country. He was wounded 10 times in 20 battles, and was unable to find death when the last soldiers of independence fell before the English guns. Never had British rule in India been in such danger. And, had the sepoys received the assistance from without which they had hoped for, Asia would not today, perhaps, be under the dominion of the United Kingdom. At that time the name of Prince Dacre was there illustrious. He never hid himself, and he fought openly. A price was put upon his head, and although he was not delivered up by any traitor, his father, mother, wife, and children suffered for him before he knew of the dangers which they ran on his account. Once again right fell before might. Civilization never goes backwards, and her laws are like those of necessity. The sepoys were vanquished, and the country of the ancient Rajas fell again under the strict rule of England. Prince Dacre, unable to die, returned again to his mountains in Bundelkund. There, thenceforward alone, he conceived an immense disgust against all who bore the name of man, a hatred and a horror of the civilized world, and wishing to fly from it, he collected the wreck of his fortune. Gathered together 20 of his most faithful companions, and one day disappeared. Where did Prince Dacre seek for that independence which was refused him upon the inhabited earth? Under the waters, in the depths of the seas, where no one could follow him. From a man of war he became a man of science. On a desert island of the Pacific he established his workshops, and there he constructed a submarine ship after plans of his own. By means which will someday be known, he utilized electricity, that incommensurable force, for all the necessities of his apparatus as a motor, for lighting and for heat. The sea, with its infinite treasures, its myriads of fishes, its harvests of varech and sargassum, its enormous mammifers, and not only all that nature held, but all that man had lost, amply sufficed for the needs of the prince and his equipage. And thus he accomplished his heart's desire, to have no further communication with the earth. He named his submarine ship the Nautilus, he called himself Captain Nemo, and he disappeared under the seas. During many years, the captain visited all the oceans, from one pole to the other. Pariah of the earth, he reaped the treasures of the unknown worlds. The millions lost in Vigo Bay, in 1702, by the Spanish galleons, furnished him with an inexhaustible mine of wealth, which he gave, anonymously, to people fighting for their independence. For years he had had no communication with his kindred, when, during the night of the 6th of November, 1866, 3 men were thrown upon his deck. They were a French professor, his servant, and a Canadian fisherman. These men had been thrown overboard by the shock of the collision between the Nautilus and the United States frigate Abraham Lincoln, which had given it chase. Captain Nemo learned from the professor that the Nautilus, sometimes taken for a gigantic mammifer of the cetacean family, sometimes for a submarine apparatus containing a gang of pirates, was hunted in every sea. Captain Nemo could have thrown these 3 men, whom chance had thrown across his mysterious life, into the ocean. He did not do it, he kept them prisoners, and, during 7 months, they were able to perceive all the marvels of a voyage of 20,000 leagues under the sea. One day, the 22nd of June, 1867, these 3 men, who knew nothing of Captain Nemo's past life, seized the boat belonging to the Nautilus and attempted to escape. But just then the Nautilus was upon the coast of Norway in the eddy of the maelstrom, and the captain believed that the fugitives, caught in its terrible vortex, had been swallowed up in the gulf. He was unaware that the Frenchman and his companions had been miraculously thrown upon the coast, that the fishermen of the Lofoten Islands had rescued them, and that the professor, on his return to France, had published a book in which 7 months of this strange and adventurous navigation was narrated. For a long time Captain Nemo continued this mode of life, traversing the sea. One by one his companions died and found their rest in the coral cemetery at the bottom of the Pacific, and in time Captain Nemo was the last survivor of those who had sought refuge in the depths of the oceans. He was then 60 years old. As he was alone, it was necessary to take his Nautilus to one of those submarine ports which served him in former days as a harbor. One of these ports was under Lincoln Island, and was the present asylum of the Nautilus. For 6 years the captain had remained there awaiting that death which would reunite him with his companions, when chance made him witness to the fall of the balloon which carried the prisoners. Clothed in his impermeable jacket, he was walking under the water, some cables' lengths from the shore of the islet, when the engineer was thrown into the sea. A good impulse moved Captain Nemo, and he saved Cyrus Smith. On the arrival of these 5 castaways he wished to go from them, but his port of refuge was closed. Some volcanic action had raised up the basalt so that the Nautilus could not cross the entrance to the crypt, although there was still sufficient water for a boat of light draught. Captain Nemo, therefore, remained and watched these men, thrown without resources upon a desert island, but he did not wish to be seen. Little by little, as he saw their honest, energetic lives, how they were bound together in fraternal amity, he interested himself in their efforts. In spite of himself, he found out all the secrets of their existence. Clothed in his impermeable jacket, he could easily reach the bottom of the well in Granite House, and climbing by the projections of the rock to its mouth, he heard the colonists talk of their past and discuss their present and future. He learned from them of the struggle of America against itself, for the abolition of slavery. Yes. These men were worthy to reconcile Captain Nemo with that humanity which they represented so honestly on the island. Captain Nemo had saved Smith. It was he who had led the dog to the chimneys, who threw Top out of the water, who stranded the box of useful articles on Jetson Point, who brought the canoe down the Mersey, who threw the cord from Granite House when it was attacked by the monkeys, who made known the presence of Ayrton on Tabor Island by means of the paper enclosed in the bottle, who blew up the brig by means of a torpedo, who saved Herbert from certain death by bringing the quinine, who, finally, killed the convicts by those electric balls which he employed in his submarine hunting excursions. Thus was explained all those seemingly supernatural incidents, which, all of them, attested the generosity in the power of the captain. Nevertheless, this intense misanthrope thirsted to do good. He had some useful advice to give to his protégés, and moreover, feeling the approach of death, he had summoned, as we have seen, the colonists from Granite House, by means of the wire which reached from the corral to the Nautilus. Perhaps he would not have done it, had he thought that Smith knew enough of his history to call him by his name of Nemo. The captain finished the recital of his life, and then Smith spoke. He recalled all the instances of the salutary influences exercised over the colonists, and then, in the name of his companions, and in his own, he thanked this generous being for all that he had done. But Captain Nemo had never dreamed of asking any return for his services. One last thought agitated his spirit, and, before taking the hand which the engineer held out to him, he said, "Now, sir, you know my life, judge of it." In speaking thus, the captain evidently alluded to an incident of a serious nature which had been witnessed by the 3 strangers on the Nautilus, an incident which the French professor had necessarily recounted in his book. An incident whose very recital was terrible. In brief, some days before the flight of the professor and his companions, the Nautilus, pursued by a frigate in the North Atlantic, had rushed upon her like a battering ram, and sunk her without mercy. Smith, understanding this allusion, made no answer. "It was an English frigate, sir," cried Captain Nemo, becoming for the moment Prince Dacre, "an English frigate, you understand. She attacked me. I was shut in a narrow and shallow bay. I had to pass out, and I passed. Then, speaking with more calmness. I had right and justice on my side, he added. I did good when I could, and evil when I must. All justice is not in forgiveness. Some moments of silence followed this response, and Captain Nemo asked again. What do you think of me? Smith took the hand of the captain, and answered him in a grave voice. Captain, your mistake has been in believing that you could bring back the old order of things, and you have struggled against necessary progress. It was one of those errors which some of us admire, others blame, but of which God alone can judge, and which the human mind exonerates. We can disagree with one who misleads himself in an intention which he believes laudable, and at the same time esteem him. Your error is of a kind which does not preclude admiration, and your name has nothing to fear from the judgment of history. She loves heroic follies, though she condemns the results which follow. The breast of Captain Nemo heaved, he raised his hand towards heaven. Was I wrong, or was I right, he murmured. Smith continued. All great actions return to God, from whom they came. Captain Nemo, the worthy men here, whom you have succored, will always weep for you. Herbert approached him. He knelt down and took the hand of the captain, and kissed it. A tear glistened in the eye of the dying man. My child, he said, bless you. Chapter 59. The last hours of Captain Nemo, his dying wishes, a souvenir for his friends, his tomb, some counsel to the colonists, the supreme moment, at the bottom of the sea. It was morning, though no ray of daylight penetrated the vault. The sea, at this moment high, covered the outlet. But the artificial light escaping in long rays from the sides of the Nautilus, had not diminished, and the sheet of water around the vessel glowed resplendent. Captain Nemo, overcome by an extreme fatigue, fell back upon the divan. They did not dream of transporting him to Granite House, as he had shown a wish to remain among the priceless treasures of the Nautilus, awaiting that death which could not be long in coming. Smith and Spilett observed with great attention his prostration. They saw that he was slowly sinking. His strength, formerly so great, was almost gone, and his body was but a frail envelope for the spirit about escaping. All life was concentrated at the heart and brain. The engineer and the reporter consulted together in low tones. Could they do anything for the dying man? Could they, if not save him, at least prolong his life for a few days? He himself had said that there was no remedy, and he awaited death calmly and without fear. We can do nothing, said Spilett. What is he dying of? Asked Pencroff. Of exhaustion, answered the reporter. Supposing we take him out into the open air, into the sunlight, perhaps he would revive? No, Pencroff, responded the engineer, there is nothing to do. Moreover, Captain Nemo would not be willing to leave here. He has lived on the Nautilus for 30 years, and on the Nautilus he wishes to die. Doubtless Captain Nemo heard Smith's words, for, raising himself up a little, and speaking in a feeble but intelligible voice, he said. You are right. I wish to die here. And I have a request to make. Smith and his companions had gathered round the divan, and they arranged the cushions so that the dying man was more comfortably placed. They saw that his gaze was fixed upon the marvels of the saloon, lit up by the rays of electric light sifting through the arabesques of the luminous ceiling. He looked upon the pictures, those chefs d'oeuvre of Italian, Flemish, French, and Spanish masters, which hung on the tapestried walls, upon the marbles and bronzes, upon the magnificent organ at the opposite end of the saloon. Upon the glasses arranged around a central vase in which were disposed the rarest products of the seas, marine plants, zoophytes, chaplets of pearls of an inappreciable value, and at length his attention was fixed upon this device. The device of the Nautilus inscribed upon the front of this museum. Mobilis in mobili. It seemed as if he wished to caress with his regard, one last time, those chefs d'oeuvre of art and nature which had been ever visible to him in the years of his sojourn in the depths of the sea. Smith respected Captain Nemo's silence. He waited for him to speak. After some moments, during which passed before him, doubtless, his whole life, Captain Nemo turned to the colonists and said, "You wish to do me a favor. Captain, we would give our lives to prolong yours. Well, then, promise me that you will execute my last wishes, and I will be repaid for all that I have done for you." "We promise," answered Smith, speaking for his companions and himself. "Tomorrow," said the captain, "tomorrow I will be dead." He made a sign to Herbert, who was about to protest. "Tomorrow I will be dead, and I wish for no other tomb than the Nautilus. It is my coffin. All my friends rest at the bottom of the sea, and I wish to rest there also." A profound silence followed the words of Captain Nemo. "Attend to what I say," he continued. "The Nautilus is imprisoned in this grotto. But if she cannot leave this prison, she can at least sink herself in the abyss, which will cover her and guard my mortal remains." The colonists listened religiously to the words of the dying man. "Tomorrow, after I am dead, Mr. Smith," continued the captain, "you and your companions will leave the Nautilus, all of whose riches are to disappear with me. One single remembrance of Prince Dacre, whose history you now know, will remain to you. That coffer, there, encloses diamonds worth many millions, most of them souvenirs of the time when, a husband and father, I almost believed in happiness, and a collection of pearls gathered by my friends and myself from the bottom of the sea. With this treasure, you will be able, sometime, to accomplish good. In your hands and those of your companions, Mr. Smith, wealth will not be dangerous. I shall be ever present with you in your works." After some moments of rest, necessitated by his extreme feebleness, Captain Nemo continued as follows. "Tomorrow, you will take this coffer, you will leave this saloon, and close the door. Then you will ascend to the platform of the Nautilus and you will bolt down the hatchway." "We will do it, sir," replied Smith. "Very well. You will then embark in the boat which brought you here. But, before abandoning the Nautilus, go to the stern, and there, open two large cocks which you will find at the waterline. The water will penetrate and the Nautilus will sink beneath the waves and rest upon the bottom of the abyss." Then, upon a gesture from Smith, the captain added, "Fear nothing. You will only be burying the dead." Neither Smith nor his companions could say a word to Captain Nemo. These were his last wishes, and they had nothing else to do but obey them. "I have your promise?" asked Captain Nemo. "You have it, sir," answered the engineer. The captain made a sign thanking them, and then motioned to be left alone for a few hours. Spilett insisted on remaining with him, in case of an emergency, but the other refused, saying, "I will live till morning, sir." All left the salon, passing through the library, the dining room, and reached the forward part of the vessel, where the electric apparatus, furnishing heat, light and motive power to the Nautilus was placed. The Nautilus was a chef d'oeuvre containing chefs d'oeuvre, which filled the engineer with amazement. The colonists mounted the platform, which rose 7 or 8 feet above the water. Then they saw a thick lenticular glass closing up a sort of bullseye, through which penetrated a ray of light. Behind this bullseye was the wheelhouse, where the steersman stood when directing the Nautilus under the sea, by means of the electric light. Smith and his companions stood here in silence, impressed by what they saw, and what they had heard, and their hearts bled to think that he, their protector, whose arm had been so often raised to aid them, would soon be counted among the dead. Whatever would be the judgment of posterity upon this, so to say, extra-human existence, Prince Dacre would always remain one of those strange characters who cannot be forgotten. "What a man," said Pencroff. "Is it credible that he has lived so at the bottom of the ocean? And to think that he has not found rest even there." "The Nautilus," observed Ayrton, "would, perhaps, have served us to leave Lincoln Island and gain some inhabited country." "A thousand devils," cried Pencroff. "You couldn't get me to steer such a craft. To sail over the seas is all very well, but under the seas, no, sir." "I think, Pencroff," said the reporter, "that it would be easy to manage a submarine apparatus like the Nautilus, and that we would soon get accustomed to it." No storms, no boarding to fear. At some little distance under the waves the waters are as calm as those of a lake. That's likely enough, answered the sailor, but give me a stiff breeze and a well-rigged ship. A ship is made to go on the water and not under it. My friends, said the engineer, it is useless, at least as far as the Nautilus is concerned, to discuss this question of submarine vessels. The Nautilus is not ours, and we have no right to dispose of it. It could not, moreover, serve us under any circumstances. Aside from the fact that it cannot get out of this cavern, Captain Nemo wishes it to be engulfed with him after his death. His wish is law, and we will obey it. Smith and his companions, after talking for a while longer, descended into the interior of the Nautilus. There they ate some food and returned to the salon. Captain Nemo had recovered from his prostration, and his eyes had regained their brilliancy. They saw a smile upon his lips. The colonists approached him. Sirs, said the captain, you are brave men, and good and honest. You have given yourselves up to the common cause. I have often watched you. I have loved you. I do love you. Give me your hand, Mr. Smith. Smith gave his hand to the captain, who pressed it affectionately. That is well, he murmured. Then he added. But I have said enough about myself. I wish to speak of yourselves and of Lincoln Island, on which you have found refuge. You want to leave it? To come back again, said Pencroff eagerly. To return? Oh. Yes, Pencroff, answered the captain, smiling, I know how much you love this island. It has been improved by your care, and it is, indeed, yours. Our project, Captain, added Smith, would be to make it over to the United States, and to establish a station, which would be well situated here in this part of the Pacific. You think of your country, replied the captain. You work for her prosperity, for her glory. You are right. The fatherland. It is there we wish to return. It is there we wish to die. And I die far from everything that I have loved. Have you no last wish to have executed? Asked the engineer earnestly, no souvenir to send to those friends you left in the mountains of India? No, Mr. Smith, I have no friends. I am the last of my race, and I die long after those whom I have known. But to return to yourselves. Solitude, isolation are sorrowful things, beyond human endurance. I die from having believed that man could live alone. You wish to leave Lincoln Island and to return to your country. I know that these wretches have destroyed your boat. We are building a ship, said Spilett, a ship large enough to take us to the nearest country. But if sooner or later we leave the island, we will come back again. Too many associations attach us to the place, for us ever to forget it. Here we met Captain Nemo, said Smith. Here only will we find the perfect remembrance of you. Added Herbert. It is here that I will rest in an eternal sleep, if, answered the captain. He hesitated, and, instead of finishing his sentence, said. Mr. Smith, I wish to speak with you alone. The companions of the engineer retired, and Smith remained for some time alone with Captain Nemo. He soon called back his friends, but said nothing to them of the secrets which the dying prince had confided to him. Spilett observed the captain with extreme attention. He was evidently living by the strength of his will, which could not long hold out against his physical weakness. The day ended without any change manifesting itself. The colonists did not leave the Nautilus. Night came, although unseen in this crypt. Captain Nemo did not suffer pain, but sunk slowly. His noble face, pale by the approach of death, was perfectly calm. Now and then he spoke, incoherently, of events in his strange existence. All saw that life was retreating. His feet and hands were already cold. Once or twice, he spoke a word to the colonists who were about him, and he looked upon them with that smile which remained when he was no more. At last, just after midnight, Captain Nemo made a supreme effort, and crossed his arms upon his breast, as if he wished to die in that attitude. Towards 1 o'clock all the life that was left was concentrated in his expression. One last spark burned in that eye which had formerly flashed fire. Then, murmuring these words, God and Fatherland, he expired quietly. Smith, stooping down, closed the eyes of him who had been Prince Dacre, who was no more even Captain Nemo. Herbert and Pencroff wept. Ayrton wiped away a furtive tear. Neb was on his knees near the reporter, who was immobile as a statue. Smith raising his hand above the head of the dead man. May God receive his soul, he said, and then, turning towards his friends, he added, let us pray for him whom we have lost. Some hours later, the colonists, in fulfillment of their promise, carried out the last wishes of the dead. They left the Nautilus, taking with them the sole souvenir of their benefactor, the coffer containing 100 fortunes. The marvelous salon, still flooded with light, was carefully closed. The cover to the hatchway was bolted down in such a manner that not a drop of water could penetrate to the inner chambers of the Nautilus. Then the colonists entered the boat, which was moored beside the submarine ship. The boat was taken to the stern. There, at the waterline, they opened the 2 large cocks which communicated with the reservoirs designed to immerse the apparatus. The cocks were opened, the reservoirs filled, and the Nautilus, sinking slowly, disappeared beneath the sea. But the colonists were able still to follow her course through the lower depths. Her strong light lit up the transparent waters, as the crypt became darkened. Then at length the vast effusion of electric effulgence was effaced, and the Nautilus, the tomb of Captain Nemo, rested upon the bottom of the sea. Chapter 60. The Reflections of the Colonists, Renewal of Work, the 1st of January. 1869, a smoke from the volcano, symptoms of an eruption, Ayrton and Smith at the corral, exploration of the crypt Dacre, what Captain Nemo had said to the engineer. In the early morning the colonists reached the entrance of the cavern, which they called Crypt Dacre, in remembrance of Captain Nemo. The tide was low, and they easily passed under the archway, whose piers were washed by the waves. The iron boat could remain in this place without danger from the sea, but as additional precaution they drew it up on a little beach on one side of the crypt. The storm had ceased during the night. The last mutterings of the thunder were dying away in the west. It was not raining, although the sky was still clouded. In short, this month of October, the beginning of the southern spring, did not come in good fashion, and the wind had a tendency to shift from one point of the compass to another, so that it was impossible to say what the weather would be. Smith and his companions, on leaving Crypt Dacre, went towards the corral. On the way Neb and Herbert took care to take up the wire which had been stretched by Captain Nemo, as it might be useful in the future. While walking the colonists spoke but little. The incidents of this night had made a vivid impression upon them. This unknown, whose influence had protected them so well, this man whom they imagined a genii, Captain Nemo, was no more. His Nautilus and himself were buried in the depths of the abyss. It seemed to each one of them that they were more isolated than before. They were, so to speak, accustomed to count upon this powerful intervention which today was wanting, and Spilett, and even Smith, did not escape this feeling. So, without speaking, they followed the road to the corral. By 9 o'clock the colonists were in Granite House again. It had been agreed that the construction of the ship should be pushed forward as rapidly as possible, and Smith gave the work more of his time and care than ever before. They did not know what the future might bring forth, and it would be a guarantee of safety for them to have a strong vessel, able to stand rough weather, and large enough to carry them, if need be, a long distance. If, when it was finished, the colonists decided not to leave the island, they could at least make the voyage to Tabor Island and leave a notice there. This was an indispensable precaution in case the Scotch yacht returned to these seas, and it must on no account be neglected. The work was undertaken at once. All worked at it without ceasing, except to prosecute other necessary work. It was important to have the new ship finished in 5 months, if they wished to make the voyage to Tabor Island before the equinoctial storms would render it impracticable. All the sails of the Speedy had been saved, so that they need not trouble themselves about making rigging. The year ended in the midst of this work. At the end of 2 months and a half the ribs had been put in place and the planking began, so that they were able to see that Smith's plans were excellent. Pencroff worked with ardor, and always grumbled when any of the others left off work to go hunting. It was, nevertheless, necessary to lay in a stock of provisions for the approaching winter. But that made no difference. The honest sailor was unhappy unless everyone was at work in the shipyard. At these times he grumbled and did, he was so put out, the work of half a dozen men. All this summer season was bad. The heat was overpowering, and the atmosphere, charged with electricity, discharged itself in violent storms. It was seldom that the distant muttering of the thunder was unheard. It was like a dull, but permanent murmur, such as is produced in the equatorial regions of the globe. On the 1st of January, 1869, a terrific storm burst over the island, and the lightning struck in many places. Tall trees were shattered, and among them was one of the enormous mycocolliers which shaded the poultry yard. Had this meteoric storm any relation to the phenomena which were occurring in the bowels of the earth? Was there a sort of connection between the disturbances in the air and those in the interior of the globe? Smith believed it to be so, since the development of these storms was marked by a recrudescence of the volcanic symptoms. On the 3rd of January, Herbert, who had gone at daybreak to Prospect Plateau to saddle one of the onagers, saw an immense black cloud rolling out from the summit of the volcano. Herbert hastened to inform the others, who came at once to look at the mountain. "Ah," said Pencroff, "it is not vapor this time. It seems to me that the giant is not content to breathe, he must smoke." The image employed by the sailor expressed with exactness the change which had taken place at the mouth of the volcano. For 3 months the crater had been emitting vapors more or less intense, but there had been no ebullition of mineral matters. This time, instead of vapors, a thick column of smoke rose, like an immense mushroom, above the summit of the mountain. "The chimney is on fire," said Spilett. "And we cannot put it out," answered Herbert. "It would be well to sweep the volcanoes," said Neb, in good earnest. "All right, Neb," said Pencroff, laughing. "Will you undertake the job?" Smith looked attentively at the thick smoke, and at the same time he listened as if he expected to detect some distant rumbling. Then, turning towards his companions, who were at some little distance, he said, "In truth, my friends, it cannot be denied that an important change has taken place. The volcanic matters are not only in a state of ebullition, they have taken fire, and, without doubt, we are threatened with an eruption." "Very well, sir, we will witness this eruption," cried Pencroff, "and we will applaud it if it is a success. I don't think that anything over there need worry us." "No, Pencroff," answered Smith, "for the old course of the lava is open, and, thanks to its position, the crater has heretofore discharged towards the north. Nevertheless, since there is nothing to be gained by an eruption, it would be better not to have it," said the reporter. "Who knows," replied the sailor. "There may be some useful and precious matter in the volcano, which it will be good enough to throw up, which will be advantageous for us." Smith shook his head, as a man who anticipated nothing good from this phenomenon. He did not think so lightly of the consequences of an eruption. If the lava, on account of the position of the crater, did not menace the wooded and cultivated portions of the island, other complications might arise. Eruptions are often accompanied by earthquakes, and an island formed, like Lincoln Island, of such different materials, basalt on one side, granite on another, lavas to the north, a mixed soil inland, material which, therefore, could not be solidly bound together, ran the risk of being torn asunder. If, therefore, the outpouring of volcanic substances did not threaten serious results, any movement in the framework upholding the island might be followed by the gravest consequences. "It seems to me," said Ayrton, who was kneeling down, with his ear to the ground, "it seems to me that I hear a noise, like the rattling of a wagon, loaded with iron bars." The colonists listened carefully, and were convinced that Ayrton was not mistaken. With the rumbling mingled subterranean roaring, making a sort of rinforzando, which died away slowly, as if from some violent cleavage in the interior of the globe. But no detonation was heard, and it was fair to conclude that the smoke and vapor found a free passage through the central chimney, and, if the escape pipe was sufficiently large, no explosion need be feared. "Come," said Pencroff at length, "shall we not go back to work? Let Mount Franklin smoke, brawl, moan, and vomit fire and flames as much as it chooses, but that is no excuse for us to quit work. Come, Ayrton, Neb, all of you, we want all hands today. I want our new good luck, we will keep the name, will we not? To be moored in Balloon Harbor before 2 months are past. So there is not an hour to be lost." All the colonists went down to the shipyard and worked steadily all day without giving too much thought to the volcano, which could not be seen from the beach before Granite House. But once or twice heavy shadows obscured the sunlight, and, as the day was perfectly clear, it was evident that thick clouds of smoke were passing between the sun's disk and the island. Smith and Spilett noticed these somber voyagers, and talked of the progress that the volcanic phenomenon was making, but they did not cease work. It was, moreover, of great importance, in every sense, that the ship should be finished with as little delay as possible. In the presence of events which might happen, the security of the colonists would be better assured. Who could say but that this ship might not, some day, be their sole refuge? That evening, after supper, Smith, Spilett, and Herbert climbed to the plateau. It was already dark, and they would be able to distinguish whether flames or incandescent matter was mingled with the smoke and vapor of the volcano. "The crater is on fire!" cried Herbert, who, more active than his companions, had reached the plateau the first. Mount Franklin, 6 miles distant, appeared like a gigantic torch, with fuliginous flames twisting about its summit. So much smoke, such quantities of scoriae and cinders, perhaps, were mingled with the flames, that their light did not glare upon the shades of night. But a sort of dull yellow glow spread over the island, making dimly visible the higher masses of forest. Enormous clouds obscured the heavens, between which glittered a few stars. "The progress is rapid," said the engineer. "It is not astonishing," answered the reporter. "The volcano has been awake for some time already. You remember, Cyrus, that the first vapors appeared about the time we were searching the mountain for the retreat of Captain Nemo. That was, if I am not mistaken, about the 15th of October. "Yes," replied Herbert, 2 months and a half ago. "The subterranean fires have been brooding for 10 weeks, continued Spilett, and it is not astonishing that they develop now with this violence." "Do not you feel certain vibrations in the ground?" asked Smith. "I think so," replied Spilett, "but an earthquake." "I did not say that we were menaced by an earthquake," said Smith, "and heaven preserve us from one. No. These vibrations are due to the effervescence of the central fire. The crust of the earth is nothing more than the covering of a boiler, and you know how the covering of a boiler, under pressure, vibrates like a sonorous plate. That is what is happening at this moment. What magnificent flames!" cried Herbert, as a sheaf of fire shot up, unobscured by the vapors, from the crater. From its midst luminous fragments and bright scintillations were thrown in every direction. Some of them pierced the dome of smoke, leaving behind them a perfect cloud of incandescent dust. This outpouring was accompanied by rapid detonations like the discharge of a battery of mitrailleuses. Smith, the reporter, and the lad, after having passed an hour on Prospect Plateau, returned to Granite House. The engineer was pensive, and so much preoccupied that Spilett asked him if he anticipated any near danger. "Yes and no," responded Smith. "But the worst that could happen," said the reporter, "would be an earthquake, which would overthrow the island. And I don't think that is to be feared, since the vapors and lava have a free passage of escape." "I do not fear an earthquake," answered Smith, "of the ordinary kind, such as are brought about by the expansion of subterranean vapors. But other causes may bring about great disaster." "For example?" "I do not know exactly, I must see, I must visit the mountain. In a few days I shall have made up my mind." Spilett asked no further questions, and soon, notwithstanding the increased violence of the volcano, the inhabitants of Granite House slept soundly. 3 days passed, the 4th, 5th, and 6th of January, during which they worked on the ship, and, without explaining himself further, the engineer hastened the work as much as possible. Mount Franklin was covered with a sinister cloud, and with the flames vomited forth incandescent rocks, some of which fell back into the crater. This made Pencroff, who wished to look upon the phenomenon from an amusing side, say, "Look! The giant plays at cup and ball. He is a juggler." And, indeed, the matters vomited forth fell back into the abyss, and it seemed as if the lavas, swollen by the interior pressure, had not yet risen to the mouth of the crater. At least, the fracture on the northeast, which was partly visible, did not pour forth any torrent on the western side of the mountain. Meanwhile, however pressing the shipbuilding, other cares required the attention of the colonists in different parts of the island. First of all, they must go to the corral, where the mouflons and goats were enclosed, and renew the provisions for these animals. It was, therefore, agreed that Ayrton should go there the next day, and, as it was customary for but one to do this work, the others were surprised to hear the engineer say to Ayrton, "As you are going to the corral tomorrow, I will go with you." "Oh! Mr. Smith," cried the sailor, "our time is very limited, and, if you go off in this way, we lose just that much help." "We will return the next day," answered Smith, "but I must go to the corral. I wish to see about this eruption." "Eruption! Eruption," answered Pencroff, with a dissatisfied air. "What is there important about this eruption?" "It don't bother me." Notwithstanding the sailor's protest, the exploration was decided upon for the next day. Herbert wanted to go with Smith, but he did not wish to annoy Pencroff by absenting himself. So, early the next morning, Smith and Ayrton started off with the wagon and onagers. Over the forest hung huge clouds constantly supplied from Mount Franklin with fuliginous matter. They were evidently composed of heterogeneous substances. It was not altogether the smoke from the volcano that made them so heavy and opaque. Scoriae in a state of powder, pulverized pozzolan and gray cinder as fine as the finest fecula, were held in suspension in their thick folds. These cinders remain in air, sometimes, for months at a time. After the eruption of 1783, in Iceland, for more than a year the atmosphere was so charged with volcanic powder that the sun's rays were scarcely visible. Usually, however, these pulverized matters fall to the earth at once, and it was so in this instance. Smith and Ayrton had hardly reached the corral, when a sort of black cloud, like fine gunpowder, fell, and instantly modified the whole aspect of the ground. Trees, fields, everything was covered with a coating several fingers deep. But, most fortunately, the wind was from the northeast, and the greater part of the cloud was carried off to sea. "That is very curious," said Ayrton. "It is very serious," answered Smith. "This pozzolan, this pulverized pumice stone, all this mineral dust in short, shows how deep-seated is the commotion in the volcano. But there is nothing to be done. Nothing, but to observe the progress of the phenomenon. Employ yourself, Ayrton, at the corral, and meanwhile I will go up to the sources of Red Creek and examine the state of the mountain on its western side. Then, sir. Then we will make a visit to Crypt Dacker. I wish to see, well, I will come back for you in a couple of hours." Ayrton went into the corral, and while waiting for the return of the engineer occupied himself with the mouflons and goats, which showed a certain uneasiness before these first symptoms of an eruption. Meantime Smith had ventured to climb the eastern spurs of the mountain, and he arrived at the place where his companions had discovered the sulphur spring on their first exploration. How everything was changed! Instead of a single column of smoke, he counted 13 escaping from the ground as if thrust upward by a piston. It was evident that the crust of earth was subjected in this place to a frightful pressure. The atmosphere was saturated with gases and aqueous vapors. Smith felt the volcanic tufa, the pulverulent cinders hardened by time, trembling beneath him, but he did not yet see any traces of fresh lava. It was the same with the western slope of the mountain. Smoke and flames escaped from the crater, a hail of scoriae fell upon the soil. But no lava flowed from the gullet of the crater, which was another proof that the volcanic matter had not attained the upper orifice of the central chimney. "And I would be better satisfied if they had," said Smith to himself. "At least I would be certain that the lavas had taken their accustomed route. Who knows if they may not burst forth from some new mouth? But that is not the danger. Captain Nemo has well foreseen it. No. The danger is not there." Smith went forward as far as the enormous causeway, whose prolongation enframed Shark Gulf. Here he was able to examine the ancient lava marks. There could be no doubt that the last eruption had been at a far distant epoch. Then he returned, listening to the subterranean rumblings, which sounded like continuous thunder, and by 9 o'clock he was at the corral. Ayrton was waiting for him. "The animals are attended to, sir," said he. "All right, Ayrton. They seem to be restless, Mr. Smith." "Yes, it is their instinct which does not mislead them. When you are ready. Take a lantern and tinder, Ayrton, and let us go." Ayrton did as he was told. The onagers had been unharnessed and placed in the corral, and Smith, leading, took the route to the coast. They walked over a soil covered with the pulverulent matter which had fallen from the clouds. No animal appeared. Even the birds had flown away. Sometimes a breeze passed laden with cinders, and the two colonists, caught in the cloud, were unable to see. They had to place handkerchiefs over their eyes and nostrils or they would have been blinded and suffocated. Under these circumstances they could not march rapidly. The air was heavy, as if all the oxygen had been burned out of it, making it unfit to breathe. Every now and then they had to stop, and it was after 10 o'clock when the engineer and his companion reached the summit of the enormous heap of basaltic and porphyritic rocks which formed the northwest coast of the island. They began to go down this abrupt descent, following the detestable road, which, during that stormy night had led them to Crypt Daker. By daylight this descent was less perilous, and, moreover, the covering of cinders gave a firmer foothold to the slippery rocks. The projection was soon attained, and, as the tide was low, Smith and Ayrton found the opening to the crypt without any difficulty. "Is the boat there?" asked the engineer. "Yes, sir," answered Ayrton, drawing the boat towards him. "Let us get in, then, Ayrton," said the engineer. The two embarked in the boat. Ayrton lit the lantern, and, placing it in the bow of the boat, took the oars, and Smith, taking the tiller, steered into the darkness. The Nautilus was no longer here to illuminate this somber cavern. Perhaps the electric irradiation still shone under the waters, but no light came from the abyss where Captain Nemo reposed. The light of the lantern was barely sufficient to permit the engineer to advance, following the right-hand wall of the crypt. A sepulchral silence reigned in this portion of the vault, but soon Smith heard distinctly the mutterings which came from the interior of the earth. "It is the volcano," he said. Soon, with this noise, the chemical combinations betrayed themselves by a strong odor, and sulphurous vapors choked the engineer and his companion. "It is as Captain Nemo feared," murmured Smith, growing pale. "We must go on to the end." 25 minutes after having left the opening the two reached the terminal wall and stopped. Smith, standing on the seat, moved the lantern about over this wall, which separated the crypt from the central chimney of the volcano. How thick was it? Whether 100 feet or but 10 could not be determined. But the subterranean noises were too plainly heard for it to be very thick. The engineer, after having explored the wall along a horizontal line, fixed the lantern to the end of an oar and went over it again at a greater height. There, through scarcely visible cracks, came a pungent smoke, which infected the air of the cavern. The wall was striped with these fractures, and some of the larger ones came to within a few feet of the water. At first, Smith rested thoughtful. Then he murmured these words. "Yes. Captain Nemo was right. There is the danger, and it is terrible." Ayrton said nothing, but, on a sign from the engineer, he took up the oars, and, a half-hour later, he and Smith came out of Crypt Dacker. Chapter 61. Smith's recital, hastening the work, a last visit to the corral, the combat between the fire and the water, the aspect of the island, they decide to launch the ship, the night of the 8th of March. The next morning, the 8th of January, after a day and night passed at the corral, Smith and Ayrton returned to Granite House. Then the engineer assembled his companions, and told them that Lincoln Island was in fearful danger, a danger which no human power could prevent. "My friends," said he, and his voice betrayed great emotion, "Lincoln Island is doomed to destruction sooner or later, the cause is in itself and there is no means of removing it." The colonists looked at each other. They did not understand him. "Explain yourself, Cyrus," said Spilett. "I will, or rather I will give you the explanation which Captain Nemo gave me, when I was alone with him." "Captain Nemo," cried the colonists. "Yes. It was the last service he rendered us before he died." "The last service," cried Pencroff. "The last service. You think, because he is dead, that he will help us no more." "What did he say?" asked the reporter. "This, my friends," answered the engineer. "Lincoln Island is not like the other islands of the Pacific, and a particular event, made known to me by Captain Nemo, will cause, sooner or later, the destruction of its submarine framework." Destruction of Lincoln Island. "What an idea!" cried Pencroff, who, in spite of his respect for Smith, could not help shrugging his shoulders. "Listen to me, Pencroff," continued the engineer. "This is what Captain Nemo ascertained and what I verified yesterday in Crypt Dacker. The crypt extends under the island as far as the volcano, and is only separated from the central chimney by the wall. Now this wall is seamed with fractures and cracks, through which the sulphurous gas is already escaping." "Well?" asked Pencroff, wrinkling his forehead. "Well, I have ascertained that these fractures are widening under the pressure from within, that the basalt wall is gradually bursting open, and that, sooner or later, it will give a passage to the waters of the sea." "That's all right," exclaimed Pencroff, trying still to make light of the subject. "That's all right. The sea will put out the volcano, and that will be the end of it." "Yes, that will be the end of it," answered Smith. "On the day that the sea rushes through the wall and penetrates by the central chimney to the bowels of the island, where the eruptive matter is boiling, on that day, Pencroff, Lincoln Island will go up, as Sicily would go up if the Mediterranean was emptied into Etna." The colonists made no reply. They understood the threatened danger. It was no longer doubtful that the island was menaced by a frightful explosion. That it would last only as long as the wall to Crypt Dacker remained intact. This was not a question of months, nor of weeks, but of days, of hours, perhaps. The first sensation the colonists experienced was one of profound sorrow. They did not think of the peril which menaced them directly, but of the destruction of that land which had given them asylum, of that island which they had cultivated, which they loved, which they wished to render so prosperous some day. All their labor uselessly employed, all their work lost. Pencroff did not attempt to hide the tears which rolled down his cheeks. They talked for some little time longer. The chances which they might count upon were discussed. But, in conclusion, they realized that not an hour was to be lost, that the ship must be completed as soon as possible, as, now, it was the only chance of safety left to the inhabitants of Lincoln Island. All hands were required. Where was the use, now, of sowing, or harvesting, of hunting or increasing the reserve at Granite House? The present contents of the magazine were sufficient to provision the ship for as long a voyage as she could make. What was necessary was that these should be at the disposal of the colonists before the accomplishment of the inevitable catastrophe. The work was undertaken with feverish eagerness. By the 23rd of January the ship was half-planked. Up to this time there had been no change in the volcano. It was always the vapors, the smoke mixed with flames and pierced by incandescent stones, which escaped from the crater. But during the night of the 23rd the upper cone, which formed the cap of the volcano, was lifted off by the pressure of the lava, which had reached the level of the lower cone. A terrible noise was heard. The colonists, believing that the island was going to pieces, rushed out of Granite House. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. The heavens were on fire. The upper cone, a mass 1,000 feet high, and weighing thousands of millions of pounds, had been thrown upon the island, making the earth tremble. Happily, this cone leaned to the north, and it fell upon the plain of sand and tufa which lay between the volcano and the sea. The crater, by this means greatly widened, threw towards the sky a light so intense, that, by the simple effect of reverberation, the atmosphere seemed to be incandescent. At the same time a torrent of lava swelled up over this new summit, falling in long streams, like water escaping from an overflowing vase, and 1,000 fiery serpents writhed upon the talus of the volcano. The corral! The corral, cried Ayrton. It was, indeed, towards the corral that the lava took their way, following the slope of the new crater, and, consequently, the fertile parts of the island. The sources of Red Creek and Jacamar Wood were threatened with immediate destruction. At the cry of Ayrton, the colonists had rushed towards the stable of the onagers, and harnessed the animals. All had but one thought: to fly to the corral and let loose the beasts confined there. Before 3 o'clock they were there. Frightful cries indicated the terror of the mouflons and goats. Already a torrent of incandescent matter, of liquefied minerals, fell over the mountain spur upon the plain, destroying that side of the palisade. The gate was hastily opened by Ayrton, and the animals, wild with terror, escaped in every direction. An hour later the boiling lava filled the corral, volatilizing the water of the little brook which traversed it, firing the house, which burned like a bit of stubble, devouring to the last stake the surrounding palisade. Nothing was left of the corral. The colonists wanted to struggle against this invasion. They had tried it, but foolishly and uselessly. Man is helpless before these grand cataclysms. The morning of the 24th arrived. Smith and his companions, before returning to Granite House, wished to observe the definite direction which this inundation of lava would take. The general slope of the ground from Mount Franklin was towards the east coast, and it was to be feared that, notwithstanding the thick Jacamar woods, the torrent would extend to Prospect Plateau. "The lake will protect us," said Spilett. "I hope so," answered Smith. But that was all he said. The colonists would have liked to have advanced as far as the place on which the upper cone of Mount Franklin abutted, but their passage was barred by the lavas, which followed, on the one hand, the valley of Red Creek, and, on the other, the course of Fall River, vaporizing these two streams in their passage. There was no possible way of crossing this stream. It was necessary, on the contrary, to fly before it. The flattened volcano was no longer recognizable. A sort of smooth slab terminated it, replacing the old crater. Two outlets, broken in the south and east sides, poured forth unceasing streams of lava, which formed two distinct currents. Above the new crater, a cloud of smoke and cinders mixed with the vapors of the sky, and hung over the island. Peals of thunder mingled with the rumbling of the mountain. Burning rocks were thrown up thousands of feet, bursting in the sky and scattering like grapeshot. The heavens answered with lightning flashes the eruption of the volcano. By 7 o'clock the colonists were no longer able to keep their position on the edge of Jacamar Wood. Not only did the projectiles begin to fall about them, but the lavas, overflowing the bed of Red Creek, threatened to cut off the road from the corral. The first ranks of trees took fire, and their sap, vaporized, made them explode like firecrackers, while others, less humid, remained intact in the midst of the inundation. The colonists started back. The torrent, owing to the slope of the land, gained eastward rapidly, and as the lower layers of lava hardened, others, boiling, covered them. Meantime the principal current in the Red Creek Valley became more and more threatening. All that part of the forest was surrounded, and enormous clouds of smoke rolled above the trees, whose roots were already in the lava. The colonists stopped at the lake shore, half a mile from the mouth of Red Creek. A question of life or death was about to be decided for them. Smith, accustomed to think and reason in the presence of danger, and aware that he was speaking to men who could face the truth, whatever it might be, said to them. Either the lake will arrest this current, and a part of the island will be preserved from complete devastation, or the current will invade the forests of the far west, and not a tree, not a plant will be left upon the face of the ground. We will have, upon these rocks stripped of life, the prospect of a death which the explosion of the island may anticipate. Then, cried Pencroff, crossing his arms and stamping his foot on the ground, it is useless to work on the ship. Isn't that so? Pencroff, answered Smith, it is necessary to do one's duty to the end. At this moment, the flood of lava, after having eaten its way through the splendid trees of the forest, neared the lake. There was a certain depression in the ground, which, if it had been larger, might, perhaps, suffice to hold the torrent. Let us try, cried Smith. The idea of the engineer was instantly understood by all. It was necessary to dam, so to speak, this torrent and force it into the lake. The colonists ran to the shipyard and brought back from their shovels, picks, and hatchets, and by means of earthworks and hewn trees they succeeded, in a few hours, in raising a barrier 3 feet high and some hundreds of feet long. It seemed to them, when they had finished, that they had not worked more than a few minutes. It was time. The liquefied matter already reached the extremity of the barrier. The flood spread like a swollen river seeking to overflow its banks and threatening to break down the only obstacle which could prevent its devastating all the far west. But the barrier was sufficient to withstand it, and, after one terrible moment of hesitation, it precipitated itself into Lake Grant by a fall 20 feet high. The colonists, breathless, without a word, without a gesture, looked upon this struggle of the elements. What a sight was this, the combat between fire and water! What pen can describe this scene of marvelous horror, what pencil can portray it? The water hissed and steamed at the contact of the boiling lavas. The steam was thrown, whirling, to an immeasurable height in the air, as if the valves of an immense boiler had been suddenly opened. But, great as was the mass of water contained in the lake, it must, finally, be absorbed, since it was not renewed, while the torrent, fed from an inexhaustible source, was ceaselessly pouring in fresh floods of incandescent matter. The first lavas which fell into the lake solidified at once, and accumulated in such a manner as soon to emerge above the surface. Over these slid other lavas, which in their turn became stone, forming a breakwater, which threatened to fill up the lake, which could not overflow, as its surplus water was carried off in steam. Hissings and shrivelings filled the air with a stunning noise, and the steam, carried off by the wind, fell to the ground in rain. The jetty spread, and where formerly had been peaceable waters appeared an enormous heap of smoking rocks, as if some upheaval of the ground had raised these thousands of reefs. If one can imagine these waters tossed about by a storm, and then suddenly solidified by cold, he will have the appearance of the lake 3 hours after the irresistible torrent had poured into it. This time the water had been overcome by the fire. Nevertheless, it was a fortunate thing for the colonists that the lavas had been turned into the lake. It gave them some days' respite. Prospect Plateau, Granite House, and the shipyard were safe for the moment. In these few days they must plank and caulk the vessel, launch it, and take refuge upon it, rigging it after it was on the sea. With the fear of the explosion menacing the destruction of the island, it was no longer safe to remain on land. Granite House, so safe a retreat up to this time, might, at any moment, fall. During the next 6 days, the colonists worked on the ship with all their might. Sleeping but little, the light of the flames from the volcano permitted them to work by night as well as by day. The eruption continued without cessation, but, perhaps, less abundantly. A fortunate circumstance, since Lake Grant was nearly full. And if fresh lavas had slid over the surface of the former layers, they would inevitably have spread over Prospect Plateau and from there to the shore. But while this part of the island was partially protected, it was otherwise with the west coast. The second current of lava, following the valley of Fall River, met with no obstacle. The ground on either side of the bank was low, and the incandescent liquid was spread through the forest of the far west. At this season of the year the trees were dried by the warmth of the summer and took fire instantly, and the high interlacing branches hastened the progress of the conflagration. It seemed as if the current of flame traversed the surface of the forest more swiftly than the current of lavas its depths. The beasts and birds of the woods sought refuge on the shore of the Mersey and in the marshes of Taterns fens. But the colonists were too busy to pay any attention to these animals. They had, moreover, abandoned Granite House, they had not even sought refuge in the chimneys, but they camped in a tent near the mouth of the Mersey. Every day Smith and Spilett climbed up to Prospect Plateau. Sometimes Herbert went with them, but Pencroff never. The sailor did not wish to look upon the island in its present condition of devastation. It was, indeed, a desolate spectacle. All its wooded part was now denuded. One single group of green trees remained on the extremity of Serpentine Peninsula. Here and there appeared some blackened stumps. The site of the forests was more desolate than Taterns fens. The invasion of the lavas had been complete. Where formerly had been a pleasant verdure, was now nothing but a waste covered with volcanic tufa. The valleys of Fall River and Red Creek contained no water, and if Lake Grant had been completely filled up, the colonists would have had no means to slake their thirst. But fortunately its southern extremity had been spared, and formed a sort of pool, which held all the fresh water remaining on the island. To the northwest the spurs of the mountain, in jagged outline, looked like a gigantic claw grasping the ground. What a doleful spectacle! What a frightful aspect! How grievous for the colonists, who, from a domain, fertile, wooded, traversed by watercourses, enriched by harvests, found themselves, in an instant, reduced to a devastated rock, upon which, without their stores, they would not have had the means of living. "It is heartbreaking," said the reporter. "Yes, Spilett," answered the engineer. "And pray heaven that we are given time to finish the ship, which is now our sole refuge. Does it not seem to you, Cyrus, that the volcano is subsiding? It still vomits lava, but, I think, less freely." "It matters little," answered Smith. "The fire is still fierce in the bowels of the mountain, and the sea may rush in there at any moment. We are like persons on a ship devoured by a fire which they cannot control, who know that sooner or later the flames will reach the powder magazine. Come, Spilett, come, we have not an hour to lose. For 8 days longer, that is to say until the 8th of February, the lavas continue to flow, but the eruption confined itself to the limits described." Smith feared more than anything else an overflow of the lavas onto the beach, in which case the shipyard would be destroyed. But about this time the colonists felt vibrations in the ground which gave them the greatest uneasiness. The 20th of February arrived. A month longer was necessary to fit the ship for sea. Would the island last that long? It was Smith's intention to launch her as soon as her hull should be sufficiently caulked. The deck, lining, arranging the interior, and the rigging could be done afterwards, but the important thing was to secure a refuge off the island. Perhaps it would be better to take the vessel round to Balloon Harbor, the point farthest from the eruptive center, as, at the mouth of the Mersey, between the islet and the granite wall, she ran the risk of being crushed in case of a breaking up of the island. Therefore, all the efforts of the workmen were directed to completing the hull. On the 3rd of March they were able to calculate that the ship could be launched in 12 days. Hope returned to the hearts of these colonists, who had been so sorely tried during this 4th year of their sojourn on Lincoln Island. Even Pencroff was roused from the taciturnity into which he had been plunged by the ruin and devastation of his domain. He thought of nothing else but the ship, on which he concentrated all his hopes. "We will finish her," he said to the engineer. "We will finish her, Mr. Smith, and it is high time, for you see how far advanced the season is, and it will soon be the equinox. Well, if it is necessary, we will winter at Tabor Island." But Tabor Island after Lincoln Island. Alas! How unlucky I am! To think that I should live to see such a thing as this. "Let us make haste," was the invariable answer of the engineer. And everyone worked unceasingly. "Master," asked Neb, Some days later, if Captain Nemo had been alive, do you think this would have happened? Yes, Neb, answered the engineer. I don't think so, whispered Pencroff to the negro. Nor I, replied Neb. During the first week in March Mount Franklin became again threatening. Thousands of threads of glass, made by the fluid lavas, fell like rain to the ground. The crater gave forth fresh torrents of lava that flowed down every side of the volcano. These torrents flowed over the surface of hardened lava, and destroyed the last vestiges of the trees which had survived the first eruption. The current, this time following the southwest shore of Lake Grant, flowed along Glycerine Creek and invaded Prospect Plateau. This last calamity was a terrible blow to the colonists. Of the mill, the poultry yard, the stables, nothing remained. The frightened inhabitants of these places fled in every direction. Top and Jup gave signs of the utmost terror, and their instinct warned them of an impending disaster. A large number of animals had perished in the first eruption, and those which survived had found their only refuge in Taterns Fens, and on Prospect Plateau. But this last retreat was now closed from them, and the torrent of lava having reached the edge of the granite wall, began to fall over on to the shore in cataracts of fire. The sublime horror of this spectacle passes all description. At night it looked like a Niagara of molten matter, with its incandescent spray rising on high and its boiling masses below. The colonists were driven to their last refuge, and, although the upper seams were uncaulked, they resolved to launch their ship into the sea. Pencroff and Ayrton made the preparations for this event, which was to take place on the morning of the next day, the 9th of March. But, during that night, an enormous column of steam escaped from the crater, rising in the midst of terrific detonations to a height of more than 3,000 feet. The wall of Crypt Daker had given way under the pressure of the gas, and the sea, pouring through the central chimney into the burning gulf, was turned into steam. The crater was not a sufficient vent for this vapor. An explosion, which could have been heard 100 miles away, shook the very heavens. Fragments of the mountain fell into the Pacific, and, in a few minutes, the ocean covered the place where Lincoln Island had been. Chapter 62. An isolated rock in the Pacific, the last refuge of the colonists, the prospect of death, unexpected succor, how and why it came, the last good action, an island on terra firma, the tomb of Captain Nemo. An isolated rock, 30 feet long, 15 feet wide, rising 10 feet above the surface of the water, this was the sole solid point which had not vanished beneath the waves of the Pacific. It was all that remained of Granite House. The wall had been thrown over, then broken to pieces, and some of the rocks of the great hall had been so heaped together as to form this culminating point. All else had disappeared in the surrounding abyss, the lower cone of Mount Franklin, torn to pieces by the explosion, the lava jaws of Shark Gulf, Prospect Plateau, Safety Islet, the granite of Balloon Harbor, the basalt of Crypt Daker. Serpentine Peninsula, had been precipitated into the eruptive center. All that remained of Lincoln Island was this rock, the refuge of the 6 colonists and their dog Top. All the animals had perished in the catastrophe. The birds as well as the beasts, all were crashed or drowned, and poor Jup, alas, had been swallowed up in some crevasse in the ground. Smith, Spilett, Harbert, Pencroff, Neb, and Ayrton had survived, because, being gathered together in their tent, they had been thrown into the sea, at the moment when the debris of the island rained down upon the water. When they came again to the surface they saw nothing but this rock, half a cable length away, to which they swam. They had been here 9 days. Some provisions, brought from the magazine of Granite House before the catastrophe, a little soft water left by the rain in the crevice of the rock, this was all that the unfortunates possessed. Their last hope, their ship, had been broken to pieces. They had no means of leaving this reef. No fire, nor anything with which to make it. They were doomed to perish. This day, the 18th of March, there remained a supply of food, which, with the strictest care, could last but 48 hours longer. All their knowledge, all their skill, could avail them nothing now. They were entirely at God's mercy. Smith was calm, Spilett somewhat nervous, and Pencroff, ready to throw himself into the sea. Herbert never left the engineer, and gazed upon him, as if demanding the succor which he could not give. Neb and Ayrton were resigned after their manner. "Oh, misery! Misery," repeated Pencroff. "If we had but a walnut shell to take us to Tabor Island. But nothing, not a thing." "And Captain Nemo is dead," said Neb. During the 5 days which followed, Smith and his companions ate just enough of the supply of food to keep them from famishing. Their feebleness was extreme. Herbert and Neb began to show signs of delirium. In this situation had they a shadow of hope? No. What was their sole chance? That a ship would pass in sight of the rock. They knew, by experience, that ships never visited this part of the Pacific. Could they count, then, by a coincidence which would be truly providential, upon the Scotch yacht coming just at this time to search for Ayrton at Tabor Island? It was not probable. And, moreover, supposing that it came, since the colonists had placed no notice there indicating the place where Ayrton was to be found, the captain of the yacht, after a fruitless search of the island, would proceed at once to regain the lower latitudes. No. They could entertain no hope of being saved, and a horrible death, a death by hunger and thirst, awaited them upon this rock. Already they lay stretched out, inanimate, unconscious of what was going on around them. Only Ayrton, by a supreme effort, raised his head, and cast a despairing look over this desert sea. But, behold! On this morning of the 24th of March, Ayrton extended his arms toward some point in space. He rose up, first to his knees, then stood upright, he waved his hand. A ship was in sight of the island. This ship did not sail these seas at haphazard. The reef was the point towards which she directed her course, crowding on all steam, and the unfortunates would have seen her many hours before, had they had the strength to scan the horizon. "The Duncan," murmured Ayrton, and then he fell senseless upon the rock. When Smith and his companions regained consciousness, thanks to the care lavished upon them, they found themselves in the cabin of a steamer, unaware of the manner in which they had escaped death. A word from Ayrton was sufficient to enlighten them. "It is the Duncan," he murmured. "The Duncan," answered Smith. And then, raising his arms to heaven, he exclaimed, "Oh, all-powerful Providence! Thou hast wished that we should be saved." It was, indeed, the Duncan, Lord Glenarvan's yacht, at this time commanded by Robert, the son of Captain Grant, who had been sent to Tabor Island to search for Ayrton and bring him home after 12 years of expatriation. The colonists were saved, they were already on the homeward route. "Captain Robert," asked Smith, "what suggested to you the idea, after leaving Tabor Island, where you were unable to find Ayrton, to come in this direction?" "It was to search, not only for Ayrton, Mr. Smith, but for you and your companions." "My companions and myself?" "Doubtless. On Lincoln Island." "Lincoln Island," cried the others, greatly astonished. "How did you know of Lincoln Island?" asked Smith. "It is not on the maps." "I knew of it by the notice which you left on Tabor Island," answered Grant. "The notice?" cried Spilett. "Certainly, and here it is," replied the other, handing him a paper indicating the exact position of the Lincoln Island, the actual residence of Ayrton and of 5 American colonists. "Captain Nemo," said Smith, after having read the notice, and recognized that it was in the same handwriting as the paper found at the corral. "Ah," said Pencroff, "it was he who took our good luck, he who ventured alone to Tabor Island." "To place this notice there," answered Herbert. "Then I was right when I said," cried the sailor, "that he would do us a last service even after his death." "My friends," said Smith, in a voice moved by emotion, "may the God of sinners receive the soul of Captain Nemo, he was our savior." The colonists, uncovering as Smith spake thus, murmured the name of the captain. Then Ayrton, approaching the engineer, said to him, simply, "What shall be done with the coffer?" Ayrton had saved this coffer at the risk of his life, at the moment when the island was engulfed. He now faithfully returned it to the engineer. "Ayrton! Ayrton!" exclaimed Smith, greatly affected. Then addressing Grant. "Captain," he said, "where you left a criminal, you have found a man whom expiation has made honest, and to whom I am proud to give my hand." Thereupon Grant was informed of all the strange history of Captain Nemo and the colonists of Lincoln Island. And then, the bearings of this remaining reef having been taken, Captain Grant gave the order to go about. 15 days later the colonists landed in America, which they found at peace after the terrible war which had ended in the triumph of justice and right. Of the wealth contained in the coffer, the greater part was employed in the purchase of a vast tract of land in Iowa. One single pearl, the most beautiful of all, was taken from the treasure and sent to Lady Glenarvan in the name of the Castaways, who had been rescued by the Duncan. To this domain the colonists invited to labor, that is, to fortune and to happiness, all those whom they had counted on receiving at Lincoln Island. Here they founded a great colony, to which they gave the name of the island which had disappeared in the depths of the Pacific. They found here a river which they called the Mercy, a mountain to which they gave the name of Franklin, a little lake which they called Lake Grant, and forests which became the forests of the far west. It was like an island on terra firma. Here, under the skillful hand of the engineer and his companions, everything prospered. Not one of the former colonists was missing, for they had agreed always to live together, Neb wherever his master was, Ayrton always ready to sacrifice himself, Pencroff a better farmer than he had been a sailor. Herbert who finished his studies under Smith's direction, Spilett who founded the New Lincoln Herald, which was the best edited journal in the whole world. Here Smith and his companions often received visits from Lord and Lady Glenarvan, from Captain John Mangles and his wife, sister to Robert Grant, from Robert Grant himself, from Major McNabbs. From all those who had been mixed up in the double history of Captain Grant and Captain Nemo. Here, finally, all were happy, united in the present as they had been in the past. But never did they forget that island upon which they had arrived poor and naked, that island which, for 4 years, had sufficed for all their needs, and of which all that remained was a morsel of granite, beaten by the waves of the Pacific. The tomb of him who was Captain Nemo. The end.